Good morning. I'm guessing we should make a start if we may. Hey, that worked. Why can't I do that at home? Good morning, my name is Chris Widmer. It's my great pleasure to be the MC for today. I'd like to welcome all the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. And I did read the newspaper yesterday and I read that British Airways and a few others are no longer allowed to use the words ladies and gentlemen. It's interesting. I thought it was going to make today's gig a little bit difficult for me, but see how we go with that. So it's my very great pleasure to, on behalf of the team at Dardanup, welcome you all here today on the International Disaster Risk Reduction Day. So please let me thank the Shire of Dardanup along with Erin and Melissa for providing me with the privilege of being your MC for today, for what promises to be an amazing day with a broad range of renowned experts, each sharing their amassed wisdom. So today's conference theme, of course, as you'd be aware, would be building capacity to adapt to an era of unprecedented disasters. Quite a sobering note. Having had a look at the presenter and delegate list for today, it would be fair to note that there was more than a passing interest in EM, so I thought I'd better get the evacuation procedures correct today. So the housekeeping is that the BREC staff are trained in their evacuation procedures, so should there be a requirement for us to evacuate, I would ask you to pay attention to their instructions. In the event that we are required to leave, we will be alerted by one of two tones, the first being a short beep, which is repeated, and that means await further instructions. In the event that we get a longer wail tone, which is repeated, that means we are to evacuate. The evacuation is on the way you came out, the way that you came in. The muster point is to the south car park, reached by the same exit entries that you came in, move to that point towards the flagpole, but on this side of the dual carriageway if you would, and wait. And we've been asked to remain in that location until we are released from that. For those that might require toilets, they're upstairs in the foyer downstairs where you stood earlier this morning. Ladies is on the right, which is the southern side. Gentlemen on the left, which is the northern side of the foyer. Smoking, of course, you'd be familiar with that this is a no smoking venue. And if you need to smoke, please move outside, but clear of any doorways opening to the building's air conditioning or ventilation infrastructure. Thank you. You will note from the program that there will be breaks throughout the day to get up and walk around. May I ask that you keep an eye on the times and return promptly so that speakers are not left waiting for you to arrive. We will need to start on the program times to ensure that speakers' time is not cut short. So thank you for that. Phones also, please if you can knock them to silent to save distractions for other speakers. Being in a COVID world, not everything is as it might have been in the past. So today we have delegates and presenters joining us remotely, and these situations may present some challenges. So I'd ask you to be tolerant of those. We will see some of our presenters presenting virtually and are likely to receive feedback from questions from conference delegates who are also joining us virtually. This may complicate our communication, so I'd ask your patience in dealing with those complications as they may arise. There will be opportunities for questions to the speakers, and they'll generally be at the end of every session, so every 2 speakers or thereabouts, as well as Dardanup hosting a blog to capture any questions that may have come from reflection from today's proceedings or people not able to get in the time available. And we will find expert answers to those questions, and they'll be hosted at emergency@dardanup.wa.gov.au. So why are we here today? Just a comment that was given to me a while ago. It's been reported that climate-related disasters have in fact doubled in frequency in the last 40 years. That's quite a sobering thought. So to start today's proceedings, I would like to welcome Lyra Bennell, a local Wadandi elder, and Lyra's come to perform Welcome to Country. Welcome, Lyra, please.
Kaya Wanju. Hello and welcome to all. My connection to this country goes back to the days before colonisation, and I take this opportunity to acknowledge all our Noongar people, both past and present, who have lived, walked, looked after this land and maintained the cultural values held so dear and strong to us. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on, to acknowledge and respect their culture and the contribution they make to the life of this city and region. So on behalf of the Wadandi people, I extend a very warm welcome to you this morning. Thank you and have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Lyra. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me now introduce Councillor Mick Bennett from the Shire of Dardanup, the President, and welcome him to the stage to begin the official opening for today's conference. As you would be aware, the Shire of Dardanup have put today's event together, and you would no doubt be aware that this has been a mammoth task. Councillor Mick Bennett.
Thank you for that. Welcome everybody. It is with great pleasure that I'm able to welcome you all to the WA Emergency Management Conference, organised and hosted by the Shire of Dardanup on this International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. First of all, we're very fortunate to be in the city of Bunbury, being in charge of today's event. I want to thank the Mayor. He's put on some good weather, which is good, and he extended my visa to come into the Shire of the city of Bunbury, so all's good. I'll have to reciprocate with him at some stage, but that'll be all right. May I give special mention to our dignitaries, delegates, and potentially the most qualified and experienced think tank of national speakers on emergency management ever assembled in Western Australia. Represented today are delegates, employees and volunteers from across the states and across agencies, and includes the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, Police, St John's Ambulance, WA Local Government Association, industries such as South 32, Water Corporation, universities, local governments and small businesses. As we all have the very fortunate opportunity of gathering together here today, I would like to extend our thoughts and best wishes to our families, friends, colleagues and comrades in New South Wales and Victoria who continue to battle through one of the darkest periods in recent history for the world, let alone Australia. As a result, some of our speakers today are joining us via video conference, and we are very grateful that even though we can't have you here today in person, we can still benefit from your enormous wisdom and experiences in the areas and enjoy your company. On a more personal note, I am filled with pride and as the Dardanup Shire President and Chairman of our local Emergency Management Committee, that the Shire of Dardanup has assumed a leadership role in this regard, developing the conference concept, attracting funding support, which has been generously provided by the State Emergency Management Committee's AWARE grants program, and then working to convert the conference vision to this reality. And with that, I give special thanks to our team at the Shire. They've worked tirelessly and have performed miracles to get today together. So thanks to that team for all of those efforts, from the director down through the group and the rest of council, and council in particular for supporting taking on such an initiative. It's brave in this being the first one coming out into the region. So and we are very grateful for the efforts of our team, and also the fact that we are able to do this in our region. The aim of today, as you are aware, is to address the theme of building capacity to adapt in an era and unprecedented disasters. Here to officially open our conference is the Honourable Rhys Whitby, MLA, Minister for Emergency Services. Rhys has been a member for Bold-Davis since 11th of March 2017. At the 21 election, Rhys Whitby was again elected as the member for Bold-Davis and was appointed Minister. The Minister holds the portfolios of emergency services, racing and gaming, small business, volunteering in the McGowan government. Please may I introduce the Honourable Rhys Whitby, MLA.
Thank you very much to Mick for that warm welcome, and it's great to be here in Bunbury I always love coming to Bunbury because this is where I actually began my career as a young reporter many years ago at the local paper, the South West Times. So I love coming back to Bunbury and meeting friends. And I want to begin today by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet, the Wadadi people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge some other people in the room today. The Fire and Emergency Services Assistant Commissioner Rick Curtis, the Fire and Emergency Services Acting Assistant Commissioner Greg Feeney, the WA Police Assistant Commissioner Paul Zanetti, the Shire of Dardanup President, of course, Councillor Michael Bennett, the Shire of Dardanup CEO, Mr Andre Schoenfeld, Shire Presidents, CEOs, councillors from all over Western Australia, emergency service responders, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, it's very good to be here and welcome to today's event. I'm incredibly honoured to be here for this WA Emergency Management Conference. It is great to see so many people in the room, including volunteers, people from community organisations, local government and government agencies. You are here because you play an important role in emergency management. Welcome also to the online attendees from right around Australia, I understand. Thanks for joining us also. I'd like to especially acknowledge the Shire of Dardanup for their hard work putting this important conference together. It is quite a coup and quite an effort for the Shire of Dardanup to do this. It's a regional conference of this size, has not taken place for some time, and it's a great achievement. So we all put our hands together for the Shire of Dardanup for putting this one. Now, today you're going to hear an incredible lineup of speakers, and I hope you get as much out of this conference as you can. And I know there will be many lessons and ideas that you can take back to your individual communities and agencies. Now, as Minister, I've learnt that there's virtually a week or a day for everything you want to think of, and today is no exception. Believe it or not, today is the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction. It actually is. And the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction is about encouraging risk awareness and minimising exposure to disasters across the globe. Preparation, recovery and lessons learnt will be a major focus of today's program. Western Australia faces a range of hazards including bushfires, cyclones, floods and storms, and we need to prepare for, respond to and recover from these events. We have contrasting seasons in Western Australia. One type of emergency can be occurring up north while another occurs down south. It has been, as you all know very well, a difficult year in 2021. So the theme of this year's conference, Building Capacity to Adapt in an Era of Unprecedented Disasters, is particularly topical. Now, this morning I just heard on the ABC News that a report that most Australians expect more and more natural disasters because of climate change, and they want governments around the country to do more about that. So I guess in a way, you emergency responders are the people who have to deal with the symptoms of climate change, the effects that they're having on our planet. In many ways, you're the doctors treating the symptoms, while it is the obligation of governments around the world to actually get the patient to live a more healthy lifestyle, to eat better and to have a regime of fitness and perhaps to give up smoking. So while there is a climate change issue that we have to deal with, you will continually to be asked to respond to ever-increasing hazardous events. We have faced enormous challenges with statewide emergencies such as the Wirraloo bushfire, which was one of the worst fires our state has experienced in many years. The Wirraloo Gidgeganup fires burnt out more than 10,000 hectares across the city of Swan and the Shire of Mundaring. At one stage, more than 500 firefighters worked alongside 14 aircraft to battle the blaze, which was an extraordinary effort. Now, we know 86 properties were lost, but we also know it could have been far worse but for the Herculean effort of emergency responders. Volunteers and career personnel came from all over Western Australia to protect life and property. And speaking to Mick a bit earlier, we know that emergency crews from this part of Western Australia also responded. Just over 2 months later, tropical cyclone Seroja hit the Midwest and Gascoyne. The cyclone left a trail of devastation across more than 133,000 square kilometres, an area about twice the size of Tasmania. And we know again that hundreds of personnel from all over Western Australia and indeed Australia were deployed across 16 local government areas to help with the massive response. And while both of those incidents were unfolding, COVID-19 was forever in the background. Indeed, we were in lockdown when the Wirraloo fires occurred. We have adapted to a new way of living to keep our communities safe, and we're implementing strategies to maintain our capacity to deliver frontline services as emergency responders. Now, the state government is asking everyone to get vaccinated, but we, or you especially, are needed as trusted community leaders to continue these conversations over the coming months. Emergency services have an obligation to keep people safe. This is your reason for being. This is your core role. You, as responders, have to be well enough to respond, which means providing frontline services every hour and every day. What we're seeing on the east coast of Australia shows that the Delta variant is a genuine threat to our ability to keep the community safe. And we've seen very recently, I was speaking to the Assistant Commissioner yesterday, that the Victorian Fire Service Authority, the executive, has actually been essentially wiped out in the last few days or sent home because of a COVID outbreak at their headquarters. And we've also seen a number of career fire stations in Melbourne have to close because of the variant outbreak, the Delta variant outbreak over in Melbourne. So this is a real threat. As we head into another high threat period, vaccination is our best defence against an outbreak impacting on our ability to help communities deal with and recover from emergencies. So please get vaccinated and urge all your friends and colleagues to do the same. I'd like to turn now to bushfire management. And the McGowan government launched the Department of Fire and Emergency Services Rural Fire Division in 2018 as part of a range of reforms to improve bushfire management in Western Australia. In the years before, the Waroona and Yarloop bushfire had deeply affected the southwest, as you all know too well. And just before that, Western Australia had experienced the devastating Esperance bushfire with loss of life. The reforms included record investment in mitigation and training and a commitment to strengthening partnerships with emergency service volunteers. At the heart of it was a promise to deliver an Australian-first bushfire centre of excellence. And this $33 million facility was officially opened in January this year. There's an open day on October 30 from 10 o'clock to 3 p.m. I urge you, if you haven't been to the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, get along to that community open day. The centre is strengthening the way knowledge and skills are built and shared, including the fire knowledge and experience of Aboriginal Australians. The state government is continuing to invest in emergency services because it is an investment in community safety. Over the past 2 years, we've invested $65 million to replace 245 operational fleet vehicles. The new fleet includes enhanced safety features, increased water capacity and greater safety features, as well as improved off-road capabilities for regional brigades. And part of my job, it's a great joy to go to particularly volunteer units and hand over the keys to a new appliance. And the volleys are amazed at our new trucks. They are put together locally. The features on them are amazing, and a lot of work has been done in consultation with crews themselves into what we need to make a better fire appliance. And the new appliances being rolled out are very impressive and very much welcome to the brigades and the units that get them. In the recent budget, we committed to spending another $11 million to expand our emergency services fleet and better resource high-risk areas. Now, we're also spending more than $4 million to replace personal protective clothing for both career and volunteer firefighters, and we're putting more firefighters in regional areas. The Emergency Services Levy is continuing to fund the delivery of important and life-saving operations. This year, the Emergency Services Levy supports more than 2,000 emergency response vehicles, the dropping of more than 14 million litres of bushfire suppressant, the performing of more than 2,300 search and rescue missions at sea, and more than 3,700 online alerts and warnings on the Emergency WA website. Through the Mitigation Activity Fund and the Bushfire Risk Management Planning programs, we're also supporting local governments to identify and treat bushfire risk. More than 80 of Western Australia's 139 local governments are currently involved in the program. Since 2017, about $30 million in state government funding has been provided to 48 local governments for more than 4,300 treatment activities. And the first round opened in March, providing $7.5 million in funding to 26 local governments for more than 1,100 treatments. Applications for round 2 closed in September, and successful local governments will be notified next month. And I encourage all local governments with an endorsed bushfire risk management plan to apply for the next round, which is expected to open in April of next year. In addition to the on-ground activities, we're also looking at reducing risk and enhancing community resilience. In 2019, the Department of Fire and Emergency Services and the Australian Red Cross were granted funding to prepare a community disaster resilience strategy to increase the capacity of communities to cope with and recover from natural hazards. The State Emergency Management Committee has worked with the stakeholders on a community disaster resilience strategy discussion paper for feedback. Now, representatives are here today, and I encourage you to take this opportunity to provide input because we want to hear what you think. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for your ongoing contribution to making this a safer state. Our government is committed to improving bushfire management and supporting communities right across Western Australia. And I want to thank and recognise the efforts, the ongoing efforts of volunteers and career responders alike. I'm fairly new to this role, being appointed at the end of March, but I've travelled throughout the state from the Great Southern to the Kimberley, and I meet so many emergency responders from all the various disciplines, and I am always impressed by the commitment and professionalism of both career and volunteer responders. You have been put to enormous stresses and strains this year in particular. We've had an extraordinary year. It's not just been about cyclones and fires, it's been about storms and floods. And as I said earlier, with climate change, we expect those extreme hazards to continue. So again, thank you for what you've done in the past. Thank you for what you continue to do every day. And as we enter a new fire season and a cyclone season, I want to thank you for your efforts that will come later this year and into next year. So I hope you can get as much as you can out of this conference, and I wish you a very safe season ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your insightful presentation and your time today. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please thank President Bennett and the Minister again. I'd now like to introduce session 1. There has been a change to your conference lineup from the programs that you have. In fact, we'll be hearing from Aaron Curraney first, and Aaron will be talking to us today on climate change and how we should be preparing for what is coming. Aaron's a multi-award winning broadcaster, and he will be sharing his experiences working with the ABC International Pacific Disaster Preparedness Broadcast Unit, and Aaron is providing his presentation virtually from New South Wales. Aaron's talk today is titled Pacific Prepared. Please welcome Aaron.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Apologies for my slightly croaky voice. You would think it's impossible to pick up any lurgy when you've had no human contact for about 4 months, as we have here in the East. Very envious of the life that you have there in the West. Just hoping I might be able to see my presentation on the screen. Is that possible? Are you able to share with me? That's me. Oh, sorry, more my PowerPoint, if that's possible. Oh, goodness me, I am large, aren't I? Am I able to see? No, you know what? Let's not do that. I'll do it from my side. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Thank you for your help. So it's always the joy of being the first speaker of the day. I am delighted to be with you today to talk about our multinational, cross-cultural, science-based, people-centered, gender and disability inclusive, capacity-building, Pacific-led half-hour audio show called Pacific Prepared. It is something that I'm extremely proud of. It is something that I think there's a lot of learnings to be had from the nimble and adaptive way this has been done, particularly during a pandemic. But what I'm going to do is outline the concepts for you today and hopefully leave some time so that you can ask me the specifics around this that you think would be useful to you. Obviously, this is a Pacific-facing program, and so it's important to me. There are many different aspects. It's important to me that I answer the things that are of most interest to you. So let me, first of all, by going to the next slide, please, Dean, set up the context for you of Pacific Prepared. This won't be news to most of you, but Oceania is the most at-risk region on Earth for disasters. Cyclones, earthquakes, tsunami, pandemics, droughts, bushfires, and of course, climate change have destroyed lives and livelihoods, with all indicators that more and worse is to come. And there are some significant differences, many similarities, obviously, as you can see there, because we have our share of those challenges as well, but also some significant differences, not least being in capacity, geography, isolation, and economic and systemic support for not only dealing with disasters, but communicating how to deal with disasters. So if we can go to the next slide, please, Dean. There was a need identified that Pacific leaders and everyday people were and are, if you care to take notice, appealing to the world for help to better prepare for disasters. And the cost and scale of production and the need for better training and specialised reporting of disasters means that many Pacific media organisations are unable to do it alone. So what you need to imagine is that something like the population of Bunbury in a place like Vanuatu can be spread over something like the size of Western Australia. There are very low literacy levels. It is very hard to reach people with any sort of modern telecommunications. That is, yes, Facebook exists, yes, mobile phones exist, but the level of penetration and comprehension are extremely low. So radio is still king in these environments. And so we thought, through various conversations with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, ABC International Development, which is the organisation that I work for and is a little-known barnacle on the side of the big ABC boat that increases capacity among media partners around the world, we decided that radio, but radio such that it exists in the modern world, is the way to solve this problem. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Yes, so Pacific Prepared was born. It is an ABC International development initiative that delivers high-quality information in an entertaining way to help families better prepare for disaster at the household and village level. So what does that mean practically? It means that there is here in Australia, indeed, probably most of the people in the room are working in emergency response delivery and preparation. That is largely supported by a media infrastructure and a communications infrastructure that coordinates a response to minimise and mitigate the damages that are done. In the Pacific, none of those systems exist. If you want to take, for example, Tonga, there would be days that inside the TBC, the Tonga Broadcasting Commission, the national broadcaster of that country, there might be 2 people working in national broadcasting on that day. One might be a technician. So the idea that when a cyclone is bearing down on a place like Tonga, that they would do like the remarkable ABC emergency coverage, and it's not exclusively ABC, all of our media outlets do a great job in this regard. The fact that they could bring to bear a level of capacity, knowledge, technical reach through all of the communication systems to adequately prepare a community to deal with that is folly. So what we needed to do was to find a way to simultaneously grow content capacity. And what I mean by that is actually get information into the communities, but also grow the capacity of people to deliver emergency broadcasting. So if we can go to the next slide, please.
Resorts, homes and a newly built hospital have been washed away.
Communication is down all over the country. Everybody was just rushing up to the closest high point.
I'm just holding on for dear life here.
The warnings were going out. The extent to which people took heed of the warnings is another question.
Very much a wake-up call.
People were prepared, and that's why we've got less lives lost than we could have had.
You need to know what to do, and it's not difficult. We'll provide the right information to you, and you can act accordingly in a disaster.
Pacific kissing was.
Ke Pasifiki genau mateu.
Kaltmokel Pacific.
Pacific you feel I must prepare.
Pacific prepared.
Pacific prepared.
Next slide, please. So what we committed to was a broadcast that is heard from essentially the Philippines to Hawaii and down to Antarctica. 40 episodes, 30 minutes per week, and supported by aligned digital content. I strongly encourage you, if you get a break today, to go and have a look at the Radio Australia website. I didn't do it to the hardworking Dardanup team putting together today's program to try and drop an additional video in at the last moment. But for International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, we have launched a major animation that is going across the Pacific that is designed to equip everybody to create their own go bag. Because one of the problems is that because there is not the emergency mitigation infrastructure in the Pacific that there is here, that it is far more reliant on individuals and communities to lead their own resilience and take measures than what we have here. And so a go bag is one way that that can happen. That is a conversation for another day, but I do encourage you to go and have a look at the animation that we put out today, because I think it's really great example of simple messaging in a cross-cultural way. So if we could go to the next slide, please. What I was handed was essentially a blank piece of paper and a desire to produce 40 episodes that would travel across that vast area of the Pacific. We made a commitment to making sure that we listen as well as spoke. So my first process was to go out and form these new partnerships. During a pandemic and entirely remotely, we were able to sign memoranda of understanding and then formal contractual arrangements with the Fijian Broadcasting Corporation, the National Broadcasting Corporation of Papua New Guinea, Capital FM 107 in Vanuatu, Radio New Zealand Pacific, which is particularly important and groundbreaking, as I'll explain in a moment, Palau Wave Radio. I know you all start the day with Palau Wave Radio every morning. 2AP, the national radio of Samoa, and TBC Tonga as well, of course, as Radio Australia. And what we were able to do is come up with a content and capacity model that allowed those organisations to generate stories of disaster preparedness, local information about disaster preparedness best practice, send it to us at the ABC. We collated it, polished it, presented it, then fed back and created a feedback loop to make sure that their capacity, their understanding, their best practice was improving. And we were using that content to then push out to the Pacific so that somebody in Papua New Guinea could hear about what was being done in Fiji. Somebody in Tonga could learn about what was happening in Palau. And what we were also doing, as I like to say to my team all the time, is we are growing the capacity for Avengers Assemble. So the ultimate dream scenario of this is that 5 years from now, we will never be in a position where an individual Pacific organisation, well, certainly not in my lifetime, where an individual organisation in the Pacific will have the capacity to do what the ABC does, for example. But what we might be able to do is create a mechanism, perhaps through Radio Australia and Radio New Zealand, for Avengers to assemble, as I like to say to them, for them all to get together, pool their resources. So if it's Vanuatu that's in the line of the next major cyclone, everybody across the Pacific is involved in emergency broadcasting for them. Then if it shifts to Fiji, then everybody turns their focus there. They get to learn from each other. They get to learn from the best of the ABC. We grow capacity out there in the Pacific, and we also grow content back here. If I could see the next slide, please. So what our greatest success, I would think, is that not only are we doing this, and I think this aligns with the theme of today's conference particularly well, not only are we creating this thing because we can, and necessarily in order to be understood across all of the territories where it is heard, we do it in English. That's also obviously the broadcast language of Radio Australia. But critically, we set ourselves the task of, no matter where you were and no matter how you consumed information, Pacific Prepared would exist in a format that you could consume. So, for example, if you are in an outer island of Samoa, you will hear me hosting Pacific Prepared and one of the local reporters reporting in on a new evacuation road that has been put in place. Then you will hear the latest from Vanuatu and Tonga. But the next day, you will hear it translated into Samoan. So if that is your preferred language, you will be able to hear it in your preferred language and understand the same messages. Ditto in Tongan and Palauan, and we have a plan to roll it out in all of our languages, including Bislama in Vanuatu. But it is safe to say that those are the three countries where English is least widely spoken. You get it in multiple broadcasts per week, different times. So we target the mamas at home because this is a very family-led response in a lot of the programming that we are doing, community-led response, church-led response. And so we do multiple broadcasts on each network each week so that we reach different audiences with messages that will resonate differently. And here's the other critical thing, and perhaps the thing that I'm most proud of, is that if you listen to AM radio anywhere across that footprint that you see on the screen there, then you can hear Pacific Prepared. If you listen to FM radio, you can hear Pacific Prepared. Shortwave radio, I'm not sure whether you're aware or not, but Australia has no longer got shortwave services into the Pacific, somewhat controversially. However, our breakthrough partnership with Radio New Zealand, RNZP, who do have shortwave in the Pacific, means that many people, particularly in the most remote areas without any sort of telecommunications infrastructure, can still hear on shortwave and are. Digital radio, obviously in our more sophisticated marketplaces, and audio on demand. So we make sure that we're out there on social media and also a massive online resource. As I say on the show each week, you can hear all of our episodes by going to the Pacific Prepared page at abc.net.au/radio-Australia, or just type Pacific Prepared into your search engine. It's in every single episode. So it's designed that you can have the audio on demand, listen to anything that we serialize over various episodes in the one listening, and critically, you are hearing voices, ideas, methodologies, and processes from field reporters in 7 different countries. So we're all learning from each other, picking up ideas, hearing what other good practices are happening, and also hearing how others report and put together the information. Next slide, please. Yes, and this is what we look like in the audio on demand format. So you can hear a whole episode. In some areas, data is extremely expensive. So, for example, if you if you're in a remote part of Papua New Guinea, it can be a week's wages to basically watch a 5-minute video. So what we also do is break the segments down so that they're in very short audio only formats, so you can get the high quality information without burning expensive data. But that is the sort of thing that you will find if you head on to the Radio Australia website. Next slide, please. I'll hurry through so there's some time for the questions. Yes, so in terms of capacity building, because this is our ultimate test, yes, we want to get the messaging out into the community, but we also want to increase the ability of our partners in the Pacific to get the messages to their community. So it's mentored production. They work with me. They have an idea. So, for example, one landed in my inbox this morning about a new road. Communities were getting trapped in acute disaster events. And so a plan was made to build a new road. Now they have an evacuation route. We worked on how we would put that together, who we would talk to, working out what voices would be heard and how we would structure it. Everybody out there has very different strengths and weaknesses in terms of their reporting. So, for example, I had another piece come in yesterday that was basically one person telling a narrative style story about how he got it wrong in the last disaster and what he's learned for the next disaster. We back it up with all of the ABC resources of voice coaching, air checks, and we have a new partnership with the University of the South Pacific, which is really exciting because we're heavily investing in the next generation of reporters to be well trained in this very specialist emergency broadcasting. Next slide, please. And as you can see there in our logo, our ongoing theme is we prepare in the blue for the grey skies ahead. Preparation is in many ways a culturally foreign idea. There is a much more day-to-day practice. They always are amused when I tell certain Pacific friends about our superannuation schemes because they think it's hilarious that we all think that we're going to be rich and retired when we're 65. They have a far more immediate approach to life in many cases. And so the idea of short, medium and long-term preparation is in some cases, not all, but is in some cases quite a foreign concept. So we very aggressively sell the idea of, yes, there's blue skies now, but grey skies are on the way. How well you survive them is how well you prepare right now. So that is Pacific Prepared. As you can see, there's a lot of elements, any which may be useful to you or not. And so I thought we would throw it open to the floor to see if there were any questions, any threads that you would like me to expand upon in any of that. I should just say as well, as grandiose as that sounds, during the pandemic of the last 2 years, I have a shed office in my backyard. We have staff in, I think, 14 countries now working freelance, but it's all produced pretty much in a shed in my backyard, holus bolus by myself. So don't worry, your taxpayer dollars are not being wasted on some grand international endeavour. It is runs tight in the extreme, suffice to say. So yes, questions, please.
Some time for questions. Do we have any questions of Aaron, please? If you would... No, not at this stage. We have one at the back. There is a microphone somewhere. Are you able to come up to the microphone here, please? Thank you. Very insightful discussion, Aaron. I really do wonder whether my experience tells me too that preparing in a blue sky for a grey sky day is not peculiar to your patch.
No, indeed. It's a challenging concept for us all, I think.
Thank
it's
you.
a pity we can't superannuate disaster preparation.
Thank you, Aaron. That was really interesting. I'm Sally from DFES. I was just wondering what the potential for rolling out something like that to our national Indigenous communities might be.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting parallel here because one of the things that I draw down heavily on, I almost imagine it visually as a funnel. The ABC emergency capacity is actually recognised as, from a communications perspective, almost world's best practice. There's almost nobody in the world doing what we do in Australia better in the emergency broadcasting space. And I obviously draw down on a lot of their resources. One of the things that I'm very excited about is that there is an increased focus from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade about what we call dual-facing communications, in particular as they relate to the Indigenous communities of Australia. That is to say, the Pacific and Australian Indigenous communities feel very comfortable, feel very culturally connected in each other's company, and have a lot of complementary cultural and practical learnings for each other. There has been an increased appetite lately from the Department of Foreign Affairs and by proxy, Australia, the ABC, to better connect those. So what I'm really hoping is that I'm going to be able to send something back up the funnel that will inform how we are doing things domestically, because there is absolutely no question, both around language, storytelling structures, and also just the ability to have trusted voices. It's something I didn't say in the presentation, but one of the things that is, I think, really successful, it's somewhat controversial given the zeitgeist of the cultural conversation in Australia, but the combination of an Australian veteran voice like mine and domestic voices giving a very strong local presence gives a very strong combined message. That the big neighbour with all the infrastructure and the local person buying in makes for quite a solid message, and I think that is highly replicable in Indigenous communities. And I'm aware of a shift of appetite for that to be the case in the near future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great question.
We have time for one more. Okay, we're waiting for Dr. Glasser, our next speaker, to finish another conference somewhere else. Is he available at this stage? Do you know from the back? Not quite. We have no other questions. Okay, so just in summary, I think what we saw there was a very good example of collaboration and outreach and engagement with communities of varying ethnic backgrounds and things. It's something we can all learn from, I think. Any discussions or questions from the crowd on any other matter we've covered so far? It's only been the one, I suppose. All right, I just ask you forgiveness as we wait for Dr. Glasser to appear. He's reaching us virtually, but he's actually, as I said before, working with another conference at the same time, and he's due to finish any minute now. So Perhaps I'll start with just giving you an insight into who this Dr. Glasser is. He's our keynote speaker for the day, and he was going to speak first, but because of this other conference, he's up second now. So in essence, Dr. Glasser is an author of a special report called Preparing for an Era of Disasters. Among many other strategic papers, Dr. Glasser is a prominent figure in the world stage, not just local, on matters to do with disaster risk reduction, including having worked as a special advisor to the United Nations Secretary General in this field. The Affirmation Special Report was in fact the genesis for this whole conference. That he's going to speak to us about preparing for an era of disasters and a warming climate. And he goes on to say in one of his papers that as the world warms by 2 degrees beyond the pre-industrial levels, and it now seems increasingly likely, he says, we'll enter an era of disasters with profound implications for how we organise ourselves to protect Australian lives, Australian property and the economic interests along with our way of life. And it seems that we should all be listening very carefully what he has to say. So when he arrives, we'll welcome him. Yes. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, good point. No, you know, I have a theory that if you don't want a job twice, do it poorly the first time. Is Dr. Glasser still there? Oh, sorry, Aaron still there? He's gone. I'll make sure I pass that on. I'm sorry for that. Good man. Well preempted. I think we've been very lucky to get some of these speakers today. Well done, Aaron and Melissa. Well done, Aaron and Melissa, getting Lewis in a tie as well. Is it possible to get Aaron and Melissa up here for a moment, please? Where's Aaron? Ladies and gentlemen, I understand we've got Dr. Glasser available for us now, but one thing that came out of that last session, the speaker wasn't able to hear questions from the audience. So please, if you do have them when the time comes, can you please make your way to a microphone so they can actually hear what's going on? They can see you, but they can't necessarily hear you. So thank you. Again, I want to introduce Dr. Glasser. As I said before, world-renowned expert in preparing for an era of disasters and warming climate. Please, I'll waste no more time and pass straight to Dr. Glasser. Welcome, sir.
Today, I don't know if you can hear me. There's music playing in my background. Is that in your background as well? Ah, great. Well, good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, we're in lockdown in Canberra, so it really would have been wonderful to be there, mostly because it would give me an opportunity to talk to people, to hear what's going on in Western Australia. I haven't been, actually, yeah, I guess it's now been over a couple of years since I've been in Western Australia. So thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers of this meeting. And I know it's been a huge administrative, technical, and operational challenge. So it's my pleasure to be here. Now, if we can, I wonder if we can put up the slides or launch the slides. Yeah. So what I'd like to do today, and it's rather hard for me to see the slide deck, but I'll do my best, is talk about this era of disasters. Thank you, that's great. This era of disasters that is emerging primarily as a result of climate change, but also, of course, based on our pattern of development of where we're settling and how we're building and those choices we're making. And what I'd like to do, next slide, please. If it's possible, next slide, please. Ah, good. I'd like to start, of course, by acknowledging the Ngunnawal people who are the traditional owners of the land here in Canberra, and I would like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Next, please. So my presentation today is going to focus on 4 issues. First, I will touch on the climate science findings. I'm not going to get too technical on this, and I know many of you have looked at the climate science, including the UN, the IPCC reports, which are the statement of the global scientific consensus. But I do want to highlight a few issues that are relevant to understanding what we're up against in the years ahead. Secondly, I want to focus on one of those big challenges, which is what we're now seeing as these simultaneous hazard events, record-setting events, and how they combine and reinforce each other and cause these cascading impacts across society. And I'll cite some examples of that both in Australia and elsewhere. And then I want to focus on how we go about building a more resilient Australia. And there are huge numbers of ways of looking at this question, but I'll just suggest a few. And then finally, because I know my presentation is going to be a bit depressing, given the trends that we have to accept with eyes wide open are ahead of us, why I still feel optimistic about the future. There are some good reasons for optimism, although not without some very rocky years ahead for us. Next slide, please. So the first point I want to make about the science is essentially that we're underestimating a number of key factors. We're, first of all, underestimating how rapidly severe climate impacts will begin appearing, because there are some very imminent small changes in climate that are going to have really profound impacts on society. And these are not, it's not a question of if these happen, it's a question of when, or not even a question of when, they'll start happening very soon. And they are inevitable because we now have 1.5 degrees of warming locked into the system, baked into the system, as a result of the emissions that were released over the past decades. So climate change, this is an obvious point, I know, but climate change isn't like air quality from polluting cars, that we can wait until the air pollution gets particularly bad, and then we could slap catalytic converters on cars and move to unleaded petrol, and the air will then clear up. That won't be what happens in the case of climate change. In the case of climate change, it takes decades for the emissions to work their way through the system, and they keep warming the system. So if we wait until the effects are absolutely right in our face, it'll be too late to prevent much more serious changes in the decades ahead. Even if we stopped every factory, every car, every source of CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions tomorrow morning, it all stops suddenly, our climate is going to continue to warm to probably close to 2 degrees, certainly 1.5 degrees, but heading towards 2 degrees of warming, that is the upper limit, 2 degrees set in the Paris Climate Agreement, the international agreement. So that's number one. The second thing we're underestimating is the systemic nature of the changes. We're used to thinking of disasters, for example, or hazards as a single event and that we respond to. And increasingly, we're moving from these single events to multiple mutually reinforcing, virtually simultaneous events with these cascading impacts. And then thirdly, I want to highlight our exceptional exposure and vulnerability, and also touch a bit on our region to the immediate north, which is also exceptionally exposed to climate hazards. Next slide, please. Sorry, it looks as though my presentation is going on and off the screen. Okay, this is the first point I wanted to make about these imminent small changes are going to have big impacts. This is a slide that shows that the picture that you see there is what our climate weather, extreme heat, extreme cold looked like before the climate warming really kicked in. And you can see on the left, there's a little tail of extremely cold weather, and on the right, a little tail, a very thin tail of extremely hot weather. Now, what we've seen in just the last 10 years is a 20-fold increase in those extreme events. And that's from less than 1 degree of warming. And we're currently on track for between 2.5 and 3 degrees of warming. That's if every country fulfills their existing commitments to reduce greenhouse gases. And I want to show you visually what that little change of 1 degree means in terms of extreme weather. And so I'm going to play this video now, and you can see that the real warming kicks off. Okay, so this is the normal distribution, and now we see the ups and downs through the 70s. It really starts kicking off in the 80s. You'll see it moving to the right. And then the 90s, 2000. Oops, okay. Forgot to pause it. Maybe you can play that. Can you go to the slide before and pause it after? Sorry, if you can reverse the slide. One slide back. Thanks for your patience, colleagues. Okay, if you're not able to do that, don't worry. I'll explain that. So you saw in that slide the bell curve, and you saw that over the past years, the shift of that curve to the right. And if you notice what happened to the tail of extreme heat, how wide that became, that's essentially that huge increase in extreme weather event. There's another study that was done that compared the 50s, 60s, and 70s to the 80s, 90s, 2000, and the area of the planet experiencing extreme heat increased from 0.1% in those first 3 decades to 10% in the subsequent 3 decades. So this little change in temperature has a huge impact on extreme heat in this case. The second example I want to give is the slide that's before you now, which is sea level rise. So the rule of thumb is that if a 10 centimeter increase in sea level will change a 1 in 100 year event to a 1 in 33 year event. If it's 20 centimeters, it becomes a 1 in 11 year event. And the UN IPCC, the global scientific consensus, suggests that we're on track for at least 30 centimeters of sea level rise by 2050, which means that in many places in the world, these 1 in 100 year events will become annual events, and plural, not singular, events. And I'll come back to this in a minute, a bit later in my presentation, but that's going to happen even sooner in the tropics, particularly the region to our immediate north, where a 10 centimeter increase in sea level results in a 1 in 100 year event becoming a 1 in 10 year event. We're already really, over the next 5 years, we'll be seeing increasingly frequent 1 in 100 year events striking various parts of our region. Next slide, please. Okay. The final point I wanted to make about these small changes have big impacts is a very fundamental scientific report that was released. Some of you may have seen it, that where the international community, Australia included, asked the scientific community, what's the difference between 1.5 degrees of warming and 2 degrees of warming? What difference does that 0.5 degree change mean? And this is what they concluded, that 0.5 degree difference is 20 million more people exposed to extreme heat waves, not surprising given the slide I showed you earlier, up to 270 million more people exposed to water scarcity, a 10-fold increase in vulnerable people exposed to a decrease in crop yields, and which is from 8 to 81 million people, and 100 million people from all of these effects falling into poverty. Of course, these numbers are very, they're based on a lot of assumptions, but it gives you an indication of the extreme difference 0.5 degrees makes globally on these issues. It also is making that difference in Australia, as we can talk about later, including in terms of farm income, which has been decreasing according to ABARE's own studies as a result of the warming climate here in Australia. Next slide, please. Now, this is moving on to the second topic in my presentation, that we're underestimating these compound hazards and cascading impacts. They're hugely underestimated, and as these UN scientific reports have highlighted, they acknowledge that they have difficulty modeling these simultaneous hazards that are striking because it's extremely technically difficult to monitor them and to model them. It's possible to model what impact, for example, will high temperature have on agriculture in rice production in the world. But when you add to that things like, okay, there's high temperatures, there's increasingly severe flooding, there are heat waves and drought and outbreak of fires and people movement and the storm surge from these 1 in 100 year events, you see that it's extremely technically difficult to do that. So all they conclude in their report is that we know the impacts will be far worse than we think, and we're working to try and develop the science to enable us to understand that better. And climate change is clearly increasing the risk of these compound hazards striking and of the resulting cascading impacts. And it's increasing this for 3 reasons that I'll highlight. Firstly, it's increasing the severity and frequency of these sudden onset hazards like floods and bushfires. And with the severity and frequency increasing, there are more opportunities for these things to be happening consecutively or more frequently. Secondly, it's changing the pattern these hazards are taking. And we're certainly seeing this here in Australia with the bushfire season now it's moving towards virtually an annual season, which has huge consequences for our ability from state and territory to state to share resources to fight bushfires. But also we're seeing this in the tracks of cyclone tracks, which our science suggests are going to be tracking further south on our east coast, putting in the path structures that have not been designed to withstand cyclone force winds. We've seen it in flood zones. Over half of the homes and properties that were destroyed in Hurricane Harvey in the United States were located from these massive floods, were located outside of the 1 in 500 year flooding event. So we're seeing these cascading impacts increasingly. And if the slide comes back up, and the third reason climate change is amplifying these risks is because of the interaction between these sudden onset hazards and slow onset hazards. If we have temperatures rising, which is a slow onset hazard, it means communities, agriculture suffering, communities are becoming less resilient, and the conditions are set combined with extreme temperature, drought for the outbreak of more severe fires, as we've seen in Australia. So when you bring all of these things together, these issues that are amplified by a changing climate, you can see that the risks of simultaneous events and cascading impacts increases. Next slide, please. I want to illustrate this with 3 examples from Australia. First, Black Summer. Next slide. And then Queensland and Tasmanian summer. So starting with Black Summer, which is freshest in our memories. So here's an example of a disaster where we had record-setting droughts. We had also record temperatures that triggered the outbreak of very severe fires that then generated their own fire weather because of the severity of the intensity of the fires, including the cumulonimbus effects the pyrocumulonimbus effects that I'm sure you've discussed, which led to fires spreading and becoming more intense across Australia. 23 million hectares burned, which is according to the Bushfire Royal Commission. So unprecedented area destroyed in Australia. And the cascading impacts were profound. There was a biodiversity crisis that resulted. There was clearly an economic crisis. No one wanted to visit Australia in the midst of these devastating fires that were carried on media around the world. It created an air quality crisis. Here in Canberra, you couldn't see the house next door because of the thickness of the smoke. And it almost created a water security crisis for Sydney, because as you may recall, Warrangamba Dam at the height of that crisis was threatened, and that supplies a major portion of Sydney's drinking water supply. So these cascading impacts resulting from the scale and intensity, these simultaneous hazards that are striking. The next example, next slide please, is the Queensland summer of 2018-19. I was up in Queensland shortly after this with the Queensland Reconstruction Authority rebuilding. One of my colleagues commented that they were in the ironic position of rebuilding from previous floods in a drought, and they couldn't find the water to mix with the gravel for the roads and to suppress the dust. But anyway, this extreme drought contributed similarly to our Black Summer, the Black Summer, and the extreme temperatures, record-setting temperature, it contributed to the outbreaks of fires that burned 1 million hectares of forest, which is the largest expanse of Queensland burned since record keeping began. There was subsequently a major cyclone that struck that didn't break the drought, but it did dump more rain in 24 hours than Melbourne receives in a year. Again, a record amount of rainfall. That didn't break the drought, but a monsoonal trough that settled over northern Queensland, subsequently did. It dumped, again, record-setting amounts of water that flooded vast expanses of Queensland and killed hundreds of thousands of drought-stressed cattle. So yeah, another example of simultaneous hazards. Again, it's not as if we don't have hazards in Australia. We have Australia has forever suffered from droughts and floods and cyclone risk, but what we're seeing now is these record-setting events and the simultaneous or increasingly consecutive occurrence of them. And the final example I want to share with you is the Tasmanian summer of 2015-16, and you can see this marine heat wave just off the eastern coast of Tasmania. Tasmania had drought at the same time, record drought, the extreme temperatures, again triggering destructive bushfires that burn places, World Heritage sites that had never burned before. The drought led to water shortages that disrupted electricity supply from the hydro electricity production. The marine heat wave event caused a major blow to the farmed seafood industry in Tasmania, and the combination of these events resulted in a reduction in Tasmania's anticipated state domestic product by almost 50%. So again, these cascading impacts, multiple hazards, and clearly links to climate change, particularly the record-setting heating events. Next slide, please. Now, I mentioned I wanted to share with you an international example because while these events are happening in Australia, they're also happening in local areas. In Queensland, for example, of the 77 local government areas, 55 of them have had 3 or more major disasters in the last 3 years, which was unprecedented. So these events, these simultaneous, more frequent events are happening both at a local level, at a regional level, and at a national and international level. And I want to give you this one illustration of which is the global food security crisis of 2010 and 11. So we had this major drought in Russia followed by an atmospheric blocking event that was sort of settled over Russia that caused spikes in temperatures in Russia. At the same time, on the other side of the planet, in Pakistan, South Asia, that same blocking event, which has been linked to climate change, resulted in these record-setting floods that displaced and affected 20 million Pakistanis. In that photo, which I hope will come back up, maybe if you keep moving the mouse a bit, it won't switch off like that. This is a photo of those floods that were happening. Now, at the same time, that blocking event, if you can go to the next slide, this slide will look a lot like Black Summer, actually, but this is Russia. The extreme heat and drought and the heat from that blocking event led to the outbreak of unprecedented fires across the country. People don't realize it didn't get much publicity, but 50,000 Russians died from the direct effects of these fires and heat during this crisis, not the indirect longer-term effects, 50,000 people. And it also, the drought and fires affected the Russian wheat crop. It affected the Ukrainian wheat crop. Similarly, in Australia at the same time, and Canada, we had some very severe floods that disrupted our crops. This led to a spike in food prices globally, which then caused China to make a big purchase to protect their own domestic supply, and Russia imposed an export ban for the same reason. And that led to a further spike in food prices, including in North Africa. Next slide, please, where it was a major factor in the Arab Spring. I don't know if you remember this, but you see the person holding up a baguette of bread. They were chanting bread, freedom, and social justice linked to this food spike. Many governments were swept away. There was conflict and violence. So here we have a climate impact linked to climate change that is causing local events, the fires, the deaths in Russia, simultaneously with floods that have cascading impacts on food security prices that leads to conflict and the fall of governments. This is a model for what we can expect in a warming climate in the years ahead, a model that we're going to see much more frequently and sooner than we realize. Next slide. Now, I want to just touch I'm going to go through this really quickly. I just want to give you some photographs because we tend to think about climate change as affecting Australia, Black Summer, for example, and when it affects other places, it's somewhere far away that doesn't affect us. But we live in a location with many near neighbor, less developed countries, not just less developed, but also very densely populated and located on low-lying island states for the most part in maritime Southeast Asia, hundreds of millions of people. This is an extreme cyclone that affected a city, this is just outside of Manila recently. We're expecting the severity, the intensity of cyclones and the amount of water they drop to intensify. It's already, we're already beginning to see this in the events that are happening. So I'm just going to show you some pictures that highlight this additional risk outside our border, which will also preoccupy the Australian Defence Forces in responding. At the same time, we may be experiencing disasters here in Australia. So there'll be a really worrying tension in that respect. So next slide, please. This is just a slide showing sea level rise globally, and the top world map is according to length of coastline, and the bottom is by population. And you can see in this picture that the region directly to our north is the single most at risk to sea level rise, given the rate of sea level rise. So if you remember those figures about 1 in 100-year events, in our region, it's going to be happening. We're already seeing this happen. And that pace of those impacts, 1 in 100-year events striking, is going to go up very quickly, just in a matter of a few years. Next slide, please. Here's another picture I wanted to show you about El Nino, La Nina. We're about to enter another La Nina phase, which for us means wetter weather. But the point I wanted to make here is that this natural event, El Nino, La Nina, creates extreme weather conditions globally. And in every case, whether it's an El Nino in the first half of the year or the second half of the year, our immediate region, including Australia, is right in the line of fire. And these heavily densely populated island communities are as well, right on our doorstep. Indonesia is a couple hundred kilometers from our northernmost point. So here's the El Nino both years and the La Nina. By the El Nino, by the way, the climate science says will be doubling. The extreme El Nino events will double in frequency at 1.5 degrees of warming. That's in less than 10 years. These extreme events that lead to food insecurity and crop failures will double in less than 10 years. La Nina, next slide, please. Again, there are many parts of the world exposed, but none with the population density and affected year-round, whether it's a La Nina or an El Nino, as our immediate region will be. So we'll be seeing more frequent swings from extreme heat and drought to extreme flooding as a result of these changes from climate. Next slide, please. And finally, this is fish potential, maximum fish potential. Again, our region is a hotspot. It will experience the biggest decline in fisheries at the same time of those other environmental factors are affecting agriculture more generally, food production, and crops. And if you switch to the next slide, this is looking at food crop production and animal crop production. The biggest impacts are in the tropics, but you see both for Australia and our immediate region. I'm sorry, you can't really see Indonesia clearly in this, but it's key. A lot of its key agricultural producing regions are affected, as is Northern Australia, that we are moving outside of the safe climate space for animal production and food crop production in these places. And next slide, please. And this is actually looking backwards in time. It's from 1960 to 2019. If you just focus on the slide on the right, or the picture on the right, this is the areas recording the most record-breaking heating events. And again, this is relevant. This is historically the region to our immediate north has been experiencing with the warming climate, these record-breaking events. There's a point at which, as the climate continues to warm, it will be impossible for people to work in fields because of the extreme heat. And globally, that's an issue. But as you can see from this picture, it's a particular issue, compounding all those other pictures I showed you of impacts in our immediate region. And the last slide that I wanted to highlight on this point, we also have to keep in mind that these climate impacts are happening simultaneously with geological impacts. This is the Ring of Fire, which is the area of volcanic geological activity, volcanic risk, earthquake risk, tsunami risk as well. And this region is one of the most exposed in the world, the region just on our northern borders. So they will be, if you just take Indonesia and the Philippines, they account for almost 80% globally almost 80% of volcanic risk. And so you have all those climate-induced changes on our doorstep combined with these geological impacts that will be continuing and exacerbating the disaster situation in those countries to our north. Yeah, it's not a very pretty picture, both for Australia in this emerging climate context, or for our near neighbors, and their problems will very clearly affect us, whether it's political instability, whether it's people movements, whether it's the rise of increase in transnational crime because governments won't be able to respond to the disruptions, and other organizations, non-government actors, disruptive actors will move into those spaces. So huge impacts in our region, huge impacts in Australia. So what do we do about this? Next slide, please, if it will come up again. Well, one thing to point out is food insecurity. We really need to focus on food as an urgent challenge, particularly when we're looking at the countries on our border. Of course, it will also affect Australia's agricultural production. But when you think about the hazards that we see, and this is just a list of some of them linked to climate, each of them has a major impact on food. And if only one of them was happening at a time, it might be manageable by country, by the arrangements and capacities of less developed countries. But when we have them happening simultaneously, it's going to have huge implications. And for us, I think for the ADF, for our aid program, for our government departments, for our export industry and private sector, this is going to be a huge issue for us in the decade ahead. Next slide, please. And I just highlighted these, so I won't go through them again. I won't read them off to you, but these are the various implications for our security. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to the third point, how do we build resilient Australia? I'm sure many of you in this audience are experts on this question, so I'll just jump around this. But maybe to highlight just how exposed we are, 20% of our GDP and almost 4 million people are living in areas of extreme risk to tropical cyclone, and it's 10% of our GDP and over 2 million Australians in places that are at high and extreme risk of bushfires. I mentioned this figure of the local government areas. This is unprecedented. If the national disaster recovery arrangements weren't working, we would already see, absolutely shrinking resilience in these LGAs. As it is, the government support, both state and federal government support, and I visited many of these communities that have been disaster affected, has been absolutely instrumental in maintaining resilience. Even though, economic resilience, some of those factors are being addressed, the psychological impacts of these disasters has been enormous and isn't solved with an infusion of funding from state and federal governments. And one of the reasons I was keen to work on to join the Queensland Reconstruction Authority Board is because Queensland is our most disaster or hazard-prone state, and what we're seeing there is a bit of a bellwether for what we can expect across Australia. So having an opportunity to look at the recovery, the response, recovery, and resilience initiatives is really useful for me, and I've learned an awful lot from that board, more than almost any board I've been on previously. So next slide, please. Okay, I think the fundamental challenge we have is that we need to now begin incorporating climate and disaster risk more broadly in our core economic planning and investments at every level, local, regional, state, national level. And in order to do that, there needs to be a decision about what the impacts are, and it should be, and there needs to be risk assessments done, of course, but fundamentally, until we begin investing, reflecting the risk in our investments, we will continue to build hospitals in flood zones or design roads that are linked to historical risk rather than the risk that climate change is amplifying. So we need to begin doing this across the board. We also need to transition from these small standalone pots of money for resilience and betterment to mainstreaming resilience. It can't be an add-on. Every time we have a disaster and we're recovering from a disaster, the funding arrangements should enable us to be able to ask, how can we build this back better than it was before? Particularly if it's a place that's flooded 2 or 3 times, a road that's washed out, a bridge or so on, or flooding along the coast. What is it that we can do? And currently, most of the pots of money I'm aware of, there are clearly some, but are more exceptional than mainstreamed. And we need to begin mainstreaming the resilience and betterment. Secondly, we need to begin thinking about the unthinkable. If, as the science suggests, we're going to have simultaneous disasters, if we're going to have, simultaneous hazards, and that this will increase the risk of the hazards becoming disasters with these cascading impacts, we need to think very seriously. We need to begin thinking now about where we're living, how we're building our structures. And we've seen in previous examples in Grantham and Queensland, the severe flooding event they had some time ago, the whole Shire was moved, the whole town anyway, was moved to a new location because it was clear that it was unsustainable for it to be where it was given the flood risk. And we saw during the devastating fires in Victoria some years ago, the Victorian government deciding to purchase properties from fire-affected owners rather than allowing them to build back in locations that were at extreme bushfire risk. And we need to begin thinking about this. We need to be thinking about, we need to begin thinking about land swaps of that sort and relocating communities and planned retreats. We also need to develop the climate science so that we understand better so that we can use our better understanding of the climate science to redesign our risk maps. Because currently, a lot of our risk map here and globally generally reflect our historical experience with hazards rather than how climate is amplifying those hazards. If we don't have the hazard maps right, then the zoning and everything else doesn't work. And so we need the hazard maps redone to reflect the risk. Then we need to deal with these very troublesome, difficult political issues of deciding, and this is generally a local council that often decides this, where to build and whether to accept investment of funding for redevelopment or developments in places that are at high risk. And they're huge. It's extremely difficult when a local council that is strapped for funds has an opportunity for some money to come in to help the community in other ways. It's hard to say no. And that requires a very important conversation that hasn't yet happened, I think. And it has to be led by state government working with local communities. And finally, it's important to keep in mind that in many communities, and I know everyone in this room is aware of this, a community's disaster resilience is, if you ask a community, many communities, what makes you resilient, they'll say, the businesses we have in our community. It's fundamentally linked to the economic and social resilience of a community. So losing a teacher in a small community or a doctor is a major risk to the resilience of the community. So we have to think also broadly about those sorts of less obvious aspects. It's not just about hardening infrastructure. It's about the psychological support, the resilience of the community, and even its economic well-being. Next slide, please. So there's another point I wanted to make about how do we mobilize support and energy to make these changes that are needed? Because it's, as you probably realize, it's extremely difficult when we're talking about an investment to head off something down the road to generate the political support for the funding to be released, because there's so many urgent priorities that even in those same local governments, if you look at their websites of some of the Queensland LGAs, if you look at the ones that have just experienced disasters or have experienced major disasters over the last year or so, you'll see resilience and risk reduction reflected in their corporate plan, their strategies and business plan. If you look at a similar LGA that hasn't had that happen, it's often invisible because there's so many other priorities that crowd out that issue. But it's that recent experience of disasters that creates a political will and energy and fire to invest and to make changes. So for me, this means, one, you could do a lot worse than focusing on areas that have had recently experienced major disasters to put in place changes, to support changes, because there'll be an eager audience for those changes. And that same issue applies that issue of the fire for change applies at state and federal levels and internationally. In fact, countries you see regularly, the countries that make the most progress on disaster risk reduction, you see the progress happening right after a major disaster. There's a big investment and then nothing happens. And there's another disaster and it's another big investment and change. We've seen Scott Morrison after Black Summer propose some unprecedented changes in our disaster response arrangements. And it's partly because that was a disaster. He felt the fire for change, literally and almost figuratively. And so that's really key. Of course, leadership, individual leadership can make a big difference, whether it's a mayor in a council, a local council, or a president. President Modi of India, for example, has made some major strides, partly because he personally experienced the Gujarat earthquake, and former president of Mexico, Peña Nieto, similarly has done that with sheer leadership, saying, I want this to happen. So yes, I think for me, a really key lesson I've learned from my travels and the work I've done is that you need to find that fire for change. Otherwise, what you get is kind of really incremental improvements in whether it's disaster response or resilience, particularly resilience building. Next slide, please. Now, I want to conclude with some reasons for optimism, because I've painted this really bleak picture. And as I said at the beginning, we need to have our eyes open about how rapidly these disruptive events are going to begin appearing. If we think that what we've seen with climate change over the last 10 years is sort of the pace of change we can expect over the next 10 years, we are going to be surprised, because the pace is accelerating now. So we have to have our eyes open, and we have to understand that we're already committed to major increase in hazards, simultaneous cascading hazards, as we've seen in Black Summer and the other examples I've cited. And that we're committed to that because of the international community's failure to take more ambitious action to reduce greenhouse gases earlier. It's locked in. But I'm optimistic because I think the trends now suggest that we're going to avoid the truly catastrophic warming that is possible, 2, 3 degrees, 4 degrees of warming, because of a number of trends. First of all, renewable energy is becoming increasingly competitive, not just with new coal-fired plants, but also even with existing coal-fired plants. Building new renewable is becoming more competitive than many continuing to run existing coal-fired plants. That's happening in vast parts of the planet right now. In Australia, increasingly so. Secondly, there are these global managers of assets. There's an organization called BlackRock, which literally has hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of assets it manages. And they're now seeing that they're detecting, using their sophisticated AI, these algorithms, they're seeing the climate impact on the value of their assets. And so they're now beginning to advise their clients to move away from, first of all, fossil fuel investments and even organizations that rely on fossil fuel supply chains. And secondly, away from assets that are exposed to physical impacts from climate hazards, sea level rise, increased temperature, cyclone risk, and so on. So as that happens, this will rechannel literally hundreds of billions of dollars away from those sources towards greater resilience. And it'll be the profit motive that does that, not even government policies. Thirdly, global public opinion has really changed on this issue. There are a number of global surveys and surveys in Australia that highlight the vast majority of people really understand the climate risk, are willing to make economic sacrifices to address it, and that feel a sense of urgency to respond. And that will be really key. It has already been key in motivating action. And then the final reason I'm optimistic is because I'm pessimistic, because we are going to have these increasingly severe disasters in Australia. And that is going to make the politics of this very compelling for politicians. We're already seeing a change on this. Even I would expect Scott Morrison will be announcing, maybe even within a week, that Australia will be signing up to a net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 commitment, as well as more ambitious reduction targets for 2030, intermediate targets. And it's partly because of these factors that I'm highlighting here, the economic opportunities. There's also international diplomatic pressure on Australia, but if that were the case, that wouldn't convince us to do something in and of itself. It's just the economics of this issue is changing and the risks are increasing. So, and if you look at the Black Summer, about 60% of Australians were actually directly physically affected. And as I mentioned earlier, that triggered an unprecedented changes by the Prime Minister in our disaster arrangements. Last slide, please. Thank you. I'm not sure I wanted to show you this this picture because it comes back to the negative rather than the positive. But yes, thank you for your attention. And yeah, I hope I've convinced you, number one, that there's a sense of urgency in acting because of what we are now certain lies ahead, at least in the short to medium term. But number two, that there are ways we can minimize the risks, including by reducing greenhouse gases quickly, and fundamentally by investing both in disaster response, but fundamentally as well in disaster risk reduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very insightful discussion, and thank you especially for saving some positives to the end. Glad to see that. We have a question from online, if I may. The question is, how do you tackle the climate change naysayers in the community, those with the "it will never happen to me" attitude?
You know, when I visit some rural communities in Queensland, I hear that a lot. It's interesting, including in some of these communities that have had multiple disasters. And some of them, so speaking to a farmer recently, and he said, "Oh no, this climate, it's a bunch of hooey, you know, it's a furphy, that we've always had droughts and floods. I remember my father," and you know, there's that sort of narrative. And he's absolutely right that he remembers those things and that they've been severe, but not on the scale of the record-setting events we're seeing. But almost in the same breath, he then we start talking about the disaster they've just been through, and he says we've never seen anything like this, and also it's the second one that we've had in the last 5 years. So it's a weird, psychologically, it's a weird. It's just, I find it really interesting that those things can exist side by side in the same person. And I think it's just that this issue has become so politicized. So for those people, it's associated with kind of liberals forcing changes on rural parts of Australia, and it's linked to big government and government intervention. And you can see why people get that view. It's, first of all, there are extreme responses from people on the climate, climate activists, for example, partly because they're scared and worried about what they're seeing, but also it feels threatening to people in rural communities if they're working in the fossil fuel industry. And then that's reflected in the politics and also in the media, which unfortunately these media echo chambers reinforce extreme views. My wife is in one of those media echo chambers. She is really strongly involved in climate activism, and really, if I look at her news feed, it selects for her more of what she selects, and so she ends up seeing the same messages, and it tends to make you polarized, or it polarizes views. So I think there are a lot of factors. The only thing I'll say about this is our government's about to announce a major change. And as I said, I don't try and tell climate denier, people who are denying that climate change is real, that they're wrong. I just try and talk to them respectfully and listen to what they're saying. And I know ultimately their behavior will respond, if nothing else, to the scale of the disasters that are happening now. So I think we have to be respectful and try and dig more deeply to understand what people are worried about when they say those things.
Thank you. I guess we're creatures, us and community creatures of experience, and I suspect that we've not yet experienced the future. Thank you for that. Any more questions, please?
Good point.
Any questions to Dr. Glasser? Looks like you've done too good a job. Thank you very much for your time. It's very appreciated. You're a very busy man. Thank you.
And thank you very much, colleagues, for your... Thank you, colleagues. Just one quick word. Thank you, colleagues, for... I know this is an issue that you're all living and breathing every day, and often under very stressful situations. So I just wanted to thank you as well for your commitment to responding and reducing disaster risk. It's like, I can't imagine a more urgent and important way to spend time. So thanks very much.
Valuable time. Thank you. Thank you very much again. So what we are adaptable people, us, this end of town, and I think that we've discovered that when we lost Aaron this morning, the first speaker, when he hung up, it didn't give us the opportunity to have questions at the end of every period. So we will change our MO to actually have questions at the end of every speaker. So anyway, as we head into morning tea, I'll ask you to take your seat promptly, if you would, please, for a 10:55 start to return. And at the same time, there are 6 displays outside. I'd ask you to spend some time during the course of today to have a look at those displays. There's a display from DFES on the community preparedness initiatives, from DPERD on animal welfare, from SEMP Business Unit on the Community Disaster Resilience Framework, the DFES Bushfire Centre of Excellence, the Yarloop CRC with their stories from the fireground, and finally, one of our speakers later today, Tim Muirhead's got a stand on the weaving tapestry, the stuff that he'll talk to us about later today. So morning tea, ladies and gentlemen, and please be back here for 10:55. Thank you.
Lewis?
Welcome back, everyone. Very timely. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll make a start on the rest of this morning's session, if I may. I'd like to introduce Lewis Winter. Lewis Winter is a renowned emergency management professional with a working history in both state and local government, and more recently as the adjunct lecturer in emergency management at the Charles Sturt Graduate School of Policing and Security. Lewis has been actively involved in supporting local governments recently in development of the capacity in emergency risk management, something he sees fairly important. Today, Lewis is going to share with us his experiences during his presentation called EM Planning, the Truths of Long-Term Recovery as part of the local emergency management planning. Lewis is going to challenge us to think about innovation in contemporary emergency risk management and planning. He titles his presentation provocatively as Thinking Outside the Box by Burning the Box. Perhaps you'd see that as an indicator of his previous history in prescribed burning. Please join me in welcoming Lewis.
Thanks so much, Chris. I'm very gratified that the first two presentations we've had here today is just a beautiful continuum of what I've got to talk about. Sort of a split between using my notes and trying to be organic as well and reflect some good ideas and some good learnings of where we've been in the past. And I just want to I started off here, I want to say that I'm really optimistic about emergency management. Where it's been in the 20 years I've worked in this umbrella of emergency management and to where we are now. It's absolutely fantastic. Sure, we've had our frustrations with bureaucracy and lack of resources and apathy, perhaps falling resilience in our towns and cities. In fact, let's not peer too deeply down this road and let's stick on this optimism, which I'm very buoyant about. Over the years, Emergency Management Act, served to us by Santa in 2005. We've all towed the line and got our emergency management arrangements in place throughout WA. Come to the party, so well done there. Something to be optimistic about. Some good planning. What I've seen and I won't go over again, we've all talked about the impacts we've had from emergencies in Western Australia and around Australia over the last few years. I won't delve into that, but together with shaping emergency management over the local responsibilities, we've observed that the challenging environment that we've worked in the last 10 years is only going to get more challenging. Dr. Glass's sort of information he's given us there is quite concerning. But we have a renewed interest through our local government and our emergency management fraternity in local level emergency management responsibilities, making sure they're relevant and practical, highly advantageous to our organisation, our emergency management partners, support organisations, and of course, the very reason we do all this is our communities. So that brings me to the thrust of this presentation. I'm going to talk about complexities in our planning, and planning is how we need to, now we're doing really well, we are doing well, but now we need to mature more on how we're writing our plans. And complexity is going to be a key word that is going to come through in this presentation. So great, I didn't put a clock on myself, so should we start timing this from now? I better put a clock on myself because any of you who know me Any of you who know me well enough will know that I'll talk for the rest of the day. So team, look, here's my little clicker. Here we go. Have you ever looked at a document and a plan and all you've seen is a wormhole of data and information and ink and paper, probably representative of the plans we did back in the 80s and 90s. We have got a lot better, but we still go, oh, this looks good, we'll put this in there somewhere, and oh, perhaps they should know about this, you know, this is a good learning opportunity, we'll put this in there. We're continually adding to the complexity of our plans. So let's talk about this complexity, and this will be a focus of today. Confucius, thousands of years ago, said life is really simple, but we insist on making it complicated. What we're going to be talking about, this complexity, is a complexity bias we all have. And a complexity bias is part of the cognitive biases that we all sort of are servient to. In fact, the complexity bias, it's about the human brain, and that's wonderful thing about the human brain is the central nervous system comes up here and we make all sorts of decisions, we think. But also with this thinking process comes a complexity bias. Now what is it? Let's put up some definitions here. Complexity bias is a logical fallacy that leads us to give undue credence to complex concepts. And let's have another look at it. Complexity bias is a cognitive error that describes a tendency to prefer complicated solutions and explanations over simple ones. So this complexity bias is often used in marketing. You know, we see advertising talking about, you know, ammonia-free hair dye and face creams with peptides. And we don't know what the hell peptides are and what they're about. But this language often means very little to us, but we see them and imagine them to be a product that's superior to the alternatives because it's complex. Faced with too much complexity though, information on a particular topic or task, we see as a more complex than what it is. You know, psychologists have demonstrated that people prefer like a middle ground of complexity. Too simple and we're bored. Too complex and we're confused. Moreover, this level of complexity we're looking at, it's a moving target because the better expert we get at learning about a particular thing, we look for more complexity in it. So this is a real conundrum, isn't it? So let's talk about something we can counteract this complexity bias with. I think I've got one more up here. Forced with the two competing hypotheses, we're likely to choose the most complex one. And that's our human nature. This is complexity bias. But I've got an answer for all this. Complexity bias versus Occam's razor. Now, Occam's razor suggests that the simplest solution or explanation is usually the correct one. In today's conversation, Occam's razor states that the simplest explanation is preferable to the one that is more complex. Simple theories are easier to verify. Simple solutions are easier to execute. It's called a razor because we can slice and dice and cut the crap out of there so that we get down to more manageable explanations and solutions. Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, Isaac Newton were all advocates of Occam's razor. Don't make things more complex than what they need to be. Some people oversimplify Occam's razor and they say that the simplest answer is always the best. Well, that's not necessarily true. The Franciscan friar, William of Ockham, he suggested that we shouldn't complicate things. We shouldn't stack theory with explanation. We need it ready. So we need to pare it down and prune the excess. However, using a product that's service appears too simple, users can feel suspicious that they've been robbed of control. They know that there's a lot more going on and they don't know what it is. So sometimes we need to prepare that medium level of complexity so that users feel like they're actually pertinent. Now, this complexity bias leads us to intricate explanations and concepts. Occam's razor can help us trim away assumptions and look for foundational concepts of why we're doing planning in the first place. Another slide. Now, what I've got here, guys, is Australian principles of planning, good planning. But what I've got a button here, what I want you to concentrate, what I want is collaborative and inclusive, yeah? And down here, shared responsibility. So we're not giving you lessons on how to write plans today, but I'll just highlight those two things in a very good concept on how to write plans. And we said, have logical labelled sections in your plan. Yeah? Be written in plain English. We get so tied up in our emergency management vernacular and the way we talk. And I'll explain why in a minute. Be easily searchable. Be annexures, stand alone. Now, this comes out of your national perspective on the best plans that we can write out there. So, I'm going to switch over now, and I'm not going to give you a lecture in community disaster recovery, promise. However, I want to highlight a couple of things because now we've gone up to general planning, which is overly complex a lot of the time, and I want to talk now about recovery plan. Because recovery plan, these are the principles, and I'll just bang this up now, and these are the values of community disaster recovery. They're all about community. So we want the community to come with this journey with us and be in charge of their own community recovery. So how can we do this? Are our plans reflecting inclusion in the community? Because we want them in this recovery process of ours. As a state, we appreciate that our language, particularly in recovery, needs to be reviewed so we're not loading up titles and words to reflect our preoccupation with tidy flow charts and preordained structures. Many of you are privy to the conversations I've had around the complexity of our language and a plan that we want our communities to be part of. Enough said there. Let's keep this optimistic and positive. So, emergency management has many advantages. Success has been our failure. Now, I often use this slide when I lecture and talk to people. So, emergency management, I start off optimistic and I'll stay optimistic. We are doing well. We're doing very well. But we're up the front of the herd. I don't know if the community like to be referred to themselves as the herd, but good sort of analogy here, this Will Rogers said, if you've ridden ahead of the herd, looking out, pacing the way, going the best routes for us to go, have a look behind you every now and then and see how the herd's going. Because the herd's going back here and we're up front doing wonderful things and the herd's going, oh, yeah, well, you guys look like you got this in hand, it's all yours. And you just heard about what sort of response we're going to have to start when we come about with climate change. I mean, we can never respond to all the disaster situations we're going to have. So it is about bringing that community on this ride with us, as we go down this track of making our plans less complicated and more open to the community that we want to join with us. I think that's a great analogy there. So, understanding where the community fits into all this, into our planning. Because it's no good writing a plan if it's no good to you. You spend a lot of time thinking about planning, writing plans. But how often are they used in times of distress? I can't tell you the amount of times I've been to an emergency situation or event, particularly in recovery, and there's no recovery plan there to help the people that are going forward. There's been not proper thought around it. Sure, there's a couple of pages there, or sure, there's a recovery plan looking at that data wormhole that we looked at, which is no help. So if you're going to write a plan and you want the community to come with us on this ride in emergency management, because we're not going to fix all these problems, you are not going to fix all these problems. So we need to bring the community along with us in this plan. We need to understand where the community fits into this plan. It's not all about us. Established easy to understand process and protocols. Complexity bias. Don't overcomplicate things. Make it so it's easy to read, easy to look at. Decluttered, easy to find and interpret that information. It all comes from a national perspective, guys. Clear aim and objectives. And finally, common language of the day. Now, as an example, I recently reviewed a plan that was 175 pages long. It wasn't in this state, by the way. I'm far enough away to avoid the rotten vegetables coming my way. 175 pages long. Now, how much value is that to the community when the ship hits the sand? So if we look at our plans and we consider why we're doing this, and in fact, the reason why we are doing it is that we need to have the community with us on this journey. After all, this is their community, this is their lives, this is their property, and this will all be impacted and turn their whole environment upside down. They'll experience trauma, all sorts of things. And when I talk about this recovery with people, I say that stress that comes on people involved in this recovery journey is immense. We don't need to start thinking about how to do recovery at this time. But if our plans are well constructed, inviting community to understand what we're doing, how much better can they be? Keep an eye on my time, guys. I'm just terrible at this. So, this is oversimplified, okay? This came off AIDA, Australia Institute of Disaster Resilience, a bit of a resilience sort of plan. Now, we can't have our plans like this. Where's my pointer? This is oversimplified. Here's the resilience thing. We're just here in resilience. Impacted by a disaster, we come down. We've got some relief and stuff going on here. We hit this guidepost. Now, as we go up on this pathway, good pathway, there's all sorts of having choice and things. It's off the screen. And up here, we come back, and eventually, we might get back into resilience. Or if we take the wrong track, hang on to your socks. There's all sorts of things going to go wrong. Okay. Oversimplified? Perhaps, but you get my point. This sort of thing can connect perhaps better to the community than a document looking like that wormhole in that first slide. Now, there's loads of terminology and stuff in there to complicate even the most ardent emergency management people. When you sit at your LEMC, around that table you have got such a variety of people there. Sure, you've got your responders, but you've also got, I'd say most of the people sitting around that table, emergency management's only a side dish for them. They've already got what they have to do in their normal job, and emergency management is another thing that's tacked on. So how can we expect even the people sitting around the table to have a good understanding and overview of plans written that perhaps only the people who wrote them understand them? So this is another reason for getting and thinking about alleviating that complexity bias that we all have got and taking Occam's razor to it and just thinking, why are we doing this plan? What are we going to get back out of this plan? And that's not just recovery, but all plans we do. We're maturing, we're getting better, we're getting so good at what we do. However, we've got a really awkward future in front of us. Things are going to get worse before they get better. We will never meet the expectations of our community when the chips are down. Okay, we need to bring them along for the journey. Part of the way we're going to do that is being less complex about how we explain what we do. Now, this talk was about basically really thinking about breaking out of the box, burning the box, if you like, that we seem to have arrived in Santa's present in 2005. Now, we are doing better. Our plans are looking really good. However, thinking about that box that we're being sort of locked in, and remember, a lot of our plans come from state processes and state thinking and haven't bubbled down to our community yet. This is what I'm looking for. And this isn't about Western Australia, it's about Australia. It's about how we relate what we're doing to the community, because if we don't have them with us on this ride, we're in for trouble. So a little bit of box stuff. I found a couple, putting your community back together again. Okay. I think pretty much I covered most things on this, but practical, simple planning will help the community put these pieces together of what we all are trying to achieve. If we don't connect with them, they're going to say, you guys are doing a great job. We'll just pick up the phone and dial 000, and I know you guys are going to come here and save me, yeah? Because you're doing, it looks complex, it looks good what you're doing, but, get on with the job and do it. So, gang, let's look at these boxes. Those who do not think outside the box are easily contained. A bit rough, a bit harsh. Here's another one. If everyone has to think outside the box, maybe that's the box that needs fixing. Or simply, do we just burn the box and start thinking about why we're doing these plans? Who are these plans going to connect with? It's not about duck shoving everything into these that we think of might be handy. That's my job as a lecturer and as a trainer, to talk about how we're going to do things and get into intricacies of them. It's not the plan's job to explain everything we need to know about recovery, but we're too afraid to ask. I'll finish off on a couple of captions here, and just checking my time because I've got a couple of things to say. And yeah, we do need a clock up here, particularly when I'm talking. Let's have a look at a couple of captions here, and it is, we want our community aware, involved and participating. Now, in the rural areas, there is some resilience there. People living on farms and in the rural areas are more resilient. However, 80% of us live in the towns and cities where people automatically expect they'll pick up the phone and their troubles will be answered. It won't happen in a disaster situation. So we want them working with us, particularly in recovery, because all those slides I showed you about community values and community principles, that's all about wanting the community to be in charge of their own recovery. How can we possibly do that when we're building plans of complexity? It's imperative that communities are aware and included. We will need them. We'll need their resources. They're not a bunch of idiots. They're very, very intelligent people within our community. They just need to be connected with what we are doing. Within the community-led disaster recovery phase, following impact, we will need them for a successful recovery. So now might be the time, as we review and we rewrite our plans and we look at what we're doing in emergency management, now might be the time to think about what we're actually doing, to take that complexity out, to have that better joining with our communities as we face unknown turbulent future. That the last presentation talked about resilience, it talked about leadership, it talked about many things that we can do to be optimistic in a very negative approaching environment. So what are we going to do? Do we continue as we always did, sticking to our old conservative style and ways of writing our plans, sitting nicely in that comfortable little box, suiting the people who write them and people only in the EM sphere? Or do we offer a more contemporary version, modern, comparative, in our information-driven society, this is best for them? That is how a community interprets information easily, being written in an uncluttered manner, informing in the common vernacular, and ensuring that practical and simple information is easy to find and understand. Now that's the end of my short presentation on planning. I just hope we can listen to ourselves, when we sit down, we look at our plans and we think, what is the point of why I'm doing this? They don't need to be complex. Take Occam's razor out and slash the stuff out that we don't need. Think about the community. How will they relate to the plans that we're making? Because it's about this connection that we want to be absolutely observant with as we approach turbulent times. Oh, the last lecture sort of... Guys, that's all I've got for now. I'm leaving you with complexity bias. If you're thinking of why your plans are, complex, there's a reason for that. Human cognitive biases have done that. I've left you with Occam's razor, which Newton, Stephen Hawkins, Albert Einstein all used Occam's razor to slash and pare that stuff out that's unnecessary. They recognise complexity bias. And we talked about joining back the community to emergency management, not riding out the head, paving the way, seeing how the herd's going back there, because the herd's going to say, great guys, you got this, we'll just pick up the phone when we need you. Otherwise, we're busy, everyone's busy. So that connectiveness as community is imperative. Oops, it looks like I'm going to get pulled off, guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Lewis, I heard you call me a herd then. Interesting insight, especially for our local government cousins here today about our recovery and emergency management planning generally. Are there any questions for Lewis while he's here, please? Once again, you've done too well. We'll just play for a little bit because we have had people saying online that they haven't been able to get their questions in on time. Do we have any questions on? Excuse me, online, Melissa? Neil, well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to thank Lewis for his time. Thank you. Next we have Dr. Kate Brady, who's an ex-speaker who will be speaking to us from Victoria again. Dr. Kate Brady is a renowned expert in community recovery from disasters. Dr. Brady is currently the National Disaster Recovery Advisor at the Australian Red Cross and Research Fellow Community Resilience with the University of Melbourne. Dr. Brady's LinkedIn profile, she describes herself as a disaster recovery nerd who gets excited about practical projects that work well. So her presentation today is going to be named Long-Term Disaster Recovery, where she will share her lessons learned through the 10-year Beyond Bushfires report on the Black Saturday bushfires, produced by the University of Western Australia. Are you there, Kate? You are.
Hi, how are you?
Welcome to Bunbury.
I wish I was in Bunbury. It's been a long time since I've been able to visit. I would love to be there today.
Well, please.
Thanks so much for having me. As we know, I'm not with you today. I'm on the lands of the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation in Melbourne, Victoria, so near the Bay Area. And I'm really disappointed that I haven't been able to be there today to hear what you're all up to and see all the different chats. I've got to see part of Lewis's chat just now, but not the other speakers, unfortunately. We're going to have a chat today about long-term disaster recovery, and I'm going to draw a lot of the stuff that I'm presenting today from the Beyond Bushfires study, which happened through the University of Melbourne and a range of other organisations. We'll get to that in just a second. But I just want to acknowledge I wear two hats, and you can sort of only have one PowerPoint template slide. So I've just chosen the University of Melbourne one today. But my reflections here, I suppose, are both from a practical application as a practitioner and as a researcher. Now, I know I've had an opportunity to meet with a lot of you. I've come over to WA a lot over the last sort of decade or so. And I know that disasters have long-term impacts. And I think particularly over the last probably 15 years or so, particularly since Hurricane Katrina, we learned a lot out of September 11, a lot out of Hurricane Katrina, and we just seem to be having these really big watershed events back to back almost, aren't we? Like, we're not getting a lot of breathing time in between them. But I think it means, as a result, a lot of our thinking when it comes to the long-term impacts has come a long way. So I know disasters have long-term impacts, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about some of the findings that are coming out at the moment, and where I think it's evolving to, where I'm putting my money on for the next decade or so. So as I mentioned, Beyond Bushfires is a longitudinal study that's been running. It's been hosted out of the University of Melbourne, but a range of different universities and different organisations are involved. It's quite a big project team. And it's a longitudinal research project looking at the 2009 Victorian Black Saturday fires. And there's been 3 different data collection points. And so it's a really interesting study to be able to look at some of those long-term impacts and how they change over the time. I'm not going to go into the methods or anything today, but if you go online and find this report, if you just type in Beyond Bushfires 10 years, I really encourage you to have a look at it. It's not an academic-y type report, I promise. It's most of it's quite beautiful infographics, and it makes it really easy to digest a lot of information very quickly. And then if you're interested in learning more, there's a lot of publications that have come out of it, scientific publications, and you can read more about the methods and things like that. It's, as I say, a really big project team. There's more people that are on the screen now, but it was headed up by Lisa Gibbs. So it's not my own data. Some of my research has contributed to this, and I've got other research I'm drawing on, but all of this information is available to you as well. So the first thing that I want to talk about is, how long does a recovery take? Because, you know, we don't really know, do we? It's a thing. We say it's long. We say it's longer than we used to say it was. I remember when I first started working in disaster recovery, I had quite a few conversations. I wouldn't even say they were conversations, people pointing their finger at me and saying, look, if you need to be there for more than 10 weeks afterwards, you're doing something wrong, girly. And I think that thinking has probably changed and evolved a bit, or at least those people aren't as loud anymore. I'm very grateful to say. And so how long do we think it takes, though? We don't really know. So at the last intake, at the 10-year point following the 2009 Victorian bushfires, as part of the Beyond Bushfire questionnaire, they asked, how long do you think recovery takes? So are you feeling recovered? And asked from both an individual perspective and a community perspective, because we know a lot of disaster recovery is that interplay between the individual and their environment and the broader society. And what was, I think, quite interesting, so we have 3 different types of communities, so a number of communities grouped within these 3 bands. So low impact communities being the control here, medium impact communities where there were some impacts from the fires, some direct impacts, but lots of intangible or indirect impacts, and then the high impacts where there was lots of tangible and intangible impacts. So if we look at the 10-year mark for those high impacted communities, just over 60% of the sample group were saying that they felt personally mostly recovered or fully recovered. But when you ask them about how did they think the rest of their community was doing, it was a really low number, so much higher in those low and medium impacts. So we can start to see being able to draw around some of those controls from those different groups, that those different impacts might be having different effects that take longer to recover from. And so if we start unpicking that into some of the different types of impacts, the first one that I'll put up is around mental health. Now, as we know, mental health impacts, so this is not from the 2009 study, this is a table that came from the World Health Organization guide based on Mark van Umeren's work and other people in 2006, so it's an old one now. But there has been a lot of research that's gone into the mental health impacts of disasters, and fairly consistently globally, it says pretty similar things. Like it varies a little bit, but it says fairly consistent things across the board. The thing is that almost all of the data that is used to report on mental health impacts after disasters, the vast majority of it, it's data points that are captured within the first 12 months to 18 months after a disaster. And so that's one of the things that this Beyond Bushfires study offers us. It's a longer term view of how people are faring from a mental health perspective. So again, looking at those low, medium and high cohorts, Richard Bryant is the researcher from University of New South Wales who's really led on a lot of the mental health impact stuff. If we look at the 10-year mark, and there's different publications that really go into the detail of this, but if we look at this 10-year mark, we can see here that in high impacted communities, around 22% of participants are reporting probable disorders, probable mental health diagnoses based on the questionnaires and how they responded to them. But I think even more interesting than that, some of the work that Richard and Colin Gallagher and a number of other researchers were able to show is it's not the same cohort of people over the whole time. So it's not the same 20-something% of people that have consistently been presenting with mental illnesses. At the 5-year mark, there were some changes in the types of people who are presenting. So it's not a consistent thing. It's a dynamic change that goes over time and it has really long-term impacts. Then if we add to that, so that's probable rates of disorder. So a disorder is a diagnosable mental health condition that meets a certain set of criteria. You know, there's quite clear criteria for diagnoses. But then one of the things I find quite interesting is the group of people who were, the clinicians refer to them as subsyndromal. So people who are showing some or lots of symptoms of mental illness or mental distress, but they're not meeting that clinical threshold for being diagnosed with a mental illness. It's people who we would generally refer to, I suppose, as having a degraded quality of life. So they may not be diagnosed with a mental illness, but they're certainly not having an enjoyable time of it. They're really still struggling still, and it's impacting their day-to-day life and their capacity to do things. And in that cohort of people in those high impacted communities, they're looking around nearly 20% of people. So if you combine that with the people who are still experiencing symptoms of probable disorder, plus these subsyndromal groups, it's a really big cohort of people who are still struggling at some point mentally. It doesn't mean it's every day an issue for them, but it does mean that it's having an impact on their quality of life in the longer term. One of the things that we know a lot more now as well, out of both, lots of different disaster events. So Hurricane Katrina, the triple disaster in Japan, and various other different events is around social capital. And the Beyond Bushfires study was able to contribute to this too. But there's lots of international data now showing social capital being so important. So those social connections that we have, there's different types of social capital, and the way the social capitals connect is all different. And there's lots and lots of different research on that you can dig into now if that's something you're interested in. But one of the things that the main findings that people like Daniel Aldridge, the picture on the screen there, are showing are things like social networks matter more than bottled water and batteries when it comes to survival. So it's around knowing the people around you is going to be the thing that is more important to your survival than some of those items we more traditionally talk about. And that those connected communities, social capital being the biggest indicator of how well those communities recover, rather than it being about money, the amount of money coming in or the amount of money that existed before. There's some really interesting work done, again, as part of the Beyond Bushfire study, but it tapped into some of the research that's been happening internationally around staying and moving and possibly rebuilding if you've lost your home. We haven't known a lot about this previously. We've known that some people make some decisions that we don't really understand. We usually only capture like sort of quite aggregated data to say, you know, at what point did how many people move back into a different community or stay, or over time, what did the high-level aggregates look like? But we don't know a lot about the process and decision-making process that people go through to make those calls, you know, whether or not they've lost their home. And so one of the things that Beyond Bushfires team was able to do was to have a look at people who had both stayed and also people who had chosen to rebuild, and that's the Hammer group, and people who had chosen to move away from the disaster-affected communities. And what they showed was that in the longer-term sense, the outcomes for wellbeing were pretty similar. And some of the challenges, both groups had challenges, but for different reasons. So the positive side of staying and rebuilding was that these people really demonstrated they had a very strong attachment to people and to the place. So the people around them and the place that they were at, and a really shared sense of experience, and that had supported their recovery very well. But on the negative side of things, there had been loads and loads and loads of disruptions that they'd had to deal with, loads of secondary stresses that they'd had to deal with over the years. And that was really wearing them down from a fatigue perspective and a wellbeing perspective. And for the group of people who moved, there was less disruptions because they were moving to communities that hadn't been impacted by disasters. So less of those post-disaster stresses. You can send your kids to a school because the school hasn't burned down. You can go and get groceries because there's still a grocery store there, or petrol, or, you know, and there's not the constant sounds of rebuilding around you and things. But for those people, that disaster experience was still very present a long time afterwards. So talking to them, it was still something that was really playing on their minds. And there were probably two reasons for that. One, if you moved away, you were probably more likely to have had a really quite profound impact in the fires themselves. But the second was that you didn't have that day-to-day interaction with people who got it, you know, people who also understood and were going through it. And most of the services were targeted locally, so you didn't have the same sort of access to that. And then staying on that rebuilding thing, so for the people who decided to rebuild, you all know, you will have all seen these in the news, the 12-month point after a disaster, the 1 year anniversary, there will be outrage in some quarters, and there will be a newspaper headline somewhere or a TV special somewhere about how few people have rebuilt at 12 months. And we know most people haven't rebuilt at 12 months. We know it takes a long time to make the decision, and even longer to then actually go about doing it. In normal times, it takes us a long time to build a house sometimes. And so one of the things they were able to ask at the 10-year mark was, well, when did you rebuild, if you rebuilt? And you can see on there at the time points that different people rebuilt. But what was most interesting is most people thought it was about right. Some people thought that they had rebuilt too soon. Some people thought they had rebuilt too late. That was a very small group. But most people thought it had been about right for them. And I think that's something we really should take heart in, that for a lot of people that made the decision to rebuild, maybe not for a year or 2 years or 3 years or even longer, it was because it was the right decision for their family. And in the end, it worked out pretty well. And I know that Rob Gordon has come over a lot to Western Australia to talk to you after different events. But that's one of the things he talks about. If you think about this from a long-term perspective, 10, 20, 30 years down the track from a disaster, it's not really going to matter whether you rebuilt your house a year after a disaster or 3 years after a disaster, but it really will matter if you got divorced in the process, or it really will matter if your family dissolved or you lost your friends because you were so busy focusing on rebuilding efforts. So it's something that I think we need to take heart in and take a more complex view of when we're planning for it. When it came to experiences of violence, this wasn't specifically around intimate partner violence, it was around experiences of violence generally. Women in low-impacted communities, about 1% of women reported an increase in violence, but in high-impacted communities, it was sevenfold. And there was a connection between women who experienced violence in the long term after a disaster, and households where there had been a severe financial stress, so an income reduction or other financial stresses. And this, I think, contributes to a much broader body of work that we have seen emerge out of the last decade, knowing and sort of trying to pinpoint the very difficult topic of experiences of violence, particularly women experiencing violence after disasters, and looking at why that happens, where that happens, how it can be prevented, the sorts of interventions that work. And it's we know it's a difficult area to research at the best of times when all services are functional, let alone when there's a disaster. So this is a piece of work that contributes to that. And I'm really happy to say that is a growing field of inquiry. We know more about that now than we ever have, but we still have a lot of work to do. I've got, I think, two more things I just want to talk about in terms of impacts that were identified, and that was around connection to the environment. So I think more and more we're understanding what social connections mean for us. People who have strong social connections before a disaster, we know, tend to fare better after a disaster, but we haven't known so much about connections to environment. And one of the things that came out, a really great piece of work by Karen Block and some others, talking about people who had a really strong connection to the natural environment, who experienced really considerable grief for the environment, and that grief, not just for their own experience, but for the experience of the natural environment they could see, and being quite heartbroken and bereft of the loss that came with those impacts to the natural environment. But interestingly, in the longer term, even though those people were more likely to feel grief and sorrow and devastation as a result of the impacts to the environment, those connections were associated with reduced psychological signs of distress and fewer symptoms of mental illnesses and other conditions. And it was really aligned with a higher level of resilience and post-traumatic growth, life satisfaction, particularly as people connected their own recovery experiences to the experience of the natural environment, sort of regenerating and recovering. And the last one that I wanted to point out was just around the impacts to education. So the international literature around impacts to education and educational attainment around the world, they've been really mixed. The results have been really mixed, and a lot of that is because the research has been really mixed. There's not really been a consistent way of looking at how children and young people are affected by disasters from an educational attainment. In some findings, they find that in some cases, actually, children go better. And often that's attributed to smaller disasters where huge amounts of support are offered to the children. So there's this real wraparound support offered to children and young people around education. And in some cases, there has been neutral findings. But in this one, so looking at NAPLAN results for students in year 3 and year 5 around the 2 to 4 year mark after the Black Saturday bushfires, there was a reduction in what you would expect kids in that cohort to have developed to, particularly around reading and literacy, that there was a drop. And so we're seeing a longer tail lag, I suppose, and sort of a drag on if you're at a point where you're falling behind for a couple of years and the next couple of years are harder again to sort of catch up on. And so we need to be thinking about that when we're thinking about those long-term recovery supports. What sort of supports do children and young people need, and teachers and school communities need to be able to bolster them up? You know, if they're going to be experiencing this stress, what can we do to put in place around them to make sure they don't experience those losses and can keep going? So one of the things I was asked to think about was, well, what now? What comes now? What are the next areas, the next frontiers for this? And I'm not really a gambling person, but if I was, here is where I would be putting my money on, things that we're going to need to know more about over the next decade. The first one is around concurrent and compounding events. We're just not getting a breather, are we? And we know this as emergency services, we're not really getting a breather in between events. But communities are just being hammered, a lot of them over and over and over and over and over again. And so, you know, for example, if we look at the COVID overlay in lots of parts of the country, you know, it's having a really devastating impact on communities that were experiencing droughts, then bushfires, then floods, then COVID, all within a really short period of time. And I think one of the things, so we probably can't do much about how much hazard there is. We might be able to do a bit about that, not so much in our control. We might be able to support how people experience trauma from these events. But one of the things that is definitely within our control as an emergency management sector that I don't think we have figured out how to tackle yet is how we treat concurrent and compounding events. Because at the moment, operationally, we just start again, don't we? We start again. The funding is based on us starting again. So an event happens, well, that's that event. We park it to that side, and it's that funding stream and that budget allocation and that negotiation and this, that and the other. And then another event comes and we start again, instead of saying, okay, what's already going on there? And so if you're at a local government, you know that you need to keep dealing with this community that's already stressed, and then there's other stresses on top. But from an operational perspective, we're still seeing them as being separate events, and funding is still being treated as a separate event. One of the things that I'm particularly interested, I think over the last decade and a bit, we've become quite good at being able to apply a demographic lens to who's vulnerable and who's resilient, and who's simultaneously vulnerable and who's simultaneously resilient. But I think the thing that's really stuck with me over recent years is I still don't always know vulnerable to what or resilient to what. I mean, I know we say they're vulnerable to disasters, they're vulnerable to emergencies, we're resilient, they're resilient, to what? Like, to what specifically? To what really narrowly specifically? So if we think about disasters having hundreds of impacts, thousands of impacts, who is specifically vulnerable to impact A? Who is specifically vulnerable to impact B? Who is specifically vulnerable to impact C? Is there an overlap in any of those? And what does that mean for our interventions? And the reason that I think that we need to think about that instead of just thinking generally vulnerable to disasters is because then we can't target what we're trying to do about it. We can't target those interventions to try and help prevent those impacts in the first place, but also to help people recover from those specific impacts. And if we just treat it with a blanket brush, I think it becomes very hard for us to really do anything with nuance or with careful consideration. We don't know a lot about the impacts on recovery workers. We're getting better and better and better at understanding what the impacts are on our frontline first responders, and I think that's amazing. We still don't know much at all about the impacts on recovery workers, and part of that is because there's not really a recovery workforce. The recovery workforce comes from all different places, all different industries, all different sectors, all different organisations, and they sort of get thrown into something for a reasonably short period of time and then sort of chucked out of it. We don't know much about what happens to that group. I've started doing a little bit of work on that. And one of the things that I found quite interesting in a very, very small sample that I looked at, a subsample of a bigger study that I was looking at, was that a number of the recovery workers that I was looking at, they just left their community at one point. They worked really, really, really hard. They worked their guts out in their communities that they were working in to serve. They worked as hard as they could for years, and then they left. They decided, and each of them viewed it as being an individual thing. Oh, well, my partner had an opportunity to work overseas, so we took it. I decided to move to another city to be closer to my mum, so I took it. But it was an uncannily consistent thing. And then I started looking at some other qualitative literature that's happened in different places. For example, the UK, looking at the hull floods, and started seeing stories popping up there. Now, I can't quantify that. I can't verify it because I haven't done the work on it, but we don't know a lot about what happens to recovery workers. We know little bits from September 11, little bits from Hurricane Katrina, but we don't know much about this, but we're increasingly asking this workforce to step up. And I think one of the real challenges and really interesting things that we are going to see is in the coming years is this tension around community-led recovery at a time where there is more and more government and governance and other agencies being involved. I think in some ways it's really great that more and more bodies think it's part of their job to be involved in disaster recovery. I really welcome that. But we're talking about something that needs to be community-led for it to be effective, disaster recovery, at the same time where we've got new agencies. For example, the new national agency, we have new state agencies in some states. We have lots of different organisations who are new to playing in the recovery space, which again, welcome, and I think it's great. But I think that will be a really interesting tension. The more and more professionalised and the bigger the governance around disaster recovery becomes, what happens to that community-led approach and how difficult does it get? I also, just before I wrap up, have a shameless plug. The first is I've just been involved in a project with the ABC where we've put together a podcast called After the Disaster, and it's all about disaster recovery. So I'd really welcome you to download that. I promised them that I would plug it at everything I spoke at over the next couple of months. And the second is on that disaster recovery research, some colleagues and I are looking to set some stuff up around that at the moment. So if you work in disaster recovery or you're interested in disaster recovery, shoot me a line because I'd love to hear from you, and we'll try and connect you. And if you're interested, I'll provide you more information anyway. So that's me, and my understanding is that we are going to have some time for questions if there's any questions.
Hey, Doctor. Any questions to the Doctor? Come on, you know you want to. Got one. Can you step to a microphone, please, sir?
I used to think it was awkward standing at a lectern waiting for this to happen, but I guarantee you it's more awkward being on the other side of the country in a room.
So I work in mostly biosecurity responses. In some of those responses, there are winners and there are losers within a community. So some people may be affected, some may be not affected, some may be positively affected because they're competitioners. How does that affect recovery where the community is not evenly affected and there are winners and losers? I'm not sure if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense. And I think that happens in almost every disaster, that there are some people who on one metric win and other people on another metric that on the same metric that lose, and vice versa. I think the thing that's really important to think about is the high level of complexity of impact. So, for example, if we're thinking financially or from a business perspective, there are some industries that really do win out of disasters, that it is a windfall for them. And that's why I think if we look at, the macroeconomic data around disasters, it actually doesn't tell a very interesting story. Disasters cost huge amounts of money, but they also generate a lot of money for some industries. So the macroeconomic data, it's sort of, I always think it's a little bit weird. And the work that I would really encourage you to look at on the more microeconomic data around disasters, I'm going to say his name wrong because I don't have it in front of me, but it's Mehmet Usul Blogsu, I think is his surname. I'm really sorry if Mehmet is listening to this and I've just mispronounced your surname, but he's at Deakin University and he did some work through the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC looking at the micro and macroeconomic impacts of disasters. And there's also another researcher called Ilan Noy who talks about it as well. So I think the thing to remember, if you are trying to plan for disaster recovery, is not trying to just use one metric or one facet of the disaster impact to think about how people are affected. The communities, in my experience, that recover the best are the communities where community leaders are able to say early on, we have all been affected. So it doesn't matter whether you lost your house or didn't lose your house. It doesn't matter whether your business is going to be booming while someone else lost their business. Disaster impacts are so multifaceted that we've all been impacted in some ways, and we're all going to have to be able to help each other in some way. And being able to drill down into what that means in different communities is quite important. I know I was plugging the podcast, so I have another participant in the conference with me at the moment. It's Melbourne, we're homeschooling. I know I was plugging.
Look
the
behind
podcast,
you.
And that way, I know it's like a pantomime, isn't it? He's behind you, she's behind you. There's an episode that is actually going to be coming out about this. I know I was just being silly before giving it a plug, but the episode is called Disasters Impact More People Than You Think. And there's this woman called Vicky Richards, who's from Edgecombe in New Zealand. And she talks about a flood, a really big flood that went through their community, and how their community just decided really early on, we're just going to say everyone's been affected by this and just not quibble about it and not try and sort of create a hierarchy out of this. And we'll try and help each other where we can help each other. So for those people who are winning, maybe it is that they get to employ other people who have lost their jobs or whatever it is. There will be some people who cope very well mentally with it and other people who don't cope very well mentally. There will be some people who lose their relationships out of the stress that comes from a disaster and other people who don't. There will be some people who will adapt very well and will move into something new. There will be some people who get left behind. There will be some people who have existential distress around, well, what does this mean for my sense of place in the world, my sense of safety in the world? And so there are all these different impacts that happen. And the more we can say, well, we're in it together and we're going to try not to compete around these different impacts. And I think in some ways, longer term, COVID, particularly with the lockdowns, will be a really interesting case study around this. There are some industries who cannot find workers to fulfill all the work that they have to do fast enough, that their sector is overwhelmed by how much work they have on at the moment. And there are other places who have been absolutely crippled by it. So I think there are lots of different case studies we can look at it, but in my experience, the places that recover best are the places who acknowledge how complex disaster impacts are.
Thank you.
We've still got a participant. You want to?
Somebody's hungry.
All these people can see you. Would you like to talk to them? No? Would you like to come back in 5 minutes? Okay. You're just going to have to wait for your question for a second. Does anyone else have a question? Because while you're going to the microphone, I've got a question here.
We have an online question, if I may. The question is, was there anything in the Black Saturday research findings that particularly surprised you? And it goes on to say, or went to in unusual direction. Yes, or went in an unusual direction.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the rebuilding one, the satisfaction people had around rebuilding surprised me. And I think part of that comes because I did a lot of work in those communities for about nearly 3 years after the fires happened, 2.5 years. And just looking at how difficult the decisions were for a lot of people about whether or not to stay, whether to relocate within families being undecided. So, one person in a family wanting to stay and others in the family wanting to leave. When it came to rebuilding, just how overwhelmingly stressful the rebuilding process was for people. So I think actually more than anything, I was just really happy to see that most people felt like they had made a decision that worked for them, because I had seen the messy front end of it, if that makes sense. I think there's more work to do in that space to understand how people make those decisions and what decisions they make, what are the trigger points for decisions, how can we ease some of those just horrendous secondary stresses that come for people who have to make those decisions after. And those secondary stresses are often structural. They're things that we can control. There are things that we can change there. I think there's more work to do, but that one probably surprised me the most.
Thank you very much for that. Any more questions, please? No? Well, please put your hands together to thank Dr. Kate. I think the message there, I think, is how complex recovery can be, and it's over a long time period as well. It's something for all of us to think about in the response as well. So, just I think that it's now lunchtime. My stomach's telling me, so it must be. I'd ask you please to be back for 12:45 so we can resume normal time. Thank you very much.
My name's Kerry Lowe and I'm chairperson of the Dardanup Arts Spectacular and also vice chairperson of the Bull and Barrel Festival in Dardanup.
Jill Cross, chairperson of the Dardanup Bull and Barrel Festival. The festival, it showcases Dardanup for a start, so it showcases our community groups, it showcases our tourism businesses, industries, and just generally what a fantastic place Dardanup is to live.
I grew up in Wheatbelt, Western Australia, so I remember volunteering to mark the hockey field when I was, just a kid really. So it's sort of been in my background forever really.
Well, I suppose I first started volunteering when I came to Bunbury and worked for the City of Bunbury, and so I volunteered for their social club committee, and so I was secretary of that for a while. And then we moved out to Dardanup, and so then my focus became more Dardanup orientated.
Once I moved to Dardanup, I found myself with the opportunity to be involved in community events, which I really enjoy.
We've got a committee of approximately 25 people, all volunteers, and different ages, different interests, different abilities. But I think the one thing we all have in common is that we all want to put on a wonderful event for Dardanup and showcase Dardanup and Ferguson Valley.
Just seeing the amount of people that we get to our events and the feedback that we get from people who come to our events on our social pages is great. It makes it all, worthwhile when you get that kind of feedback from people. I really think it's important, the sense of community, and that's what I get from it, being involved in a local community and giving back. I think it's something that is passed down from families, so from parents to children, and I think it's really important for them to feel that sense of giving back as well.
The things I get out of volunteering would be the friendships that I've made over the years. And that's, you can't better that. I've had some wonderful times with people. And also skill development, I think, as well. I've learnt to write grants, and there's a lot of things, chair meetings, write minutes, all that sort of thing that I wouldn't have ordinarily got to experience those sort of things. And also, I think just seeing the sheer joy and when you see things improve in your own community and people come together and work towards one particular event.
I think if we didn't have volunteers, a lot of things just wouldn't happen, and I think it'll be a real shame, because I think that people look to those kind of groups as a way of connecting with their local community, and I think that's really important.
I think everything in the community is based on volunteering pretty well. I always say that you receive far more from volunteering than you ever give, because you meet wonderful friends, lifelong friends, and you also develop skills.
You know, like Jill said, you know, you get back far more than you give with volunteering, and yeah, I really enjoy it.
Luckily, my husband is, you know, he never, as long as he's got a clean pair of jocks in the cupboard, then he's not too fussed about it, and probably a meal on the table. Other than that, he's quite happy to support me in all my volunteering, which has been wonderful because I couldn't have done it without him.
Nyan bao noach kolin but ngondin bala buje when yon when ya ko kolin bala buje ngondin ya ngondin when kala kolin kolin beya kolin go and rest now, go and rest. Follow that river. Tell the spirit to come and to be here with us. And the other song is for the spirits, the old people, and those recently born, to come and join us. We mustn't forget them. If we forget them and don't remember them, they'll be gone forever. And there'll be no one there on the other side when I go, waiting for me. And that's what the hand was. Mara, mara, mara. So to take you by the hand. Jinnah, mara, mara, jinnah. Walking along, hand by hand in hand. My more, jinnah, courage, jinnah. Nyan wan. You at wangan, you at moot wangan. You at moot. Dogobari, you know. You at moot, dogobari. No one talk no more. No one dance. No one can see.
Hi, my name's Jeannie Gateskill. I'm the Secretary of the Dardanup Social Dance Group.
My name is Glenn Grayson. I'm the President of the Dardanup Social Dance Group.
I have been volunteering with the Dardanup Social Dance Group. I started that up in 2007, and before that it was the Over 40s Club.
Well, I've been volunteering with the group for the past 15 years. Yeah, I just look after them and make sure that everything's running smoothly. We run the dances and we're a social dance group and we're a charitable dance group, and we can't keep any of the proceeds, so we give the proceeds to the different charities.
I have volunteered all my life. I lived in Kalgoorlie. I was born in Kalgoorlie and I started up there with hockey, badminton and golf, and was either secretary, treasurer or president or whatever with all those clubs. Just love it. The people, helping, just in general being with other people, seeing them have good fun, have lovely suppers. You're invited if you want to come along.
Just happened. But we didn't actually put our hand up. None of us put our hand up to actually volunteer. It just evolved. Well, I'll tell you what really takes us there is the dancing. We hold our dances. That's what our main factor is. That I can help these people in need, like the Lions and the Solaris, and anybody else that is in need for funds. We can contribute to that.
We couldn't wait to get back to dancing. We had 4 months, I think, of not being able to dance. So when we opened, I think in August, it was amazing to see the people, how much they enjoyed and appreciated us doing the dances. When we see the group at dancing, they are a happy mob. Should I say mob? Happy lot of people, and you can see them interacting with each other and they're laughing, and it's just lovely to see.
The volunteers, the committee that make it happen. And if they weren't there, I wouldn't see it happening. It wouldn't be able to happen because not a lot of people are that way inclined.
If we didn't have the volunteers, I really don't know, because I was determined that it wasn't going to stop. So I just hope there's other people who come along after us that will keep it going. I'll be there all the time anyway.
Kaya nuna kolin, ngain jau no sava, ngain kala koli ngan buja, ngain borang o kwerlang, ngain wirin nga kangkari chuago bal bejangolin minanapu wirin kolin yano, bao belia kolin, Collie River. When we come down to the river or to the water, any water, whether it be a spring, creek, where the water is there because the water is the spirit or the spirit is in the water, we dugabarin. We grab the sand in our hand and throw in the water. That is a sign of respect. And Bilago river people must abide by that because that's our rule, that's our law. Just like he is our law. Don't do that. He could make us sick, or he could make us part of that river forever. He could pull us under for not observing the law. We have rules of when someone dies. Again, we go and Lukabarin, we ceremony, we light their fire so their spirit could come back home. That's what we say, Kala Kuling, ngan more Kala Kuling. We call their spirit back home. And then we come to the river and we sing their spirit so that it goes across. And you can see them crossing the water. The Christmas tree, or muja, that's also important as part of that ceremony. Wadandi people, because this is Wadandi country, the coast. There's a seawater, saltwater people. Woman is close by at Kanyang. But the saltwater people, they bury their dead facing the sunrise or sunset. The spirit is followed Wardan. Wardan is the saltwater spirit. Wardan and Ngakan, the freshwater spirit, not allowed to mix, only where they run into each other. That's the only time. There's different law. Wardan spirit and Ngakan spirit. That's why this water is salty. Further up there, it goes fresh. But where they mix is the only time. That's why Chilean and Ngankan watch the waters, because of different spirit, different law. When water is angry, the ocean becomes rough. A lot of waves, big waves on the beach, and you see the waves rough. And you sit down and you got to talk to him. Dabakan waran, dabakan waran. Bao karan yuk, bao karan. Yin bao wang. Yin bao. Nyo wenji. Dabakan calling, dabakan waran. You tell him, steady up waran. Who upset you? Why are you angry? Who upset you? What you upset for? And then you sing out to Ngarkan. Ngarkan kari chukago. Wala buang and waran. Wala wang and waran. You had Wang and Wardan. I've been saying to the Ngakangali that his spirit that you upset Wardan. You said something to say bad thing to him. Wang and Wardan. Wardan ngan wala bombing Ngakan. Be careful because he might come punish you for upsetting him.
I'm Keith Hyam, the captain of the Wellington Mill Bushfire Brigade. Primarily we're a response organisation, so we'll turn out to fires in this local area or fires in the Shire of Dardanup. The mix of the brigade, we've got, I'm guessing, 25 active firefighters. You know, a mix of age, experience, gender, all of those things, which is important with volunteering. The sort of diversity of perspective, I think, is important. We help each other to keep each other safe. You know, we've got other auxiliary members, I think you'd call them, who don't do firefighting. Our training officer being one of those. We've got ranking officers who look after the community bushfire ready program. Just passionate about the area and know people and trying to keep the community safe. Yeah, we've got all sorts. The role of the captain it's primarily a leadership role. So my first responsibility is the safety of my crew. Also to take instruction from higher up the food chain and to carry out the work that they've asked us to do. So I first started volunteering in 2014. My wife and our children, we moved out to this part of the world in 2014. The idea behind volunteering was a good way to get involved in the community, start to learn what I needed to do on our own property to manage the bushfire risk. After a couple of seasons I started doing leadership roles within the brigade and trying to get to as many fires as I can to learn, to get some more experience. I don't get obsessed about the risk. It's, we get trained to protect ourselves. So how to avoid a situation is the best thing, but once you get into that situation, how to keep yourself alive. So you'll signal the Kurt, turn the water off, get back to the truck as quickly as you can. I work in a leadership role with people's safety, so a lot of it just comes naturally to me. That the risk management aspect is something I'm pretty comfortable with.
Emergency, get back in the truck.
Yeah, well, I think volunteering can expand those sort of things you don't get at work in a lot of different ways. So, yeah, there's a lot of different pathways you can choose. Firefighting, just firefighting. You can go down the leadership pathway. Training. It can even be a pathway into Department of Fire and Emergency Services. Out here we're half an hour's drive from the nearest populated area where you might have career firefighters. That 30 minutes, you do a lot of damage in 30 minutes out here without volunteers, so it's really important. Yeah, you get a lot of satisfaction. I can speak about my experience in New South Wales, particularly last season. I went over twice, and just sort of being able to help the community in a small way, I suppose. They were really, really grateful. We were sort of walking around the street in sort of Walker in New South Wales, and you start to get to know, talk to people. You tell them you're a volunteer from WA and you've just come to help. Some of them burst into tears. It means a lot to people. Yeah, money isn't everything, right? Money is good. It helps put food on the table, but that's not why I do this. I don't do it for money. No, it's just about community, and I just get that personal satisfaction out of it, and I think a lot of volunteers do. For different reasons, I suppose, but mine, I'm just happy to help and play my part. I think my son might take it up. He gets into a lot of different things, and he's very keen to come and jump on the fire truck any chance he can get. He looks pretty good in a tunic and a helmet.
My name's Kerry Lowe and I'm chairperson of the Dardanup Arts Spectacular and also vice chairperson of the Bull and Barrel Festival in Dardanup.
Jill Cross, chairperson of the Dardanup Bull and Barrel Festival. The festival, it showcases Dardanup for a start, so it showcases our community groups, it showcases our tourism businesses, industries, and just generally what a fantastic place Dardanup is to live.
I grew up in Wheatbelt, Western Australia, so I remember volunteering to mark the hockey field when I was, just a kid really. So it's sort of been in my background forever really.
Well, I suppose I first started volunteering when I came to Bunbury and worked for the City of Bunbury, and so I volunteered for their social club committee, and so I was secretary of that for a while. And then we moved out to Dardanup, and so then my focus became more Dardanup orientated.
Once
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't see much of an attrition rate, which is a positive. Thank you. We've got a message from our environmental health officers that are worried about those little spray things on your pendants. And it's not mace and it's not strychnine, it is hand sanitizer. So for the big gig for the day, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Tim Muirhead, who's the Director of Community Spirit Development Network. He's the author of Weaving Tapestries, and the book is out there on display. As I said first thing this morning, I welcome the opportunity to have a look at that myself shortly, and I think perhaps I would hope you would too. It's a handbook on building communities and finding Haran, which apparently means the meaning of truth. I commend the book to you all, and it's on display, as I said, in the foyer for all to browse. Tim's presentation is titled Us Together, Connecting the Full Potential of Community. Please welcome Tim.
We got these up? Look at that, that's me. You are a long way away, it's very lonely up here, so you just wave at me please, because also it's the after lunch session, so we need to get some life happening in the room. So I'm Tim Muirhead, my background is in community development. I do want to begin, I know it can feel repetitive, but I just need to ground myself by beginning by acknowledging Noongar people and particularly Wadandi people as traditional custodians of this country we're on today. And acknowledge my gratitude that we get to share this land today. I love visiting down here. Also acknowledge my sorrow for some of the costs of that sharing, but also my genuine hope and belief and commitment really to the idea that we can and will move to a place of justice and partnership together so that we can bring together the benefits of our various rich cultures, bringing this country here together today. So I'm Tim. I've been asked to talk. I'm so not a specialist in emergency management. I'm a bit of a generalist in community development. So I find myself talking to people about stuff that I don't know about. The bit I know about is this work of how we develop community. How do we develop the world of us together? And so that's what I'm going to do today, really. I'm just going to offer a few reflections on what it takes. We've heard a couple of talks that have really emphasised the importance of this being grounded in people's experience themselves rather than some distant plan. And so that's what I want to talk about, just some reflections. I'm certainly not the best community development worker you'll meet. I do as I say, not as I do. But there's some of you are in this room, and I've already talked to a couple of people who've done extraordinary work in this area. But hopefully my little reflections will help the conversation about how we build us together, how we start to connect with the full potential of community. And I don't think it's too early to say this. Often we think of community as a place that we need to serve. I think we need to start rethinking that as community is a place of resource, a place of resource in getting our needs and aspirations met. And that's the kind of place I want to come from in this. So I will talk about developing community. I will talk about developing people, which is absolutely at the centre of developing community. And then I'll briefly talk about developing capacity at the end. We've got quite a lot of slides here. I will have to flick through some of them. How's this for a shameless plug? If you want to know more, there's a book out in the foyer you can have a read of, because that book, this all is drawn from this Weaving Tapestries book that you can see up there. So, before I go there, hang on. I was raised in a 1950s, 1960s community in Adelaide. We sometimes think, well, why is it so complex, this whole idea of developing community? People get together and they create community. Well, actually, in 2021, we need to become very, very skilled at how we develop community, because community has changed over the last 3,000 years at the very least. All these changes flashing up here, these changes had all happened by the time I was born at 54 Brunswick Street in Walkerville and started to know the neighbours and so on. That was what the world looked like then. These are all the things that have affected community since then, since I was born. Television, I know that's ageing me a bit, but television in Adelaide was born in the same year as I was born. So it's not we can't just develop community by looking back and saying, oh, let's have what we used to have, because it's going to be different. A lot of my richest experiences of community were with travellers in England and with travelling through Asia and realising the strength of community there. But we are a different culture and we are in a different place. So we've got to actually think very, very consciously about how we develop community. And I do like I like what Lewis Winter said about keeping this simple. We are human beings together. The question in a way is how do we all as human beings together create the best possible resource for ensuring our safety? So it's changed, but it's still absolutely essential. I won't try and give you the evidence. There's bucket loads of research amongst your networks about the profound importance of social capital in both preventing emergencies but also recovering from emergencies. Connection matters in all sorts of different ways. Connection is absolutely crucial to crime prevention. Connection is absolutely crucial to minimising violent extremism, terrorism. Connection is absolutely crucial in personal well-being, and connection is absolutely crucial in developing communities that will have the capacity to keep themselves safe and to recover when disaster hits. So let's talk about what I mean by developing community. I won't go into too much details about these questions, but what does it look like and how can we develop it? I like this quote. For me, I think it's really crucial to always be focused on the individual, on the person. There's a little quote there from a bloke called Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He was a German theologian and he opposed Nazism and he died for his opposition of Nazism way back in the 40s. So a pretty courageous bloke. But at some point he said this: those who love community destroy community. Those who love people create community. Feels like a bit of a Zen riddle. Here I am promoting community, but I'm actually saying if you're focused totally on community, but rather than the people, that can trip you up. And what I take from that as a community development worker is if I try and impose my ideas of community on people in front of me, I may actually choke their spirit. And I'll talk about what I mean by that later. I may dishonour them. I may not see them. So in all of our work of developing community, it's crucial that we are person-focused. And I didn't say people-focused, I actually said person-focused, focused on the person in front of us. All of us as human beings, as individuals, have a whole range of needs and aspirations. I reckon if you run your eye down that list, you'll see that those are all needs and aspirations that you have, that I have, that Scotty Morrison has, that my 2-year-old grandchild has. They're all needs and aspirations that we have as human beings. What differs between us is not really our needs and aspirations. What differs between us is our capacity to get those needs and aspirations met. So I have the same need for food as someone who's living in an area bound by famine. I can walk down the shop and get a sausage roll. They may die for lack of food. It's not the need that differs, it's our capacity to get that need met. Obviously, our need for safety. We have differences in getting those needs and aspirations met, the need for safety, according to where we live, according to our circumstances, according to our mobility, etc., etc. So what we're always aiming to do, in pretty much all of our work, I reckon, but at least in community development, is always aiming to ensure that all of us have the capacity to get our needs and aspirations met. Does that make sense to you? Bit of sense to you? Yeah. We can turn to four broad realms of support. I'm trying to sort of focus in on the personal experience of community here, because you can think of community as the Australian community. There's 20-something million of us. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about community. So in getting our needs and aspirations met, all of us can turn to these four broad realms of support. And I reckon that if we're trying to develop the capacity of communities to be resilient and to be preventive, then we've got to focus on all four realms. So the self. Obviously, there's stuff that I can do to get my own needs and aspirations met. So that if you're working with me or being with me as a neighbour or a family member or whatever, I hope you'll do it. I hope you'll interact with me in a way that draws out the fullness of who I can be and what I can do. Because it is part of what gives my life dignity, that there's things I can do for myself. but none of us can do it alone, to state the bleeding obvious. So we have to turn to other realms of support. And I just have to flick through these very, very quickly. I tend to go on about this, so I'm having a note to self, go through this quickly. We need to turn to other realms of support. So another realm of support is family. Now, what I mean by family there is not who you think of as my family, if that was wrong gender, wrong age, wrong colour, etc. But if that was me in the middle there, what I mean by family is those people who I feel related to by blood or contract. Not who you think I'm related to, who I feel related to by blood or contract. And you can't really know who my family is unless you really start to get to know me. So in my world of family, I include my mum, I include my siblings, I include my partner, I include 2 ex-partners, you know, the parents of my children, because we're related by blood or contract. I would include my kids, obviously, etc. It's probably about 30 people who I think of as family, right? Those people who I feel related to by blood or contract. Somebody else might have 1. Somebody else might have 500 in different cultures, etc. Obviously, in the Aboriginal world, it can be 400 or 500 people you think of as family. And the pressures in family tend to be around obligation, which can be a really good thing. And there's love as well, but you tend to do it because they're family, if that makes sense. I might not feel like seeing my mum on Sunday, but she's my mum, so I'm going to go and see her, or if I don't do that, I'm going to feel guilty for the rest of the week for going to see her, so I may as well go and see her anyway, because it's an obligation. They're family. Then around that, and this is really the realm that I'm interested in here, is the realm of community. What I mean by community in this context is those people who I feel myself to be in relationship with. Again, not who you think my community is, who I feel myself to be in relationship with. And if you're, and the pressures in community tend to be a bit different to family. They tend to be around reciprocity. If you give and give and give and give and give and give and get nothing back from your community, you may choose to leave. You may leave the friendship group, leave the organisation, leave the neighbourhood even. Much harder to leave family. We do, because families can be broken in difficult places, but it's a lot more angst around that. And the reason I'm just focusing on that a little bit is there's this little saying you've heard, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. There's this element of choice that's actually really important if we're working with community, because in community, if you're going to get people really engaged with you in what you're doing, they need to be able to answer the question, what's in this for me? There's choice, because if they can't answer that question, they will burn out. Now, I'm not saying people are selfish, because actually what's often in it for people is, what's often in it for me personally, a sense of altruism, a sense of connection, a sense of meaning in my life, a sense of contribution. But I need to be able to answer that question, what's in this for me? And then the fourth realm of support, a really, really important realm, is this realm of society. So far, those 3 realms in there that are still in yellow there, they are the realms of relationship. That's my world of relationship. What I mean by society is those people who might influence my capacity to get my needs and aspirations met, but I don't know them. They're the stranger, they're the buggers on talkback radio, they're the government, they're somebody else, okay? And the pressures in society tend to be around regulation. And regulation is a good thing. I am absolutely not saying regulation's a bad thing. Regulation's a good. I'm very fond of the regulation that will drive on the left, you know? I don't want to have a trust-based dialogue with somebody driving at me at 100. Let's just stick with the regulation, because we're amongst strangers, okay? When we're amongst community, regulation is not necessarily the way that we will work with each other. We'll work through trust and so on, a few things that I'll show you soon. Put in a much simpler language, this is my world of me, this is my world of us, family and community, this is my world of them. I just want to really emphasise, them is not a dirty word. One of the beautiful things about our culture is we tend to care for strangers. We tend to do things for strangers. I could not have got here today if it wasn't for road builders. I don't know any of them, but they have done something that has got me here today. So it's not that it's a bad thing. The key point is it's a different thing to the world of community. So the world of community is around obligation, reciprocity, relationship. The world of society is about regulation. So if we're trying to ensure that people get our needs and aspirations met, we need to be looking at what can happen within people's world of me and us to get those needs and aspirations met. Here's a key point for me in relation to what we're doing. You know you work with a disempowered group, or you know you're part of a disempowered group yourself, when the first question tends to be, what should they do for us? I heard somebody talking earlier about, we just hope the fireys will turn up when we ring 000. Well, they might not. You know you're working with an empowered group when the first question is, what will we do together? And then a really important second question, if we're going to do that, what support will we need from them? And in all sorts of subtle ways that I haven't got time to go into or give examples of, in all sorts of subtle ways, we tend to feed the disempowered first question. Rather than putting resource and time, as some of you in this room do, to sitting down with people in the community and saying, what do we want to do in our place? What do we want to do in our street? What do we want to do in our neighbourhood? We often say, what do you want the government to do for you? It's a good question, but if it's the only question, then we rip the guts out of people's world of me and us. So just to briefly touch on the word development, when you talk about community development, what you're talking about with community development is the word development. It's a very precious word to me. It means the opposite of envelopment. When you envelop something, you wrap it up. It's neat and tidy. You can file it away. It's good. It's good. What are you talking about when you're talking about development? You're talking about unwrapping the full potential of what is within. And so if we're talking about personal development, you're talking about unwrapping the full potential of the person. If you're talking about community development, you're talking about unwrapping the full potential of the world of me and us that is there in people's world of me and us. In terms of, I now want to talk about developing capacity in that world of me and us. And I like this saying. It's actually attributed to various people, but Ralph Nader is the one I first heard it from. The purpose of leadership is to produce more leaders, not more followers. All of our work, the way we work with community, has got to be generating leadership from within people. Now that can be hard. And I've got about 5 minutes to talk about how we develop people and how we develop capacity. To create strong community, I would sort of suggest 3 steps. One is it needs spirited people. It needs people themselves to have a bit of spirit. It needs people connected together. And it needs people living with hope. And what I mean by that word hope, I can't remember where this first came from, but a cute little acronym, HOPE, helping other possibilities emerge. Can we think differently can we burn the box? Can we think differently about how we can create a strong future for ourselves? And so just to very quickly talk about those 3 tasks, because for me this is, and I should say before I start this, in everything we do, how we have a cup of tea with someone, how we develop a policy, in everything we do, we can do it in ways that develop capacity, and in everything we do, we can do it in ways that choke capacity. So it's really important how we do things. So step 1, if you're developing capacity, so all those dots up on that screen, they represent people, and there's not much capacity in that picture, right? There's not much capacity. You throw something at that, it'll just go through. That's people sitting alone at home, watching the telly, not doing very much. How do we start to develop capacity? Well, the first thing is we've got to start, in my view, focusing on each person. And my language for it is about developing spirit. What's wrong with this statement? Yell out, someone. Be brave. There you go. We're humans, as it turns out. So treating everyone the same, if you treat everyone the same, it's not going to work. There's introverts, there's extroverts, there's blokes, there's women, there's people in small towns, there's people in big towns. That makes it complicated. There's not going to be some rule book, and this is how you work with people. we've actually got to really focus on people themselves. And my language for it is the idea of developing spirit. I will just briefly pause to say what I mean by spirit, because it's a many-sided word. I looked up spirit in the dictionary. This is from way back. And the word spirit, as some of you will be aware, it literally means the breath of life. The breath of life. I really love that. You know when your spirit's strong. You can feel real joy and real satisfaction and happiness and so on, and grief if you need to. But what if we can't breathe our life? And the image that came to me was of a person drowning. A person drowning can think only of the next moment. They can't think of the bigger picture of what's happening in their lives or what could happen in the future. And obviously they can't be but they're not going to be in this moment in that lovely Buddhist way, because this is a crap moment, right? Like they're drowning. They can only think of the next moment. A person drowning, related to that lashing out. Sorry, I've got technological problems here. A person drowning can think only of the next moment. A person drowning also apparently lashes out. If I'm drowning, I lash out. I lash out at people who are trying to help me. And so, you have to learn a certain grip if you're trying to rescue someone who's drowning. A person drowning, related to that lashing out, is always looking for answers out there. I need someone else to rescue me, right? And a person drowning apparently, in the end, gives in. It's finished. I can't do anything. When I first saw that, that struck me as a powerful metaphor for what was actually happening in a lot of our communities. That when our spirit is choked, we can think only of the next moment. We can't think of the bigger picture, the longer term. When our spirit is choked, we lash out at other people rather than reaching out. When our spirit is choked, we are always looking for answers out there rather than within my own heart, my own home, my own family, my own community. And when our spirit is choked, we give in. Bugger, nothing I can do. I'll get back online and do whatever I do to fill up the void that is left when we can't breathe our spirit. If people in our communities are thinking only of the next moment, if people in our communities are lashing out rather than reaching out, if people in our communities are always looking for answers out there rather than within, and if people in our communities have given in, we won't have communities that have the capacity to get their needs and aspirations met. So that in everything we do, we need to really, really work in ways that actually develop, that unwrap that breath of life within people. Oh, and I've just seen that I'm really, really running late, so I'll get through this pretty quickly. So in terms of how we do that, I have no time to go into this in detail, but the key thing in developing spirit is paying attention to the person themselves. Rather than paying attention to your plan developed in Perth, paying attention to people themselves, their experience, their action, their wisdom, their insights, their thoughts. You start by asking them, because then that will help them develop their ability, their direction and their truth. And then their spirit will be strong, and they'll be with you in spirit. The way, I think I've got it here, the way of choking spirit, and we do it with the best will in the world. We come in with our ideas of, here's the plan, not interested in your experience, just get on and do the plan. Not interested in what you think is the answer, just get on and do the plan. Not interested in your reflections on this, just get on and do the plan. You choke my direction, you choke my truth, you choke my ability, you choke my spirit. And I might be with you out of compliance, but I'm not really engaged in the safety of my own community. I'll skip through these. I think I've only got to 110, is that right? Yes, I'm over time. So the last thing I'll put up then is just these 3 steps of developing capacity. Once in developing spirit, that relies on relationships. And once you start to build people into relationship, once people are feeling a little bit spirited, a little bit connected, a sense of us is emerging, and then their ideas might bubble up of what we can be or do. And the absolute key in engaging community into this stuff is responding to those ideas rather than being focused on that sometimes over-complex plan. I think that's all I've got time to talk about. Well, obviously then the relationships build and you get this very messy picture. And actually, if you look at that picture, if that was you before, It no longer requires you. There is still connection. You're always aiming to create capacity and connection in community. So that's probably all I've got time to talk about. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, I think. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chris.
An awful lot to think about. Thank you very much for that insight. Any questions, please?
Oh, go on.
Do we have any questions from the virtual world, Melissa? No. All right. Again, thank you very much for your insight and your time with us this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Right, moving on. Our next speaker is Dr. Erin Smith, the Associate Professor of Disaster and Emergency Response at the School of Medical and Health Sciences at ECU. Dr. Smith is visiting us today from Victoria. Dr. Smith's presentation is named Supporting Volunteer Firefighter Wellbeing, Lessons from the Black Summer Bushfires. And it presents research into the impact on first responders. They are uncovered some startling psychological trauma that remains long after the crisis subsides. Some of you people in the room probably understand that already. Welcome, Doctor. Welcome to Bunbury.
Thank you so much, Chris.
And you've got the just afternoon gig.
Fantastic. How are you all? I wish I could be there with you all in WA. I'm sure it's a much nicer day there than it is here in Melbourne. It's quite grey and horrible, and we're into about our 100th day of lockdown here, so we're all starting to feel it a little bit here. If I could start my slides, please. I'm not sure if you guys can see them at that end. I'm not sure if they're already on the screen. I'm assuming they are. So this research project I'm going to talk to you about today really came about from some personal experience and lived experience to start off with, and that really motivated me to think more broadly about the impact that volunteering during emergencies and disasters has on our mental health and our wellbeing. So if I can take you all back to the beginning of January last year, and I know it's hard for us to remember anything prior to COVID at the moment, but I remember we just finished Christmas, our family Christmas, and I had just started volunteering with the Red Cross here in Victoria as part of their emergency services response team. And we were all put on alert because these fires, particularly across the eastern part of Victoria, were really starting to take off, and it was really becoming more and more worrying each day. And I remember watching on TV, as I'm sure many of you did as well, those graphic images of the horrendous bushfires, those unprecedented bushfires taking hold across so much of our country. And I was actually activated with my very first activation or deployment with the Red Cross as a volunteer during those bushfires. And my role was to be doing some psychological first aid with all of the evacuees that were coming back from Malakuta. So I'm not sure if any of you were involved with this response or remember it. I graphically remember those images of people huddling on beaches in Malakuta to protect themselves from the onslaught of those fires, and then getting on Navy ships being brought into Melbourne and then onto hotels and other places for them to evacuate to, because so many of them had lost their homes. And even though I wasn't activated to the actual site of the bushfires, just witnessing the sheer impact that was written all over the faces of the evacuees as they arrived on those Navy ships into Melbourne, and trying to help them figure out where they were going to go next and what was their next step, it really impacted me a lot more than I actually thought it would. And it wasn't even necessarily in the immediate aftermath of that, and when we'd gone home and days went by, and some of the traumatic stories that I heard and some of the things that I witnessed over those days helping those evacuees really started to play on me. And as those fires kept progressing and then COVID occurred, and we just heard all these stories coming through of those that were responding on the front line. And I personally just kept thinking, wow, is that one little exposure that I had, that one little part of my volunteer experience had such an impact on my mental health and wellbeing? How on earth are those that were right on the front line experiencing this for days, if not weeks or months on end, how on earth are they coping with all of this? And when we reached the 12-month sort of mark anniversary after the Black Saturday bushfires, I started to reach out to some of the responders that I knew that had been involved in that response to say, hey, I'm really interested in having a chat to you to see how you're going 12 months on. Because I knew from my own experience, I was still having nightmares and thinking back to some of those horrible things that I had seen and heard and witnessed 12 months ago. And I was just a volunteer in an evacuation centre. I certainly wasn't right there in the middle of it. I didn't have a threat to my life. I didn't have a threat to my community. I didn't lose my home or have damaged property. So my colleagues at Edith Cowan University, which was Dr. Lisa Holmes, Bridget Larkin and Dr. Brennan Mills, and my friend and colleague from New South Wales Fire Service, Mark Dobson, started to put together a research project where we wanted to start talking to a few volunteer firefighters about their experiences on the front line, what the impact that had had on them, and particularly how they would better like to have their mental health and wellbeing supported in future disasters such as Black Summer. So that's where this project really started out. Next slide, please, Dean. So throughout sort of the first part of this year, we started talking to some volunteer firefighters who had responded to Black Summer, and we ended up having 54 responders or volunteer firefighters. The majority of them were from Victoria and New South Wales, who reached out to us to say that they really wanted to be involved in our research because they wanted to share their experiences, particularly the impact that these experiences had had on their mental health and wellbeing, and how that impact had been supported by their respective organisations. And that's sort of where this project started out. So as I said, we decided to do interviews, so qualitative interviews with all of these responders, which in itself was a huge undertaking, very emotional, but so richly rewarding and descriptive. And the objective of the research that we really set out to do was to explore the impact of those Black Summer bushfires on volunteer firefighters and to investigate how to deliver effective wellbeing support, all based on their lived experience. So what had actually happened to them and what they felt would have probably better supported them after those bushfires. So as I mentioned, we ended up interviewing 54 volunteer firefighters, and all of them, without fail, within those interviews, and most of these interviews took about an hour to do, all of them voluntarily reported that they had been impacted by what they saw, some of the traumatic events they had to deal with, particularly those who reported dealing with maybe one or more actual traumatic events within that fire season seem to have been more impacted, which makes sense, particularly the more we're learning now about cumulative exposure to disasters and events like that. When we started digging down into those interviews, and really we transcribed them all and pulled out all of the data that came out of those, and some of the results we found were actually quite alarming. So we found that around 1/3 of the participants we had interviewed had felt like their life had actually been threatened while they were responding to bushfires. So that's an incredibly traumatic experience in itself. And then about 1/4 of them had experienced at least one traumatic event that had really affected their wellbeing. So a one-off event within that overall response. And some of these people had been responding for days, weeks and months, but they could really pinpoint one or two events within that time that had really affected their wellbeing more than others. For some, it was going into their own local communities and witnessing the sheer devastation. For some, it was the fact that they couldn't save their mate's house down the road. Others lost or had their own property damaged, had animals killed. Some lost their mates. It was really varied, but obviously the more of those individual traumatic events that they witnessed within or experienced within that time frame, the more they experienced, the more impact that they had. But at least 1/4 of the people that we spoke to had at least one traumatic event. The rest had a lot more than that as well. 50 of our 54 participants self-reported that they had a need for wellbeing support, and subsequently 12 had gone on to be diagnosed with PTSD. Really sadly, and these were really raw, emotional interviews at times. Both of us, the interviewers sat down and really cried when we actually conducted some of these interviews and listened back to them, because 3 of those responders very bravely told us about the plans that they had actually put in place for their suicide. So some of them had been so heavily impacted by what they witnessed and hadn't been supported appropriately, to the point that they had planned out their own suicide, but thankfully hadn't, for various reasons, followed through with that. Perhaps the finding that most concerned us, though, was that the participants had not received any kind of mental health treatment or support in the 12 months following the fires. So pretty much everyone that we spoke to, when they had self-reported the impact that this had had on their wellbeing and the mental health impact that they had experienced, when we went on to gently ask them about, well, did you seek support? Did you receive support? Have you had treatment for that? Overwhelmingly, the answer was no. And that was really quite concerning, but it certainly echoed results of research that I've done over the past 15 years with firefighters and first responders from the 9/11 terrorist attacks. And even 10 and 15 years down the track after that disaster, many of the first responders that I spoke to still, even though they self-recognised their wellbeing had been impacted and that their mental health had certainly deteriorated, they still hadn't gone out to seek support. And probably even more importantly, no one from their organisation or support networks have reached into them to say, hey, listen, we think that you're struggling and we think that you need some help. But what was also really concerning with this project and this cohort was that about 3/4 of the responders that we spoke to identified that they had actually never been contacted on an individual one-on-one basis by their organisations after Black Summer to see how they were going. So many of them reported that maybe they got a bulk email that was sent out to everybody in their organisation saying, here's the number for the EAP if you need to have a chat, give them a call. And then it was kind of like, that's it. Organisations have met their duty of looking after wellbeing. And quite a few of our responders were really angry about this and said, when I'm really struggling and in crisis, the last thing I'm going to do is ring some number and speak to some stranger who has no idea what it's like to go through what I have been through. And that's something that we've certainly heard in quite a few other research projects with responders as well, is that they don't like utilising the EAPs or the employee assistance programs because they know, as well intentioned as they are, and that they do play a significant role in a comprehensive, holistic wellbeing program. On their own, they are not enough to support people because most of the time the people taking the calls are not adequately trained in understanding and responding to those complex challenges and needs that people who've witnessed these kind of horrific events need help with. So that was really quite interesting. And only 10% of our participants believed that their wellbeing support that they had received was actually appropriate, and none of our 54 firefighters that we spoke to felt like they had received enough support or the right type of support that would actually suit them and help them improve their mental health and wellbeing. So it's actually really quite interesting too. I just wanted to note before I move on to the next slide, thanks Dean, that these findings actually echo those from some research that was led over there in WA from the University of Western Australia. Not that I should be mentioning the competitor, but we won't say that. But they actually did a big national research project that's been published recently, and their report was called After the Fires. And so if you're interested in this sort of topic area, I really encourage you to have a look at that report as well. But what we found, and obviously we've done ours on a much smaller scale, we've taken the time to really sit down and interview and chat to these people one-on-one. Their project is on a lot larger scale, but interestingly, we found the same kinds of problems. So when you get repeated results that are the same from different studies, they're telling you that this is a real problem and we're onto something here. So what do these responders, or what did the responders in our cohort actually want in regard to their wellbeing support? So we found when we went through all of the hours and hours of data that we had collected, and we went through all of those interview transcripts and information that they had provided, there were 4 key things that really stood out to us. The first was the need for any effective wellbeing support program to be both proactive and reactive. And I'm sure if there are any first responders in the room who are listening now, you'll agree that a lot of the times the wellbeing support that is provided from emergency service organisations has traditionally been quite reactive. Something happens and we provide some kind of support to those who have responded. But what came through loud and clear in our research was the real need to, yes, have that. Obviously, we need reactive support for our mental health and wellbeing, but we also need to be proactive. You know, some people suggested that, hey, I think that just like we might need to have routine physical health checkups, that maybe it's a really great idea to have a routine mental health checkup. And I always love to quote Tony Walker, the CEO of Ambulance Victoria here, where he talks quite openly about routinely getting his checkup from the neck up. And quite a few of the responders actually said, I'd be quite willing to do that, to engage in proactive kind of support to help build and build resilience and identify some really great coping strategies so that when the shit did hit the fan, sorry, shouldn't have said that, they were prepared for it and they had strategies in place and they knew people that they could reach out to. I know when I've been in crisis and I've needed to have some mental health support, the last thing I want to do is reach out to somebody who has no idea about my history, who doesn't know me, where there's no rapport and you basically have to start from the very beginning. It always works better when you have a pre-existing relationship in place so that when you are struggling, it makes it much easier to reach out to people and have a chat. The other things that really came out of that in terms of we need to be able to reach in and reach out, but it was also around this need to really empower people in these organisations to do this. So it's not enough for us just to sit here and looking at an organisation and say, you're failing, you're not doing a good enough job. We really need to provide the education and the resources and the support to actually empower people to feel confident enough to reach in when they need to. The second clear thing that came out was that, as I mentioned, these employee assistance programs on their own aren't enough. That if that's the only thing that an organisation has in place to protect mental health and wellbeing, it's not going to support people because the majority of our responders don't like to utilise that kind of support. The third clear finding was how important the sharing of lived experience was. And this came out in many stories around peer support and many of the responders sharing with us that some of the best support they received after the bushfires didn't come from their mental health professionals, didn't come from the organisations, but came from the chats they had with their mates, the ones that had shared experience, had been through something similar. So we can't underestimate the impact that sharing that lived experience can have. So I think moving forward, we really need to identify ways, again, that we can utilise this sharing of lived experience in a type of peer support program or format. And it needs to be done at the local level as well as at the organisational level. So we need to be empowering those that are out there in communities who, and we certainly saw this was a challenge with COVID, for example, that the peer support guys weren't actually classed as essential services. So despite the fact that they knew so many of their colleagues were struggling, they couldn't physically go and sit down face to face with them and have a yarn. And they said, sure, chatting on the phone helps. And even some of those who did have access to a computer at that time managed to do some kind of Skyping. But they also, that face-to-face aspect, and when you actually trust that person that you're talking to and you can feel vulnerable around them and really have an honest and open conversation, that is so important for supporting wellbeing. And the final thing that came through loud and clear was this real feeling amongst the responders that there was a need to build understanding and mental health literacy amongst the leaders of the emergency service organisations. So again, it's not so much a negative thing in terms of saying you're doing a crap job. It was more about we need to provide resources and empower these leaders to be in a position where they confidently feel like they can recognise people who are struggling, reach out to them or reach into them, and then have really safe and effective conversations around mental health. So that's really important. Next slide, please, Dino. So the majority of our participants, surprisingly, didn't feel supported at all when it came to their wellbeing, and seeking help was still identified as a really problematic issue amongst this group. And again, it's something that I have seen for the past couple of decades amongst first responders and particularly firefighters. There's a huge amount of self-stigmatisation still happening, and this was certainly identified back in 2018 when Beyond Blue did their national Answering the Call research survey, where there was 20,000 emergency service personnel and volunteers from around Australia took part in that research project. And what was really loud and clear from those findings as well is that we're not really stigmatising each other. We're not judging each other for mental health and wellbeing, but we're doing it to ourselves. We're self-stigmatising, and we're telling ourselves that we're weak and that suck it up, that how on earth can I have a problem? I didn't lose my house. I didn't die. I didn't lose a loved one. So how on earth can I be affected by this? We really need to tackle that self-stigmatisation. And I think a lot of that comes down to still, you know, we've done a huge amount of work and we are progressing a lot within this space, but it's still around normalising conversations around mental health so that it isn't a taboo topic at all. And look, it's still really clear that there's still almost among many of these fire servers almost this toxic masculinity when it comes to the culture there. So we've still got some way to go in terms of changing the culture as well, so that people know that it is okay to speak up. And part of this is around, as I mentioned before, empowering and teaching the leaders how to speak up and talk about their own lived experience, opening up lines of communication and trust, building those pre-existing relationships, so that when our volunteers are struggling, they feel like they are very comfortable and confident in starting those conversations. And I really liked actually our previous speaker who I just came in at the end of, and the acronym that he was speaking to about helping other possibilities emerge or having hope. And I love that. And I think I might even pinch that as well and say that I think that was something that seriously came out of our research, was that we need to look at how we can help things evolve now. Instead of just identifying the problems, we need to look for the possibilities of how we can overcome that. And my final slide, please, Dean. So I think, you know, we still obviously have some work to do in this space, but I know I've been doing research and working with first responders for the better part of 2 decades now, and I know we've absolutely come a huge way. We've broken down a lot of the stigma. We're getting much better at having conversations around mental health. We're building mental health literacy within many of our emergency service organisations, but there are still some issues with the culture, with the self-stigmatisation. And I think we also need to really be aware of the fact that it isn't a one-size-fits-all answer here, that to really support mental health and wellbeing of our volunteers, we need to provide a range of resources and support systems that best suit their needs. So some should be face-to-face, some should be online by telephone, some might be anonymous, but others might be peer support. Some might be locally led peer support groups or online peer support groups, and some might be organisational level peer support. There's a need for all of this, and we need this holistic approach to really be able to make any kind of real advancement and change occur. So I think my final message to everybody who's listening today is that it's all around empowering people, empowering those in local communities and their organisations to feel more confident about talking about mental health, empowering those who are out on the ground to feel brave enough to talk about their mental health. And one of my colleagues, Mark Thomas, who is the president of the Code 9 Foundation, a charity here in Victoria that's set up to support first responders who have mental health challenges that have arisen from the work they do in the community. And he always says it's not weak to speak. And I think that goes a long way as well to saying, yes, sometimes the organisations need to make change, but we as individuals also need to as well. So I'll leave you with those thoughts, and thank you very much for listening today.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. A lot to think about for us emergency responders. Are there any questions of Dr. Smith, please? We have the microphone, if you may.
My name's Robin. I was just wondering whether you found any particular local government group or anyone that is doing it well or better than, you know, leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else that other people could learn from.
Yeah, so we purposely didn't ask the responders which organisation they were from, because that was actually something we took quite seriously in terms of when we were inviting people to participate. We were told quite unequivocally by a lot of people that if this was officially through their service organisations, that we wouldn't get people signing up because the fear of, you know, that if they speak out that there would be some kind of retribution for that almost. So we wanted people to be able to speak anonymously, to really open up and share their experiences. So while I don't have specific organisations or LGAs to share with you, I think the things that really stood out were those organisations who took a very proactive approach to supporting wellbeing. And that certainly came across from a couple of the people that were involved in this, in that, yes, they had had an impact to their mental health and wellbeing, but they felt that their particular organisation had been quite proactive and provided a holistic range of services that they could reach out to. But in this instance, COVID really had impacted on that as well. So as I mentioned, you know, some of the peer support teams, for example, and some of the people that used to go out with the peer support and their dogs, go out and chat to stations and individuals, that couldn't really happen because when we were all locked down, the peer supporters weren't actually classed as essential services or essential workers. And so that message came through loud and clear, is that that needs to change, and that we need to consider these kind of mental health providers as mental health professionals, and that they should be essential and should be allowed to go out, because it was that face-to-face contact and communication that was so beneficial, and that sharing of lived experience.
Thank you for that question. Any others? There's another one coming. Thank you.
Julian. Yep, there we are. Hello, Aaron. My name's Julian. Really good talk, particularly around the stigma and those sorts of things. I'm a local bushfire chief for a local government, and I'm also the emergency services supervisor for a mining company. And what I've sort of found in the past is that with the stigma, workers involved in a critical incident on site will also often be volunteers with fire and rescue or bushfire brigades or St John's ambulance, and they're more comfortable to go and talk to those peer support groups and counsellors than they are our own site EAP, and then vice versa in the emergency services volunteering. They're quite happy to talk to their work EAP because they don't want that organisation finding out about it or that they've sought help. And in some cases, they'll actually foot the bill themselves and go and see the GP and get a referral. Is that something that's common across what you've discovered and what you're seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was something that certainly came across as a very prevalent issue, was that those that had reached out and sought support, the majority of them weren't doing it through their organisation. So they had actually gone, as you mentioned, to either their GP, or they had personally identified their own mental health professional or sought peer support through other organisations rather than going through their organisation. And when I sort of queried why that was, a lot of it came down to the fact that they didn't trust that if they shared that they weren't coping, or that if they were struggling, that wouldn't be then used against them in almost a way of, and I know this certainly came through with the research I've done with 9/11 and also more broadly with police responders as well. And it's almost that analogy, if you take my gun, then my job's gone and I can't speak out because you'll take my gun. With the firefighters, it was almost like there was this real feeling of, if I'm not coping, then I don't have what it takes to be a firefighter. So again, this real feeling and a culture of masculinity was coming through as well. And I must admit, for any of the ladies there in the audience, it was us females that were more likely to put our hand up and say we needed support and to actively seek that out. And that was certainly the case also with all of the first responders that I worked with after the 9/11 terrorist attack. So it's certainly a prevalent theme in that you men aren't quite as as good as coming forward and supporting your own mental health. And it is that stigma that's still attached to it. And again, I don't really think there's actual stigma and judgment and bullying so much around mental health occurring. It's more, again, that self-stigmatisation that we do to ourselves. And if I actually say, yes, I'm not coping, will they then take me out of the role? Will that mean that they won't let me be a volunteer anymore? And as we know, those of us that volunteer, it's a huge part of our life and our identity. So the threat of, or even just the perceived threat of that identity being removed from us, so many of us will sit back and not speak about mental health. We'll just let it go.
Thank you. Any other questions? I've got a couple of virtual ones here. You won the prize of the most questions today.
Hey.
The first one is there any printed material to support the work that you're doing that people could use as reference, please?
Absolutely. So this particular project that I've spoken about today is actually just about to be submitted to the journal Pre-Hospital and Disaster Medicine. So that will hopefully be available as a peer-reviewed publication in that journal in the coming months. But I also highly recommend that you have a look at that report that came out from the University of Western Australia and their collaborating researchers, which was after the fires. And they actually looked at what we did, but on a much larger scale. From memory, it was some 4,000 responders or emergency service personnel. So it wasn't just the volunteers that they looked at. They looked at the paid career responders as well. But it was quite striking when we sat down and looked at our results and compared them to theirs, that these issues were quite similar. So I would really, really recommend that people have a look at that paper as well. And that's available freely online as a PDF.
Right, we'll put the link to that on the Emergency Dardanup webpage. Thank you very much. Another question, if I may. Despite reassurance, many volunteers fear using EAP for fear of being stood down. I think that's pretty much what you covered. How do they overcome this, do you think?
Yeah, it's difficult because I have to put my hand up and say I'm not a fan of EAPs. And when I have had my own wellbeing issues, whether it's been after responding to disasters or just the research that I do and the vicarious trauma that I've experienced, I've never really felt comfortable enough to reach out to an EAP. But I think we really need to, that's where it comes back to this whole idea of having a suite of programs and resources in place that people can access. And so I know one of the examples that I hold up as a gold standard here in Australia is Ambulance Victoria and the way they approach mental health and wellbeing support. They have a really varied array of support systems in place. So if you want to speak to a chaplain, chaplains are available. If you want to speak to a psychologist, there are psychologists. If you want to speak to a peer support member, there's peer support teams. If you want to actually speak to the EAPs there, they're building up resilience with so many other things that they're working on at the moment as well. And I think, you're not going to stop people from feeling uncomfortable calling an EAP. So you need to provide other options for them so that they don't see that that's their only option and then just say, okay, well, I tried. It's not worth it.
Right, thanks very much. Any other questions finally? There's another. Please stand to the microphone. Cleaning up.
Hi Erin, my name's Louise Stokes, Recovery Coordinator for Local Government, but I'm also a Red Cross volunteer and a volunteer brigade member. What I've seen is that the Red Cross do an amazing job with their volunteer wellbeing program post-incident. And my question is, have you seen programs in place either within Australia or internationally where government or agencies work across their own organisation and support each other to provide those services? And I suppose the ambulance would be a great example, as if they work with local government or if they work with state government and volunteer brigades in helping.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but I've lost you. That cut out about halfway through that question. I apologise.
So my question is, have you seen nationally or internationally where agencies who do a great job in welfare support post-incident come and actually assist other organisations or local governments or state government in either sharing templates or running a fee-for-service or running a program themselves?
Wonderful question, and unfortunately, no, I have certainly not seen that for us to share lessons that we're learning across different organisations. And certainly a lot of the lessons that we learn in one emergency service or volunteer role will certainly translate and be transferable across to other organisations. But I think that from my experience within emergency services particularly, we still tend to operate quite in silos and there isn't a huge amount of sharing happening. One example I can highlight is some work that's happening here in Victoria at the moment that's been funded by WorkSafe and being led by the Emergency Services Foundation. And they've actually brought together leaders from every emergency service organisation and key volunteer organisations as well. And they've brought together, it's about been 60 odd leaders that have come together to complete with a pilot program that we've developed and I've been teaching into called Leading for Better Mental Health. And a big part of that is sharing lived experience, sharing lessons across the organisations, really breaking down those barriers and silos to say this works for us, well, this works for us. Maybe we can share some ideas here or even collaborate. So I think we're slowly moving in the right direction, but to date, I haven't seen any widespread sharing, and I would love to know if anyone else out there has some examples. It would be great to see what's happening.
Thank you very much for your time. We're out of time. Please join me in thanking Dr. Smith. Our next session's on animal welfare. I'd like to introduce Craig Cuthbert, the Coordinator of Community Safety and Emergency Management for the Shire of Dardanup, along with Brett Hopley, who's the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the Incident and Emergency Management, Sustainability and Biosecurity at DPEP. That's a big name. They'll both be on stage together, so I'll welcome those two gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully don't have too many sleeps up the back there just after lunch. I've had a few people come and wipe their hands on my shirt when I was having lunch, and I asked the gentleman standing next to me, I said, "You know why people are doing that?" He said, "Because you look like a tea towel." So apologies. So I work at the Shire of Dardanup, Coordinator Community Safety Emergency Management, and with the recent Warraloo bushfires, I was involved as a local government liaison officer, as well as obviously doing my normal day-to-day job. And I think Lewis mentioned earlier that that's quite a common thing where you do your day job, but there's also other elements that you get involved in. So just before I do kick off, what I've put in this presentation is a bit of a collaboration of City of Swan and Shire of Dardanup. There was a lot of learnings that City of Swan also got, which we do have some City of Swan people here, so if you've got any questions for them, feel free to fire away. Not getting some good looks there, but that's all right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start off and just paint a picture for you and just think of your own local government and this type of scenario. So it's just points from the Warraloo fire, a few little facts and figures in there. And if by the end of this, what you get out of it is you just start thinking about your local government or even your own personal space as far as what do I do with my animals if I need to evacuate, then I feel I've done something. So hopefully that all pans out. These figures that are up here are very general, so don't take them verbatim. However, it was a typical summer's day. It was very hot. It was around 40 degrees, depending on where you were in the area. It could have dropped or gone up. The winds, 40 k's an hour, was a lot stronger than that, especially the gusts as well. It really was howling. We sort of knew once something would kick off, it would be very hard to stop it. The winds east-southeasterly on the day, and the fire danger rating, we had severe. We had a total fire ban in place for the Lower West Inland amongst all the other regions within Metro and WA. And we also had a harvest vehicle and movement ban put in place by our Chief Bushfire Control Officer. And to add further complication, we had day one of a 7-day lockdown. So, wearing masks, incident control points and ICCs we all got a little bit tired of that. So, the other thing with the COVID lockdown, I believe, it potentially assisted with response, given that a lot of people were home. So, brigade members were home, working from home, but also assisted with removing of animals because people were at home. They could get their floats, they could take their horses, take their cats, take their dogs. But that's my view. It could be very different. So at 12:04, the fire was initially called in as a structure fire. So around the corner, I'd say probably 8 k's away, Mundaring VFRS were already at a job, and that job was a unexploded ordnance that was found, and the Army was there along with the police, and Mundaring were also there while they were working out how they would either let it off or dispose of it or what have you. So 12:04 this call came in, so we had a truck pretty close. They've arrived, they've ascertained that it's not a structure fire, it's a bushfire, and it was straight away classified as a third alarm. By 1:40, it was confirmed that assets had been lost, with many more under threat. By 2 p.m, the incident escalated to a level 2. That was where the Shire of Mundaring, we did the Section 13 paperwork with DFIS and handed over. 2:30 p.m, it had already burnt 230 hectares. It's 568 acres, which with the winds that we had, you can understand that, but it was sort of still hard to believe as well. 2:45, it was in the city of Swan. So unfortunately our boundaries don't have walls. It went across and that caused a lot of issues for City of Swan. We had a trigger in place that if it jumped 2J Road, it would go to a level 3. And that didn't take long either. It was 4:30 p.m. 5 p.m, Tilden Park was being directly impacted by the fire. At 7 p.m, 2,661 hectares had been burnt. The fire was past O'Brien Road at 12:20 a.m, and by 8:30 a.m. on the 2nd of February it had reached and jumped the Great Northern Highway. Just some facts on the fire. So it travelled approximately 28 kilometres in 20 hours. So that was with a peak rate of spread of 5 kilometres per hour and a rate of spread not going below 1.3 kilometres per hour in the later stages of the fire. It's believed that the intensity of the fire, it was estimated that the intensity of fire had been up to 55,000 kilowatts at its peak. And when you drive through Noble Falls and you looked at some of those hills there, you could understand that it got pretty hot. The fire travelled mostly through private property, and due to the rapid rate of spread, it was difficult to consolidate the fire in the earlier stages. And, along 2J Road there where Noble Falls is, the terrain's quite steep and heavy, and then once you go into the Wailanga National Park, same thing. 200 homes were saved and no loss of life. 86 homes were lost, and that's heartbreaking. But we should be commended that we saved those 200 homes and we lost no lives. So I'd like to focus on that as well, but also the fact that we lost houses is no good. A total of 10,900 hectares was burnt, so that's 27,000 acres. Here's a map of the fire scar. This is Warraloo at this end, and we've got Great Northern Highway just down this end here, and we've got Allenbrook that was basically in the path and next to be given instructions. I'll just point out, around this area here is the State Equestrian Centre, and one of the City of Swan officers was thinking, where's all the horses? Where's all the floats? We know that there's a lot of people out there with horses, cattle, etc., etc. And local networks, this officer found out that they were all going to the State Equestrian Centre and parking floats there and essentially setting up. The issue with that is they were in the path of the fire. So a lesson learnt, which we'll come up to near the end there, but we'll talk about that further. But just something to consider when you do, find locations to have people go to and what have you. So the fact that they went to the State Equestrian Centre, it was sort of a self-immobilisation thing. It wasn't anything that was put out. Just keep that in mind. The local government's role. So we had discussions with the Incident Controller, Department of Communities, and we discussed about the best evacuation centre. So it was either going to be the Mundaring Arena, which, given the way the fire was behaving, we probably want to get it out of the sticks. So we chose Brown Park down in Swan View. Brown Park has a capacity of around about 600 people with the COVID rules, so we thought we should be good with that. We also have the open areas and the ovals for horse floats, vehicles or anything that may need to come through. However, it sort of started off quite slow, but picked up in the end. So the community safety team, given we have an animal welfare subplan, they were informed that one, we were going to activate that, and two, these are your roles. So we've only got 4 rangers in Mundaring. So I think City of Swan have 14 advocates or rangers. So we were quite limited straight away with just how much we could do. So one of them attended the evacuation centre just to give assistance for anyone that was arriving with pets. And a family that was self-quarantining, because they just returned from travel, had rocked up and advised that that was the situation, but they had 2 dogs. So what we had to do with that was say, all right, we'll put them in our pound, but the ranger had to think about, oh, what about the COVID stuff? So it was meet me at the pound, stay in the car, open up the pound, open up the pens, put the food and water bedding in, let the dogs in and off on your merry way, and then lock it all up. We're lucky that it was only those 2 dogs at the time, but yeah, potentially could have been a lot busier. Our role was also initially with the humane euthanasing of the animals, and that's done under the interim appointment to act as a General Inspector under the Animal Welfare Act 2002. So the Shire has firearms. We have 2 firearms, so a .20 or 22 and a .357, and we use them probably on a daily basis for kangaroos that have been hit, whether it be someone's caught a fox or animals that are injured, predominantly wildlife in the public areas. So the rangers are familiar with the firearms, and we've got some yes, we have a corporate firearms licence, and yes, everyone that was using them is on the licence. But yeah, I'm sort of glad that we did have those firearms, because it would have meant that there would have been a lot of animals suffering unnecessarily. So what was the trigger for us to say, too much for us, little local government, we need some more help? Well, it was the morning of the 2nd, woke up early and I received a call from Divisional Command East, and the Divisional Commander was actually one of our fire control officers who's employed at the Shire full time as a fire protection officer. So he gave me a bit of a heads up that crews had reported there was a property with 100 sheep that were burnt, injured, all of that. And I knew straight away, well, we can't handle that. So I spoke with one of my other rangers to try and contact DPIRD to see what assistance we could get. And by that time, City of Swan and the Shire of Mundaring were receiving calls from people saying, I want to get back to my property, I want to feed my stock, I want to check their water. So, at that stage, we couldn't really give them answers, but that we're working on it. So, the calls were made to DPIRD, so not just by us. I know Incident Control was also contacting them because the information I was given was also fed up to the incident control. City of Swan, I know, were contacting DPIRD, so I'm pretty sure they would have seen all these calls and thought, yep, something's going on. By midday, we had word that DPIRD were coming, and approximately 2 p.m, DPIRD representative had arrived, which is Brett Hopley, and you had, I think it was Cherie as well, who's here from DPIRD. So what happened when DPIRD arrived? Well, firstly, we could take a bit of a deep breath. Administratively and operationally, they provided support, which, as a local government with limited resources, was great. They ascertained a central point of contact where any residents that were either calling Shire of Mundaring, City of Swan, they would put those details, send them to that email, and that would then be put into a spreadsheet and prioritised and assessed. They also arranged for, they had a vet come up, and then there was just contacts going out to various other vets. So in the end we had don't quote me on it, might be more, but around about 20-something vets and veterinary nurses that were there to assist. And at the ICC at the Mundaring Arena, we had the first aid room set up as a little emergency operation room if crews had brought in animals or residents or anything like that, and we didn't have to use it, which was good. However, DPIRD, they created these teams, so there were 6 teams that had vets, vet nurses, and also our 4 rangers, City of Swan advocates. And from the Shire's point of view, our main role with that was to assist with euthanasing because we had the tools to be able to do it. And you know, there was treatments and all that given to animals that were on properties and what have you. They also assisted with the reuniting of animals with families, so through that central point of contact, but also liaising with the local governments, you know, about who they've heard from, and there was the supply of feed. So DPIRD, they went down the track, they organised hay. I think it was about 600 tonnes of hay, I think, in the end. Feeds, there was water, all that. So people were starting to get, slowly, stuff for their animals because, you know, we all care for animals and treat them like our own as if they're a child. Well, I do anyway. And the ongoing support up till they deactivated. So DPIRD, for the first time, activated their state animal welfare plan. And I can tell you, although we had some bumps, it went pretty smoothly in the scheme of things. So, yeah, happy with that. Just some considerations as a local government. If you haven't already, look at various areas that you can set up for feed to be dropped off, hay to be dropped off. And when I say an area big enough for semi-trailers, tilt trays, things like that. So I know I wasn't fully aware of the size of the trucks that were coming in. I know the first spot I gave, Brett went out and had a look and he goes, yeah, nah. All right, so we found another one. Use your local suppliers when it comes to feed and stock. I say this because City of Swan indicated that they had businesses that were struggling because all the feed that would normally be bought by them wasn't being bought because it was all being given to them for free. So look at trying to use your local suppliers, support local, and that'll help them. Your neighbouring LGs and their capacity to assist. Our borders aren't solid. We can help each other. And I think in these times, you know, the more we work together, the better it will be for the community. Staff who can assist but still be able to run the day-to-day of the LG. So out of the 4 rangers I had, 1 stayed on all during the day to manage the rest of the Shire when it comes to normal animal control, and we had one of the fire guys as well that was on just to do the day-to-day stuff. Have the right tools for the job. So when I say that, for example, our larger firearm didn't have a scope. For them to be able to do what they wanted to do properly, they needed a scope. So they persevered, but the first thing we did is we went and got a scope. We already had a heap of leads, bowls, all that for the evacuation centre. Debrief and check with your staff that are on the job. I would hang around at the ICC until the last ranger was in, just to make sure that they were going okay, given that they're euthanasing animals. It's not the best thing to be doing. And yeah, just make sure that they're on track and keeping it good. Get to know DPIRD before you have an incident. I only say that because it's always that awkward moment in an emergency situation where you're meeting someone and you're trying to work out what both of you are about and who's doing what. And so I'd recommend that you try and get to know the faces that you could potentially be dealing with. Town of Cottesloe or what have you, they might not need to, but those that are in shires where you've got large areas with livestock and sheep and animals, I recommend it. Practice your plan. So if you've got an animal welfare plan from the local government perspective, practice it and do it with external agencies, not externa, like I've got there. And during those exercises, challenge yourself, because we learn when we challenge. So that's the time to do it. Speak up if you're not comfortable during the activation or deactivation. If you don't feel comfortable with DPIRD leaving yet, raise it. Talk to them. Say, just wait. We've got concerns about this. We want you to stay and help with this. And communication and messaging. So communication, I look at it in two ways. One is communicating to the community and educating them on exactly what happens during an emergency with animals and what the Shire's role is in that, the local government's role. And the messaging, we had messaging go out on Emergency WA, obviously Facebook pages, making sure it's all consistent and it's the same message. Otherwise you get the confusion and the frustration from the community. So actions post-fire that the Shire's taken, or will be taking as well. So we've applied for the Animal Welfare and Emergencies grants that were offered by Welga and DPIRD. If you haven't applied for it, I suggest you do if it comes out again. So we've got 3 going out to Muiress for 2 days to learn about livestock handling in situations where they might be stressed and first aid and what have you. Review your local animal welfare plan. Upgrade your equipment and PPC if you see there's deficiencies. We're going to be incorporating into our exercises DPIRD a lot more, and communication to the community, so letting them know exactly what your role is in the event of emergency. Just a couple of quick photos. That was one of the head vets that was heading the teams. We've got a family there that were reignited with their chooks. That's all they had left. Everything else was gone. Horse with burns, echidna, and Lucy treated for burns. So these were provided by City of Swan. Just before I hand over to Brett, I've got some acknowledgements. So Debbie Screen from City of Swan, she did a lot of great work in this area during the job, and still has, and some of the stuff today that was provided has come from Debbie. Welga, Cassandra Mora, just for your support and assistance with the animal welfare side with the grants. Brett Hopley from DPIRD, Shire of Dardanup for putting on today and giving us the opportunity to share our learnings and experience. And not just volunteers, but career as well, not necessarily in firefighting, but everywhere. Thank you for all the excellent work that you do, volunteers and career during times of crisis. So that's it. Thank you.
Afternoon all. Thanks for having us. I just want to thank Craig for drawing a really good picture of what Woolloomooloo experience was from the local government perspective. And my name's Brett Hopley, so I've been mentioned, I think, pretty positively so far anyway. I work for DPERD. I work in the Incident and Emergency Management branch, and my title is the State Animal Welfare in Emergencies Coordinator. It's a longer one than I wanted, but that's okay. It defines today really what I wanted to do is just quickly touch upon why we thought it was a good way to present that we had the local government authority, and we did have Swan has done a couple of presentations similar to this with us, and tie it together with the state authority in this same space and how we work collaboratively. The whole part of the Wirraloo experience for us was that it was a learning curve, but we got a lot of gains because we realised those interrelationships were really important. Today what I'll do is I'll just give a bit of context of why DPERD's on a state level around the animal welfare and emergencies framework now. We've joined the EM team in some ways. And also I'll sort of give an insight into Wirraloo, how our experience was, and some learnings that we had from at least a state perspective. So further ado, see if I can make this. DPERD has worked and been engaged with emergency management events and incidents for a long time. We've also been involved around biosecurity incidents, where our expertise is based upon. Though recently we've taken up the baton to be the support and coordinate and management of animal welfare components inside of state emergency responses. It's a new field to us, and I'll elaborate on why that's new soon. But we knew that there was a lot for us to learn, and Wirraloo was the opportunity where we really got to test out a lot of our ideas. The basis of that is that the new state support plan for animal welfare and emergencies, in late 2019, the plan was endorsed, and our agency started making preparedness for us to be able to respond and activate this plan in future incidents. The plan prescribed how we would coordinate and manage the animal welfare function inside of an emergency, state-run emergency, and how we should nurture our stakeholders' network and partnerships to support that function. The plan also prescribes roles and structures, but we've been refining those as we've gone along. Wirraloo's provided a great opportunity for us to get better in that space. Wirraloo directly relates to, without making back reference to where Craig was, as most people are aware, as they've been exposed to it, 1st of February, we started to understand mainly through DFIS communication that there was a growing situation with the Wirraloo bushfires, and we started preparing ourselves for the chance that there was the animal welfare aspects would exceed the local government authorities at that point. Over the next 24 hours, we worked closely with the Wirraloo Incident Command, the impacted LGAs, that is mainly the Shire of Dardanup and the City of Swan, and we also started to work with our regional animal welfare stakeholders, the groups that were in the area that we knew would be quite possibly already being impacted by animals being reported to them. That culminated, as Craig had summarised, on the 3rd of February. We activated the state support plan for the first time. This activation for us provided us we established a pretty formal structure and coordination around the animal welfare response. We centralised all animal welfare reports from local government and community members who were contacting either our agency or other partnerships and stakeholders, and we activated the CORE, the Committee for Animal Welfare and Emergencies, one of the key state responsibilities under the state support plan. The core is a group of a multi-organisational forum, as it's defined there. It has members represented right through the veterinary sector, government authorities, wildlife sector, and it comes together often a quarterly basis, but works closely at all times to refine animal welfare and emergency responses and the preparedness for those inside of our agencies and within the communities of Western Australia. Specifically relating to Woolloomooloo, the plan prescribes that there are a number of functions that we, as the custodians of that plan, were to make sure we undertook. Woolloomooloo, we understood that different fires, different situations would provide different, there would be a demand in different areas of those functions, and for Woolloomooloo it was principally around the activation and the establishment of the animal welfare emergency groups. Craig touched on how we established a number of veterinary teams. They were called veterinary teams because they had a vet and vet staff in, but they were also involved local government authorities, people with knowledge and understanding in the area, even people who were supporting our agency for livestock management. We tried to make the teams as capable to be able to deal with things and respond to triaged reports as we went along. One of the notable things for that was that over the time, one of the measures I've referred to in a number of presentations is that we had approximately over 140 vet staff hours that were donated to us by the core members. So I think we were expanding over 7 to 8 days. There was a significant number of vets who gave their time up and vet nurses who attended, and we were able to get them on the ground and to respond. All of this, I have to highlight, was under the strong support and control of DFIS in the response. Obviously, we're providing a function that follows after the need for life and property, and the DFIS's support for this new function to be set up and undertaken was exceptional. While we thought we had our plan very well thought out, there were always a number of considerations that we just hadn't made, and we had the support that when we were able to provide that to the incident command, very promptly there was always a solution that was able to be generated, which allowed us to maximise the opportunity, this first opportunity we had to support the communities that were being impacted. I think I've drawn attention to these members that were there. RSPCA, Perth Zoo represented. We had obviously in each one of the teams, when they could, the local government authorities that were being impacted provided support, but they were, as you would expect, they were drawn to so many other functions that they had to look at, that this is why the state support plan provided a really good community relief, I guess is the best word. The Australian Veterinary Association, the WA frame, really stepped up. They were providing a significant amount of staff and actually were able to help us with the coordination function inside of the command. And it all came together quite well. The state support plan prescribes a number of tasks that needed to be undertaken, and we were ready to do most of them, I think, quite well. At Woolloomooloo, there was a lot of priority over the assessment of animals and the supply of animal feed and general animal supplies. The plan does prescribe a number of other things like managing stray animals, transport of animals and treatment, but those things at this incident weren't a primary focus for us. There was not the need that we came along. As a quick outcome to what we experienced, I think these numbers draw your attention. I put little circles there to help the eye. I think notably a large proportion of the animals that we treated would be categorised as livestock, maybe not alpacas, but there was quite a few that were livestock. But of those animals that we did assess, there was really quite a small proportion that were either required humane euthanasia or were dead on assessment. So we had a really strong response from those animals, and we felt like we were getting really on contact to them. Other outcomes that we drew upon, is that we were able to notably reduce the risk of secondary complications with those animals following the response. And we were able to work closely with the Department of Communities on the management of animals going towards evacuation centres. And we were also able to consolidate reports back to DFIS about what the animal welfare issue was and how it was being managed at prompt periods of time. And I'd say probably the most highlighting fact for me was that we were able to give quick response and communication to those direct community members who were currently experiencing a world that I didn't really have an insight into how hard it was, and be able to give them some sort of follow-up on how their animal management was occurring, and to give them some sort of relief that while they couldn't maybe return to their properties, there was somebody who was able to get into those areas and give some assurance that their animals were being at least assessed effectively and being able to be given some temporary care while they were restricted from entering the area themselves. Transition to recovery. I think Craig, I was listening to the side, Craig mentioned about the considerations there. I think we could file that one for ourselves as being a learning experience. We understood that our function in the response was really important, but the parameters that were around transitioning back to recovery for us was something that was sort of new and something that we definitely had some learnings on, which we've been working closely with. I'll provide insight into that. The main reason for that is that the plan prescribes that it returns to local government authorities, and the local government authorities have a lot to be returned to them in a short period of time, so we're working in that space to better ourselves. Quick one, all of these points that I've and this overview that I've provided was we undertook an after action review in the months following. We came out with 18 recommendations. They can be consolidated pretty much into 5 key considerations. And these were those. So we understood that we needed to better our operational plan, and we needed to make that plan not just for the peri-urban area, but also for the whole state, as that's our responsibility. We needed to better the transition to the recovery phase and be able to understand how our agency specific can take on some of those responsibilities. We knew that we needed to get better resources for our response in the future. DFES provided us a lot of support in that area, and we were very thankful for it, but we've acknowledged that that's not something that will always go on, so we've been working in that space to strengthen our abilities. And the reporting of animal welfare responses, particularly about centralising those reports. If we were lucky in this, not lucky, this was only limited to 2 local government authorities, but we're aware that there could be a significant number more, and all of them, traditionally, the animal welfare reports go to those local communities, so we've realised during an activation of a plan that we need to centralise those more effectively. That's the summary of where we're at. This is a quick chart that really has got too much writing to ever read too much, but this is just a quick indication as of about a month ago that where we're at in the development of those 18 plans. We're working towards, not enough grey on it, but we're working towards it. So hopefully before the next season comes around, we'll be in a better place. And the summary to date, I guess 2 things I wanted to highlight. One was that we needed to continue to strengthen the local government connection we have and how we work with them. 2 facets that we're undertaking right now is with the assistance of Wolga, we've got a local government officer training program that a number of people have already applied for, and we're going to run, I think we're going to end up having 4 to 5 courses over the next year. The first 2 start next week, and that's to strengthen the local government's ability to initially respond to animal welfare concerns when they have any issue in their environment, and also how to escalate it to the point and work with us if the activation of the plan occurs. And the other one is we're running a veterinary exercise to encourage as many veterinary professionals throughout the state to be part of any future response and give their time as they did with the Woolloomooloo. That's about where we're at, I think. That's me. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Are there any questions of these two gentlemen? Behind me. Neil. Any virtual questions, Melissa? No? All right, thank you, gents. Again, thanks very much. The time you've been waiting for, not home time, but afternoon tea. Can I have you back here, please, at... I'll get a second. 20 minutes, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Thanks again for being prompt. It is appreciated. Just before we go into the final bracket for the day, the Shire of Dardanup President, Mr. Mick Bennett's asked to have a couple of words, so I'll just pass to him if I may.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to call Erin and Melissa up to the stage, which I think they're out the back. So come forward, please. Out there? Right out. No. Today's been a magnificent conference put together by these two ladies. In bulk of the work has been done by them, and I just wanted to ask everybody to show their appreciation for the work they've done today, because the Shire certainly appreciates it. And also to our compere. Chris, isn't it? No. Chris, our compere has done a magnificent job, and you can't do it without people that fit in just nicely as a compere. So Chris as well, and to these two young ladies that have done a magnificent job today, and I thank them from the Shire of Dardanup. We're very grateful for the effort you put in to make this worthwhile. Thank you.
Get off, this is my gig. So moving right along to the next session, the final session for the day, and Erin's phone's here, so she's lost that. Our next speakers are Beck Pianta, the Executive Manager of the Bushfire Knowledge, and Russell Wells, Acting Superintendent of Training Delivery from the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. You know, that was spoken about earlier this morning out in Pinjarra. By way of history, the plans for the Bushfire Centre of Excellence in WA began after the special inquiry, the Ferguson inquiry to the 2016 Waroona fire. I'm showing my age, putting 19s in front of numbers. It was agreed that creating and capturing the learnings through a centre of excellence would build bushfire management capability into the future and hopefully across the nation. In 2018, the state government announced the Rural Fire Reform Package in response to the Ferguson report recommendations. Changes including the establishment of the Rural Fire Service, or Rural Fire Division, within the Department of Fire and Emergency Services, as well as the establishment of the Centre of Excellence. Their combined presentation, that's Beck and Russell, is on the outcomes of the current status of that development, and is entitled Bushfire Centre of Excellence Update, Enhancing Bushfire Management Skills and Capabilities Across WA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Beck and Russell.
Thank you, Chris. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Thank you very much for welcoming me here today to talk to you about the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. Before we look forward and talk about what we're doing at the moment and what's in store for us, it's really important that we look back and tell a bit more of the story about how we came to be and I suppose, our origin story. So I'll start with that. So Chris has already spoken about a few of these things, but we were born out of an event that's probably quite real for a lot of people in the southwest still, even though it was over 5 years ago. So the Waroona Loop fires, there was a significant report into that event, and one of the key recommendations was the establishment of a rural fire division. There was also an opportunity in that report about the establishment of a Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and the idea of the Bushfire Centre of Excellence was really to bring as much knowledge and information together and put that in one spot and provide really a home for it. So the division itself was established as a fourth command structure within the department, and I'm going to show you a picture in a minute of the command structure and the parts of the Rural Fire Division. But it's really important to note that those parts that came into the Rural Fire Division already existed across DFES, but bringing them together was really key to making sure that the bushfire expertise and knowledge was placed in one spot. So the division sits as part of the wider Department of Fire and Emergency Services, and there's 4 areas of the division that were already existent in DFES. So the Office of Bushfire Risk Management was already part of DFES. It was somewhat independent and reported to the Fire and Emergency Services Commissioner, and their remit is really to look at policy and provide strategic advice about risk management in an impartial manner across the state. The Bushfire Risk Management Branch also existed previously, and their role is really supporting local governments and supporting DFES in managing bushfire risk through provision of tools and different, I guess, expertise in that space. Land use planning was previously part of our advisory services team, and that was based in Leederville, and their job was really to provide land use planning advice on referrals back to local government from a subject matter expertise perspective. And the Bushfire Technical Services team is really our research and, I guess, scientific arm, if you like, and they really look after the technical side of bushfire behaviour, bushfire science, and so on and so forth. So the new kid on the block in the division was the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and that was created out of the Ferguson report into Warringah Yarloop fires. In building the business case and building, I guess, the service that we would offer as the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, there was a significant amount of consultation that occurred. And in 2018, as the business case was being prepared, consultation occurred across the bushfire management sector, from local government representatives through to other state government bodies, Indigenous ranger groups, and so on and so forth. So really quite an expansive group that were consulted in trying to identify exactly what the Bushfire Centre of Excellence would do. And this was primarily through workshops and forums, and those were quite interactive. So some in the room may have been party to those forums, and it was really an idea or an opportunity to try and bring people in without fear or favour and try and get some really good ideas about what the Centre of Excellence would look like. And this was the output of that work. So 4 main functions, I guess, underpin everything that we do at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. And those are, working left to right, the knowledge management function, the training function, the engagement and outreach function, and the business management function. Starting with the business management function, really any sort of business, any facility needs some sort of support. And so the business management function really makes sure that the lights are on and everything's still working in the facility itself, as well as providing us with some strategic planning for the future of our business and making sure that we are keeping onto our KPIs, etc. The engagement and outreach part of the business is really about trying to deliver our message and try and get that out to our stakeholders. So whether it's through our digital mediums or through face-to-face events, it's really about trying to spread the information that we are, I guess, enhancing or acquiring at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. The training team is my team, and so we have a number of different elements there. We have the training development part, which is really looking at existing training products that DFES owns, as well as new opportunities to develop training. And then the delivery team, which is my team, we're really all about delivering that training, obviously. The knowledge management function is a bit of an interesting concept, the whole idea of knowledge management, and I won't steal Beck's thunder because she'll be mighty unimpressed with me, but knowledge management really integrates 3 key components, so traditional knowledge, scientific knowledge, and that experiential knowledge that's really important. One thing that was really strong and really important through that consultation was the importance of having a centre that wasn't a central hub that everyone came to, but a decentralised model where people could access our services wherever they are in the state. WA is a very big place, has very diverse vegetation types and diverse stakeholders, so this hub and spoke service delivery model was really about providing services out in communities where they are needed rather than having everyone come to the centre itself. Having said that, the centre is a really good facility, so we do encourage people to come along if they can, but the idea is not to make that a barrier for people to access some of our services. Our guiding principles are listed up here, and really these principles were born out of that consultation. So some really strong messages that came out of those forums was it's really important that we serve the bushfire sector as a whole. So it's not about just the 3 main fire agencies being DFES, local government and Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. There's a lot of different stakeholders in the bushfire game, and it's really important that we reflect and serve all of those. Another really key message was being, acknowledging excellence that already exists. So where innovation or good ideas are already occurring, it's really about taking those good ideas and trying to promote them and further them as much as we can. I've already talked about the scalability of our programs and the importance of that hub and spoke service delivery model. One really strong theme through the design of the building through to the way we deliver our services is the recognition and acknowledgement of Aboriginal people's connection to fire and country and how we can integrate that into our service. Quite a significant process was gone through to select the location of the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. So a request for proposal was put out through local governments because there was a number of local governments vying for the Centre of Excellence to be built in their patch. So to make that process as open and transparent as possible, it's sort of like a tender process was run with local governments submitting their information and I guess their best bid for why the Bushfire Centre of Excellence should be in their area. And through that process, the Shire of Murray was the successful respondent. So the Bushfire Centre of Excellence was built in the Peel Business Park, and I'm going to show you some photos in a second of what it looks like now, but it was completed at the start of this year, so our first official opening at the site was in January, and we're fully operational from that facility. The Peel Business Park is pretty significant. Stage 1 includes a number of different facilities, and right next door to us there's a food innovation precinct, which is a joint venture between the Shire of Murray and a number of other stakeholders. So it's really a hub for research and innovation in a number of areas. So Kala Katajan, which translates in Noongar to fire knowledge, this is the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. So it's maybe what you would traditionally not see in terms of a government building, but its design was built upon by a consultation group which included the 3 main fire agencies, volunteer fire services, as well as the local traditional owners of the area. So significant amount of work in designing the facility and making sure that it meets all the stakeholders' needs. A number of pictures of the facility. The design and the landscaping in the back was completed by Josh Byrne, who's quite a notable landscape architect from WA. And all the local species, or all the plants, are all local species and endemic to the Peel region. There's a number of areas for shared learning inside and outside. So the idea is to sort of break down that classroom mould and try and get people out into the wide world and having discussions, not necessarily confined to the PowerPoint and the classroom. Our foyer and entrance is really quite significant, and you can sort of see we've got some artwork and we've got a small library there. So the idea is that people in the community, as well as practitioners and emergency management professionals, can come and get some information there about biodiversity, ecology, through the traditional knowledge and bushfire and experiences of bushfire. So that's our library area. And Cliff playing the didge. We've also got a yarning circle out the back, which is a really good spot to have those sort of networking discussions, because as we know, emergency management really is a relationship game. So the importance of having areas where people can network informally is really critical to our business. This is a snapshot from an event that was held some months ago now, but a number of volunteers from the local area were brought in to see the facility, and we had the Minister and Commissioner on site as well to have a bit of a sundowner event. So really quite successful. We have a number of training rooms in the facility itself. So we have 3 training rooms, and this is our largest training room, which has an operable wall, and it can accommodate up to 50 or 60 people, potentially more depending on the configuration. Conference room as well, which can seat 16 people, and a number of facilities there. And this is one of my staff presenting some information on a course to predominantly volunteers, and some of our training props that we have available. So some of you may be familiar with the bushfire model as a training prop, but a low-tech, low-cost, pretty simple solution that can't really break, but provides a really good opportunity for practical discussions. And particularly when you see seasoned sort of 20, 30-year-old veterans of bushfire management running around with their planes and helicopters trying to pretend to water bomb stuff, it's really pleasing to see. So the team itself has expanded somewhat over the last year or so. We've done some recruitment recently to fill the last of our positions, and so we're pretty much at our full sort of complement. But in total, the BCOE has 19 staff, increasing to 24 at the moment just through the recruitment process. And as you can see, they're split across those streams that we mentioned before, so training, knowledge management, engagement outreach, and business management. We've got a really good team, and you'll notice one of the principles was having a diverse team. So we have a team that's reflective of the sector, and a number of our team come from local government backgrounds. Some come from a professional sort of training, development or delivery background. as well as corporate, DBCA and so on and so forth. So really pleasing to have a diverse group of people in our team. The business management side, so the business management really is about providing support to the wider business, as I said previously. So as a sort of wider remit, there's also support to some executive level committees that the state operates, so the State Bushfire Advisory Council, as well as the Interagency Bushfire Operations Committee as examples. So some of that work and some of that administrative support is going to be undertaken through the Bushfire Centre of Excellence as well. In terms of where we're at in our strategic horizons, one of the things that was really important was to make sure that we staggered some of our services to make sure that we weren't overstretching ourselves. So the design and establishment processes have been undertaken, and as I said, the facility's operational. So we're really in the embed and deliver phase of our, our business. So as I talk about some of the training and other areas of our business, it's really probably clear that we're really starting to hit our stride and expand upon the success we've already had. We have a strategic plan, and this is our plan on a page. So everything we do is guided, by this model here, and this was something that was initially born out of that consultation again. But the whole idea is really to be able to see our business on a page and who's informed or who's involved with that. And underlying that, obviously, we align to the wider DFES strategic plans, as well as our internal command plan. So one of the important things to note is as a Bushfire Centre of Excellence, we are part of the department, but our audience, our customers are really the wider bushfire sector. So we don't want to confine ourselves just to DFES, we want to have a wider audience than that. And some of our value propositions include making sure that we focus on our customers who do the doing of bushfire management. So not the backhouse people, it's the people at the coalface that are really actually putting mitigation works in or actually responding to fires. That's who we want to focus on. A number of different value propositions include, as I said, those principles that come back to acknowledging excellence. So whether it's bushfire knowledge that people have through experience or knowledge that's gained through traditional means or through scientific means, it's really important that we take that knowledge and we spread it as far and wide as we can. So in terms of training, one of our key objectives is to provide as hands-on or as an interactive experience as we can. So it's really important that we bring people into opportunities where they can either practically demonstrate those skills or through mediums like the bushfire model, they get the opportunity to sort of practically demonstrate those through discussion. Some of our achievements to date, we've reviewed the machine supervision course. So that's a course that was targeted at volunteer firefighters and career firefighters predominantly and relates to following machines and supporting machinery that are constructing fire control lines. So that review was undertaken earlier this year, and that was done through a subject matter group from across all the fire services. We've also developed a Fire Weather 1 training course, which has been developed collaboratively with the Bureau of Meteorology and Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, as well as assist with plan burning courses. And one of the significant achievements we've had is developing a bushfire safety awareness and firefighting skills package, which replaced the old Introduction to Firefighting and Bushfire Firefighting products. The last two on that list about bushfire fundamentals and rural fire awareness, they're new products and this is hot off the press. They're yet to be formally released, but they're certainly ready to go. And I'm going to talk about those in a little bit, but they're significant achievements for us. So the rural fire awareness course is focused on farmer response, pastoralists, and those sorts of stakeholders. And that's a one-day course that provides them with some understanding of bushfire behaviour, some bushfire safety, as well as some basic suppression strategies and tactics. The Bushfire Fundamentals course is really for the broader bushfire management and EM sector, including local government staff as well as external agencies. And so we're working towards how we roll that out for those stakeholders, but it's really a one-day course that provides some background, some awareness of bushfire behaviour and safety. And when we all sit in the room together at an ISG meeting or in those sorts of forums, everyone can understand the language we're all talking. So our priorities moving forward are really looking at flexible options for our training delivery. So we acknowledge that volunteers and for staff, it's hard. We have a big state that we have to cover. So providing opportunities to deliver training online is really key to the success or potential success of our business. So transitioning some of our products into an online format would be really important. We're also focused on a number of new courses. So Ground Observer is a course about gathering intelligence ahead of a fire, from the ground and providing that back to the incident management team so that they can make some really informed decisions. We're also really hard at work in the simple plan burning course, and the intent of that course is really to provide some training for those who are going to put fire into the landscape. And that's probably been an area that has had an absence of training for the last couple of years, so really important that we provide some clear guidance on, I guess, the skills and knowledge in that area. We're also looking at reviewing the Fire Control Officer course. So the Fire Control Officer course is obviously very important for those in local government and relates to a really important legislative position in local government. And so we're hard at work reviewing that course and making sure it's fit for purpose in the contemporary legislation that we operate under today. Bushfire Fundamentals, as I said, is really the one-day course, and we're planning to offer an online course as well. But really it's about providing some information about who the fire agencies are in WA, as well as a real quick summary of aims, and then looking at bushfire behaviour and bushfire safety. And with that, I'll pass over to Beck to continue our presentation.
Thanks, Russ, and good afternoon, everyone. As Chris mentioned, my name is Beck Pianta. I'm the Executive Manager Bushfire Knowledge at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. Russ has introduced the first two of the 4 functions we have at the BCOE, and I wanted to give you some information about the remaining 2. So I look after the knowledge management function, which works really closely with both the training team that Russ spoke about and the engagement and outreach function, which I'd like to take you through now. So the E&O team is the interface between the BCOE, our partners, and the bushfire practitioners. It looks after the external facing relationship and engagement, and it's responsible for ensuring that all our products are readily accessible. And it supports both the knowledge and the training team to develop, design, and then deliver our programs, products and services. And it leads all our communications-based activities of the centre as well. And you heard the Minister this morning speak about the open day that we have on the 30th of October. So this team is responsible for that as well. The engagement and outreach team work with our primary partners. So that's those who support us in creating our products. This includes our subject matter experts and also those agencies that work within the bushfire management sector. And usually they'll help share those services or products that we create as well. And then they become advocates for the BCOE. They also engage with bushfire practitioners, so it's those people who will be applying the knowledge that we're pushing out, the end users really of our information. So these customers have a massive stake. These are the people that will be taking the knowledge and actually applying it on the ground. One of the things that we have to really remember is that we're creating products and services that need to be accessed by people in the way that they need to be accessed, and in the format that's the most appropriate. So, for example, there's no point creating something that isn't necessary or isn't useful or isn't in a format that's going to be useful on the ground. So sometimes this may mean that we deliver the same message in multiple formats. I'm sure you know the way people absorb and receive information is shaped by many factors. So that includes personal preference and habits, literacy and education levels, level of understanding of the subject, and access to information. So by knowing all of this, hopefully the products that we're creating can be communicated in the most appropriate way. So for those who want to use our products, we want them to be informed and engaged. As mentioned, we need to create products that will be accessed, used, easy to interpret, and that are contextually relevant. So Russ spoke before about the hub and spoke model. We need to be creating products that work in the particular area of the state that we happen to be in. So something that might be relevant for here in Bunbury might not work in the Kimberley, and we need to be pretty cognizant of that. On the right-hand side of the screen there, you can see a knowledge product the Bushfire Centre of Excellence has created. So that's a Burn Smart suite of documents. So it has a guide, some fact sheets, checklist, video series, and how-to guides as well. And these were created to close a gap. So it was identified as a priority that we needed to provide information to private landholders wanting to undertake planned burns in a certain area of the state. And these products are publicly accessible, and there's actually some outside on our table as well if you want to grab some. So each year we work out what our priorities are, and then we create products to help close those gaps. That's an aerial view of our new Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and one of the exciting things our engagement and outreach team has been working on is the interpretive centre. So this will tell the story of fire. So as you enter the facility, you'll see the history of fire in WA, so pre-European settlement, then Bushfire Board, Bushfire Act, and where we are today. It'll talk about the importance of fire in WA in shaping the landscape that we have here. We've got narration, we've got graphic elements and interpretive elements, and you'll see that journey as you walk through the foyer and then outside. So knowledge management is the fourth function at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. It's a pretty recent formal discipline. So the first global standard was published in November 18. And so for the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, for us to leverage the benefits of knowledge management, we need to look at a really high level whole of bushfire sector approach. So essentially for us, knowledge management is the gathering of bushfire knowledge, the distilling and synthesising of that knowledge, and then distributing it so it can be applied across the sector. So during the consultation phase, there were 3 sources that we identified. So that was traditional fire practices from traditional owners, the academic and scientific sources, and then the experiential knowledge. So that's the knowledge really that's garnered on the ground or through observation or identified through after incident reviews, royal commissions, inquiries, and that kind of thing. So knowledge can also be documented or tacit, and it can be formal or undocumented. So we need to make sure we're examining all those sources of knowledge across that breadth so that we get a fully robust picture of what type of knowledge we need to be incorporating. So here's a bit of a graphic illustration of the scope of knowledge management at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. If we start at the bottom, you can see our knowledge partners. So they're those that we draw that knowledge from. We've got the traditional fire, the research and the lessons management source. From there, we synthesise that information. Sometimes it's quite hard to take information from those sources and understand it straight away. We want to make it quite explicit and easy to understand. We create knowledge products and we create training products, and then we push them out. So we push them out by distributing our knowledge products, and that can be in a variety of forms. So that could be on a website, hard copy, in whatever way we deem is most appropriate. And we also push it out through training delivery, and it's our customers who receive it. And you can see just down the side we've got knowledge management governance. And one of the things we need to remember, and which really can't be understated, is the governance we have to apply so that we can adequately quality assure our knowledge. For example, we can't necessarily promote others' products or academic findings until we can be confident that that information is valid, accurate and relevant. And we also want you, who may be accessing, say, the Bushfire Centre of Excellence products, that anything that we're producing or delivering is accurate and valid as well. So the other thing we need to consider is knowledge that's tacit and undocumented. So this includes some knowledge from traditional owners, where the information is passed down through generations. So we need a way to consider this knowledge in a culturally sensitive way and validate it so we can incorporate it into our products and services. And this raises some really complex challenges that we're looking to work through in the next 12 months. So within this diagram, you can see the knowledge management principles and processes. Once we've identified the knowledge, we've evaluated it, created the product, we have to monitor it. So we need to make sure it's being used, that it's continuing to be accurate, and if there's any feedback on any improvements we can make. We have to manage it as well. So do we need to review it, refresh it, or retire this information? And if we're retiring it and replacing it with something, how do we ensure we've removed all of the outdated information and knowledge? And more importantly, how do we manage externally stored knowledge? So if we've sent it to our partners who are then sharing it, how do we make sure that they're sharing the most up-to-date information? And if something's in hard copy or it's printed, how do we replace all of that knowledge and make sure that that outdated knowledge isn't being used? And from a practical perspective as well, we need to make sure that the actual application of that knowledge is happening on the ground. So once it's being applied, it's then been understood. This is just a really quick diagram of the framework that we're operating to. So connect and collect talks about connecting people, collecting content, and push-pull is volunteering the knowledge and seeking the knowledge. And from our perspective at the BCOE, asking is when people seek information from each other, so such as people accessing our trainers. Telling is the sharing of knowledge, so such as when we deliver training. Publishing is when that information is formally collated and distributed. And then searching is when there's systems available that's used to store that information and it can be accessed. So in our context, this might include the internet, intranet or volunteer hub. So our priorities for 2021-22. So at the moment we're recruiting. We're getting staff for the research and partnerships position, as well as the bushfire knowledge and practice position, which includes experiential learning. And our priorities for this team for this year include incorporating those knowledge management processes that I just spoke about throughout the BCOE. So we know what we need to do. Now we need to embed them within the BCOE. So we've determined what priorities we have for our knowledge and training products this year, and we have to now consider 22, 23 and beyond, and what the gaps might be. This includes research capabilities and gaps as well. So what areas should we be concentrating on, and what knowledge do we need? What partners do we need to seek out from tertiary institutions or other, and where can we concentrate our resources? So we also need to determine what we do with this knowledge. How do we ensure it's accurate, relevant, valid and usable, as I mentioned before, and then how do we manage and store this information? One of the other really exciting things that we're continuing to do is further developing our Cultural Fire program. So the Cultural Fire program is the one team within knowledge management that we've had staffed, and it has been staffed since March last year. So it's slightly more mature than the other areas of knowledge management at the moment. And what's this program doing? It's essentially gathering and incorporating cultural fire knowledge about traditional fire practices into the products and services that we're producing. So we're collaborating with partners, we're supporting regions and communities with their existing programs or helping them to develop their own programs, and we're promoting community understanding of and awareness of cultural fire as well. There's some really excellent examples of where cultural application of fire is alive and well in WA and right throughout Australia. So there's Aboriginal land councils, rangers, traditional owners. They're all participating in elements of traditional fire and often applied using contemporary tools. So in the Kimberley, for example, the Kimberley Land Council is working with traditional owners and rangers and using contemporary techniques such as aerial ignition, GIS data to care for their own country. What we'd like to do is work out whether that methodology can be directly applied down here. It's obviously a very different country, but will those techniques be something that we can transfer down to the southern areas of the state? From a community perspective, the message we're trying to promote is that, using the Cultural Fire program, is that while we do have many areas of the country that are virtually untouched, we do have a very different landscape now following European arrival than what we might have had prior to European arrival. So the way we manage the landscape now obviously needs to be different to what it was. We're dealing with a landscape that's affected by climate change. We have a more static population. We have construction of assets. And we have people that are living in high and extreme bushfire risk areas as well. So we can't necessarily manage the land in the same way that it has been in the past. So fire is also part of our landscape. And I know I'm not telling you anything new here. So it's helped shape our landscape. It's naturally occurring and it helps our environment stay healthy. What I find interesting sometimes is the perception of fire in the community. And we're hearing from the same people sometimes that we shouldn't be applying fire at all and that we should be referring to the way Aboriginal people used to manage the land before we got here. And the message we're trying to promote is that Aboriginal people did and do use fire to care for country. So it really needs to form part of a holistic approach to land management. So what have we done so far? So it was established in March 2020, as I said, and we've employed 2 people to help deliver the program. And Aboriginality is a requirement to be part of that program, which gives it authenticity and legitimacy, obviously, and gives us direct access to that cultural fire knowledge as well. At the moment, we're engaging with traditional owners to help share, connect, and where possible or necessary, restore Aboriginal people's connection to country. By employing that two-way learning approach, we're learning more and more about these traditional techniques and practices, and we're looking to create a hybrid of these traditional practices along with contemporary practices to be used practically in the context of today's landscape. Internally, we've created and promoted the Cross-Cultural Guide, which is helping us undertake respectful engagement and to understand culture, if there isn't already awareness of that across DFES. We've also published information and fact sheets to provide information about traditional uses and application of fire. And we did this in partnership with DBCA so that we could have a statewide approach and a statewide pushing out of our knowledge to say what we're doing in the cultural fire space. and they're also outside if you wanted to grab a copy of those as well, and on our website. We have been working alongside partners such as DBCA, and we've also been working next door to the Indigenous Desert Alliance. So we've created a desert burn manual, which is a pocket guide to enhance the safe application of fire in spinifex grassland areas, and it's currently in final draft format, so we're hoping to have that published really soon. We also have a cultural fire presentation, which you'll be hearing from very soon as well. So you can see on our screen what our key activities are for this coming year and what we'll be working on. We are currently recruiting a coordinator for the position, so at the moment we only have one person in that program, but we have identified some key areas that we want to concentrate on this year. So priorities for this year include the Cultural Fire Program implementation approach, so this will help shape the future direction of this program. We're establishing a Cultural Fire Program advisory group, which will provide subject matter expertise and represent various traditional owners and organisations, as well as inform our product development and help validate some of the information that we are getting, and also to look at our products that we're producing as well. We're also developing a cultural competency framework. So this will outline how we use, manage and store knowledge in a culturally sensitive way, and as well as validate and quality assure the information that we gather, and make sure that we're not sharing information among different areas of country that it shouldn't be shared. The last thing I wanted to chat to you about today is the Aboriginal trainee program at the BCOE. Russ mentioned earlier that we have a really diverse team at the BCOE, and we are really lucky to have this Aboriginal trainee program there, and it's been identified as by DFES as a corporate priority as well, and putting that program within the BCOE made perfect sense. So it is separate to the Public Sector Commission trainee program, but we do work together with the Public Sector Commission on some of the training initiatives. So we have 3 trainee positions at the BCOE, and it's on a 12-month plus 12-month cycle. So we give our trainees 12 months to complete their certificate and to demonstrate their commitment and performance over those 12 months, and then we give them an additional 12-month contract following that time, and we look to develop anything else and get them to work towards any areas that they're interested in, and look for a pathway to permanent employment. And you'll have a chance to hear from 2 of our trainees in our Cultural Fire presentation as well. So that ends our status update for the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and hopefully gives you a bit of information about how we came to be, why we are where we are now, and what we're looking to do in the future. Thank you.
Any questions of Beck or Russell, please?
I can hear you, that's okay. Yep.
Okay, so I'm Magnus, I'm part of City of Swan, and we are just going through the phase of working out with the traditional Noongar people of the handover of some of the land for their management. And I know you, with your presentation here, that you're working on traditional burning practices. My thought is that our contemporary fire regulations are quite square in the box, if you put it that way, and we need to maybe review our contemporary law to be able to better fit with the contemporary management fire practices. And with this major piece of land being now will be managed by traditional owners, I was hoping that there is some kind of plans in the pipeworks to make sure that they can actually manage it the way they intend to manage it without running into red tape. Is there anything that you're working on around that?
Yes, that's a very complex challenge. We obviously have a lot of legislation and prescribed parameters about where we can and can't do things, and burning is obviously a key one of those. And it was really interesting, our coordinator last year at Christmas time said, this is the perfect weather to be burning. I'd love to go out and burn that patch of land. And obviously we have set times of year that we can and can't. So by creating that hybrid model, yes, hopefully we can work out how both of them can work together. And obviously we know that those prescribed dates, for example, exist for a reason, and there's that legislation for a reason, but we need to find a way for them both to be able to work together. One of the things we're looking at first is putting some traditional fire or cultural fire information into the bushfire risk management planning process, so we can at least get it bedded in at the local government level first, so we can make sure that land at all levels is being cared for in that partnership approach. But that's it's a really great question, and it's a really big challenge for us.
Any other questions, please? No? Well, thank you, Becky. Russell, please join me in thanking you. We're also now going to hear from Clinton Bienduri. Clinton is a DFAS officer who has been gathering and incorporating traditional and cultural knowledge about fire into the products that they are producing at the BCOE. Clifton speaks 5 Aboriginal languages, I'm struggling to speak one, and has 47 years of cultural experience in Aboriginal law. His work, Clifton is assisting the BCOE to develop culturally appropriate strategies that build relationships with Aboriginal people and the wider community generally. As a cultural fire officer at BCOE, he is going to speak to us today on the cultural fire program at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. Clifton is going to be assisted in his presentation by Zach Merritt and Jeremy Wright, who are both trainees at the Centre of Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Clifton, Zach and Jeremy.
Hello, hello. Get the boys out. I'll show you guys. Come here. This is Zach and Jeremy. They're the trainees. I'll bring them out later. Yeah, just leave it there. Good. I got the clicker there. What a wonderful day. It's been brilliant today. Just mingling with everyone and seeing what different people are doing. Different organisations. Obviously, good intro too, by the way, thank you. Clifton Bienduri is my name, and I'm with the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, obviously traditional and cultural fire officer. About me, I grew up in the desert, sort of right on the edge of the Great Sandy Desert, on the top end of the Canning Stock Route. Anyone here been to the Canning Stock Route? Been on the Canning Stock Route? Way up north? Okay, cool. Oh, one. That's good too. So I grew up way out in the sticks. I was one of those school of the year kids in the middle of nowhere in a tin shed, or we started off with a bough shed. It was made out of spinifex and timber. And I was one of those kids doing, out there. My first experience in education was School of the Year, and my teacher was down at Perth. And I don't know if anyone here, I guess most of you guys did CB radio over, that kind of thing. It was very, very, and I'm going to touch on why I'm introducing myself this way, because growing up in the desert, I didn't realise back then what was happening. I was very much immersed in law and culture and traditional learnings, I guess. I'd go out there and my dad and my mum and all my family, I had horses and that kind of thing. We'd go out hunting, and boys, we'd go track animals. We knew these little flower. If you didn't see water on the surface, we knew what flower that you could find in between the sand dunes. And if you dug under there about a metre or so and waited for a little bit, the water would come out. We'd stick spinifex in there and put eucalyptus leaves on top of it. We'd go out hunting, get goannas and snakes or whatever, come back to that spot and the water would come up. We'd just push the spinifex down, use it as a filter and lay on our tummies, and drink the water. Growing up in the desert where my dad's country was, there's 3 Aboriginal neighbouring languages. So there's Jaru, Kukoja, Wangojanga, oh no, 4, Walmadere. And in order to speak to my cousins, and family, I needed to learn all 4 of those things, 4 of those languages. But my mum was a river country woman, and she came from Fitzroy Crossing. And same, there was 4 others, 5 over there. There's Nyigana, Guniandi, Bunoba. Walmadere was taken over there, but there was Nyigana, Bunoba, Guniandi, and Wangojunga as well. So I had to learn the other 3 as well. So there's 8 there, 7 there, that I needed to learn in order to have good communication with everyone. And obviously growing up, I went through customs and law and that kind of thing, and you were taught the protocols of communicating and engaging with different people, elders and all of that. And there's a process, you know. I don't know, anyone here heard of the kinship system? No? Well, some of you, yeah. Well, the kinship system is very, very important in communicating and engaging in a culturally appropriate way with Aboriginal folks. There's a system down here, the Noongar system, but the system is spread right across Australia, right across. There's 4 in my system, 4 systems that sit there. There's Banaga, Burungu, Melanga, Garimara, and within those 4 there's totem groups as well. And each one has a different code to speak to each other and in order to communicate. And the more you communicated with each other, the more complex it became when you started to speak to different hierarchical not hierarchical, I guess, elders of knowledge as well, to make decisions quicker using that cultural protocol system. Bear with me. This is Kala Garijan. Obviously, Kala Garijan is, Kala is fire, Garijan is knowledge. Bushfire Centre of Excellence, the local Binjarab Noongar people would named it Kala Garijan. And that's where, and I'm guessing the boys and Beck kind of explained where that was, where that based. I want you to close your eyes for a second and imagine Australia before occupation, and maybe Western Australia, and maybe think of that for a second. But what we do have here, if you look at this, everybody's familiar with Kings Park, yeah? All good. Obviously, one is taken with a drone. And back when the first ships came up the Swan River, they brought with them historians and record keepers, people who had to, write or describe the country. And many of them were artists. They had to, show what the country looked like and send it back to the Queen or whatever, so they could have a gander at what the new land looked like. And this one here was painted by one of those people. Same spot. Obviously, there were rules and regulations and different lands. Obviously, if you've been to Noongar sessions and things like that, there's Wajak, Bibbulman, all different kind of groups, north and south of the river. And obviously, the further out you go, you'll find out there's Walmadere, Guniandi, Bunaba, and different other language groups out there as well. And those kinship system protocols run all the way through there. So I guess why I'm telling you this? Because when we do engage and make those initial conversations with Aboriginal groups out there, you've got to understand that there's a different sort of communication, engagement, and decision-making process happening within those Aboriginal groups. Yeah, it's nothing like. Look, I've done my research. I've looked out there and tried to figure out if there's others out there, and I've never seen them. It's so complex. It's so. But there was a system on this land making decisions to groups, and they were very, very important. It's still used today. It's very, for the billions and billions of dollars that get decided upon on Aboriginal affairs or whatever across the country. Those decisions are made using traditional cultural methods. What's happened since obviously the occupation and things like that? We've become more stationary. I guess we built towns, now we've got cities, and those people who want a tree change, want to live out there, especially those areas that are risky, that have risk attached to them, and obviously a lot of the country out there haven't been managed or supported for a long time before after occupation, I guess. So we have to consider, obviously, those people who are living in much more dense communities and townships and areas of risk. But obviously, these countries, communities and groups are living on traditional lands as well. And you heard "Welcome to Country" earlier on, and an elder from this area give a talk. Why did Aboriginal people use fire? Can anyone give me one thing? Why? Pardon? Practical reasons. Yeah. Keep warm, making fire, cooking stuff on. Anybody? Anyone got another one? No. The other one was the spiritual. Now you got to imagine, some 60,000 years ago, a bunch of my countrymen sat around a fire and decided to create the kinship system and say, we need some order here. I'm going to create the system that's going to help us organise ourselves, that's going to help us figure out how to make these decisions. And the kinship system, having the Banaga, Burunga, Milanga and Garimara systems in it, they realised that, maybe an elder who's Jabalderi or Nabalderi or Dungore or Jabanaga is going to be the elder that holds the fire, that creates, makes those decisions. Depending on which area you are from, or even from the south, if you're a crow or a white cockatoo, from those totems. So there was attachments. There was these links that really gave us specific sort of order and rule to be able to make a decision on managing country and deciding on how that's going to work. And it's done in a way that's very respectful of each other, because the kinship system, the titles, had a specific way, code to communicate with each other. One group could only communicate to, one title could only communicate to this title in a certain way. But she or he could not communicate in the same way that she did with this person, with another person. So it was the sense of, I guess, the respect system was placed within the kinship system process. And they bypassed that so you don't have to say any, good evening, how you do all the niceties and that kind of thing. They just said, no, we'll make a system where you can talk to someone in a way in a way that relates and which was respectful to you and them. Smoking country. Everybody has obviously been through some of that. The ecological reasons, environmental stuff. So you got to imagine, 60,000 years. Some learnings have happened there. Imagine you writing a journal every day from January 1st to December, the last day, 30th? Yeah. Anyways, my point is that you were writing a journal and you were say you were taking note and recording the change of the seasons, what you felt like cold, maybe you needed to wear some, and the moon and what counting the moon's systems as well, and you were looking at the trees turning green into brown and then dry and then dying and seeing these animals come out specifically. There was a connection there, and you were doing this for a long, long time, a couple of thousands of years, and you were now creating songs and dances that would symbolize those times and ceremonies to give you an understanding of what's happening in and around you. So in songs, in songlines, all of this stuff was all, very much put in there. It was put in the artwork on the bodies, on the ground. There was a choreographed dance for that season. There was ceremony. There were songs that were written in order for those seasons to change. Obviously, like those old folklore songs in European countries as well. So they were set in, and over many years, keeping this method and teaching people over those many years, and keep making sure that we manage. We knew where the waterways were. We knew where the heat. Obviously, fire was a natural thing as well. We saw natural. It happened naturally through the lightnings and stuff, but obviously creating fire as well, and managing how we are going to survive. Eat tomorrow by making sure that our land moves animal in and around your property. So making small patch burns and all that kind of stuff. So caring for country. That's one of the phrases we're now using to describe that, that spiritual connection back to country. We now have a title. We now know how to communicate with each other and what codes to use. We now have been given songs and dance that tells us, at the second or third moon, something's going to happen. There's a baranga rain is going to fall or something like that, drop the tall grass. We know that that's going to happen, so it's already set. We've got a ceremony for it because there's a waterway somewhere, that has a song line attached to it. So there was that. Managing country and making sure that we use fire to be able to do that and move animals around in order to know that we can hunt there. We know that it's turkey season or goanna season or barramundi season, that kind of thing. So we light fires to attract those animals when they are in season, so they can feed off other smaller animals to survive. I moved down here something years ago, no, longer than that. I used to live in Balingup, just down the road. Got away from family. Sheesh, they wouldn't come down here because it's too cold. And I loved it. But I still don't know how you Southerners do it, man. I'm still trying to acclimatise to this weather. But anyone here seen the Tyndale maps? It's an old tribal map. It describes where the language groups live, and this is just the southwest. I'm talking, the Tyndale map describes all of the language groups across Australia. In Western Australia, we've got about 30-something Aboriginal languages. I only speak 7 of them, but there's a lot more. And one of the biggest languages across the country is Creole. Where you were looking at the legala, that's Creole, spoken across Australia, one of the biggest Aboriginal languages in Australia. So, Noongar country reaches up all the way up to Leeming and all the way down to Esperance. And you can see where we are. I think we're in Wadandi country now, yeah? But having to remember those kinship systems, remember those elders, remember those the code system that we need to communicate and engage with each other. Obviously, I work for the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and I'm an Aboriginal person, therefore I have a skin name and I have a code in order to communicate and engage with countrymen. So I need to use that. I have to use that system in order to make those connections or engage with the community, because they have this decision-making process here that's quite difficult. That's quite time-consuming, but it's respectful. Yeah, it doesn't create feuds and fights and arguments or dysfunction. Because if you use it correctly, everything will work with plan. So I tell people, folks, if they are going out to the community, to realise that there's a process there that countrymen, Aboriginal people need to use, and it takes that long. So if you're a project officer saying, "Oh, we got so much money, we got a whole year of this," and you're at phase 1 now, and you're thinking, "Okay, we can engage with the community now," but you're waiting. You've engaged with the community, and you're still waiting for them to come back with an answer. And it's getting close to the due date of phase 1, and you're going, "Oh, sheesh, well, I can't get this thing happening. My boss is giving me a hard time. I'm in phase 1. I can't get this thing to happen." The thing is, you probably should have gone and had that conversation with your groups in the first place and understood that there's a system here that needs to be dealt with first, and maybe include it into the development of that project and add it into phase 1 so that you don't bust out your budget and the times and all that kind of stuff. And they all do it. Everybody uses this cultural communication and engagement process, which is entwined in the kinship system. Anyone seen the maps of cultural maps before? Cool. Obviously, we've got one up in the Yarra country, one up Broome, and other one down here in Noongar country. You can see where we are right now. We're in October, obviously, Camberang in Noongar country. You can tell that it's longer dry periods and some rain. I don't know what the weather's doing now, but obviously up in Yarra country or Kimberley country, it's hot. Larger. By looking at these looking at this calendar, remember these guys have been now monitoring country. They know what's going to happen. They've sung these songs. They know the system. They now understand that at the 3rd or 4th moon or whatever, or at the 11th or 10th moon, they know that the grass is thing. They know that the curing is happening or whatever with the grass. They know that they need to put a fire to country to care for country, but they're using it for several reasons, not only for ecological, but also spiritual. They've added a spiritual connection to it with song and dance. They've done, and they're now using it for also food as well, which is entwined into that whole process of it being practical and it being spiritual and it being ecological in all of this stuff. So they've now made it seem like it's the way of life. So you now have to follow this process where you're constantly not only wanting to feed yourself because you want animals to stay within your country and you know where they grow or where certain fruit and veg grow and where animals roam, and now you know where to go and hunt because you've cared for country, you've done the right thing, you've done the burning, you've enhanced regrowth and all that kind of stuff for the animals to move around. What we've come up with, obviously, I've talked about the kinship. We now know that there's a kinship system. We now know that there's language groups. We now know that there's people of the land who TOs that we need to speak to and speak to in a very cultural way in order for us to do it right and respectfully. So we came up with, right people, right time, right way. In order to do all of this stuff, we developed this communication and engagement process where we're now using the kinship system as a means to make these engagement and be respectful of those cultures and language groups across the country. And we do this now by applying, obviously, fire in the right way, using those methods of now, they can burn here, 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 and then a family group does it. And the way that they've been doing it, men light the fires and the women, collect the animals that might run out of the... I got asked once, what do they do about the bushfires, though? And my answer was quite simple. We sorted that out in the first 1,000 years, and the other 60,000 we kind of were maintaining it by then. It was low, so we could just, So you're creating mosaic burns, you're making sure that your country has animals constantly there so that you feel yourself, but also you're applying spiritual locations that are important to you and your family group, because an elder, brought you and your family there, and therefore stood at this waterway. Therefore, we pay respects to that elder through song and dance, and now use fire in that whole process by creating mosaic burns all over our country and making sure that we're caring for our spiritual connections that are out there. Down here, they used obviously the fire tools. One of them was the bit of the flour on top of the grass tree. So those are the only two sticks that you could use to rub together to create fire. And the first ever drip torch, the spear grass, the grass tree prongs or skirts, I guess, that was used. It does pretty much the same thing. It stays alight for a little bit because there's a bit of oil in there. So they would use this. But the women would use the peppy tree. This one's really dry now. It's been in my car, sorry. But they would put this, they would walk behind and put the fire out and direct it in certain ways and make sure they keep the fire controlled. The next thing I'm going to do is let you see a little quick video, a Dreamtime story from the Noongar people, the Banjara people from the Noongar Nation, which is in Pinjarra. They've been really helpful with us with the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and they provided this for a local elder there, Carrie Caring, who's been really instrumental in the way that we've designed the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, but also in being able to just be that person we can go to in order to make those cultural decisions in the right way. This video is obviously she wrote it, directed it, and the producer Naomi Ashcroft. I didn't get you to come out. That's all right.
Let me tell you how fire come to be from Kura long time ago. Our stories start in the Nyidiyang times, the icy cold times, because that's how long us Noongars have been here. In those times, nobody had fire, except Mika, the moon. And he kept it in his gung, his tail. And he wouldn't share it with the Noongar. So one night, Mika's cousins, Wata and Quattlebar, Wata was the pigeon, Quattlebar his conch, the sparrowhawk, decided to steal his fire
and give it to the Nyungas. But when they went to follow Mika, Wada got sick and he started to cry. And Quedlba, his conch, he sat beside him all day, flapping his wings and singing. And he kept on singing until Wada got better. That night, Mika woke up real cold and realized that Wada and Quedlba had stolen his fire. And they put the fire in the walyup and other trees. Mika tried to get the fire back, but Wada and Quedlba were too fast, and he couldn't catch them. And all the other birds saw Wada and Quedlba put the fire in the walyup and the other trees. And they cried out, "Quaba!" for what they had done. The Nyungas all sung songs of praise to their murt, their relatives, Wada and Quedlba, and they picked up their fire sticks, waving them around, singing and dancing in their gladness. And Wallich the eagle saw this, and he cried out, "Nicha, Quart, Quaba, Williaman! My heart is glad to see the smoke." And when Mika saw the smoke, he called out to his cousins, "Give me back my fire!" But Wada wouldn't give him back his fire. Mika wanted his fire back so bad that he called on Wardan, the sea, to flood the land and put out the fire. But Wada was too bullish, clever, and he kept the fire high up in the walyup, in the fire stick, where the sea couldn't touch it. And then the Nyungas had warmth and the Karla to cook their meat. And Mika the moon had no more fire after that, after Quedlba and Wada stole the fire from his gung, his tail. Now, if Mika hadn't been so greedy and refused to share the fire with the Nyungas, then he wouldn't be so cold today. Now all Quedlba must cry out, "Bibara! Bibara! Bibara!" whenever they fly over a mob of our people. And what are the pigeon? He sings, to remind the Nyungas that they were the ones who give them the fire and the fire sticks. Nyambewa.
So that's the dreaming story. You can see the messages in there, the information that was set in dance and song, and there was, they included the real practical stuff in there that the Aboriginal people needed in song and dance. Therefore, they could teach their kids and others about the country and what resources to use from the land in order to make fire. Therefore, the messaging all the way through that, even in the painting and the choreography and all of that. So, having this system set in song, dance, communicating, now giving you an understanding of how we use fire and how we use it as a tool by means of caring for country and doing those patchwork burns has really given us some really good head start, I guess. Using fire today. There's ranges all the way across the country and in Western Australia in particular, and there's planned burnings being used up north. One of the big difference with cultural burning, though, in the landscape of Australia, you can understand why the southern part of Australia hasn't really maintained that culture. I shouldn't say they lost everything, because they certainly did not. What they have done is they've still maintained some of it, but only a select few have that knowledge. But and because it was outlawed for Aboriginal people to do that kind of thing, and rules came in place, and more towns growing, people getting properties, it stopped them from doing all of those cultural burns, and obviously, and it left the landscape. It wasn't used in the landscape to actually use fire, so that was lost. Not lost, but it was laying dormant there, and in our songs and dances in the southern part of Australia. But the big difference with the northern part of Australia, they didn't stop doing cultural burning. They kept doing it. They just incorporated technology into it. Now they're doing their own aerial burning. Now they're doing their own GIS. They're doing their own mapping, the planning, and they're doing the burns. It's crazy how far ahead. I'd say they'd be at least 20 years ahead of the southern part of Australia when it comes to burning out there. And obviously I grew up in the bush as well, so my history, the youngest I can ever remember of doing traditional burn, I reckon about 9 years old. For hunting, for gathering food, for restorative burning, so I can bring back different vegetables and yams and bush tomato and bush nuts and all that kind of stuff. We had to be involved in all of that because it meant that my family, were able to get some feed, get something to eat. How can you help? You can help by telling this story. And I reckon there's about a good 100 people here today. And by average, I reckon you guys would have at least 100 Facebook friends. Do the math, all right? Let everybody know about this and know what you've heard. And I reckon, what's that? There's close to 3 million people in the state. I reckon we can do it in a couple of hours. Get them all. If you use that method, because use that calculation. But getting it out there. We've got local Noongar people. One of my good friends, and I look up to him respectfully, and maybe some of you have heard of him. Oral Maguire has a little block just out of York there, and he took us out there for traditional cultural burning, and other places down at Zach and Wayne Webb down at Margaret River. Those boys, these guys are leading the way down south here, and I can highly recommend that if you are need some advice, these guys are the elders. I've got a lot of respect for them. A lot of respect for Oral. He's not only been a mentor, he's just an all around good guy until he turns on you. No. But he's a genuine guy. Zach here is down at Dardanup, and I went to one of their cultural burns down there in Margaret River, and they had everybody down there, and it was great to have that cultural, input from the boys down there. And we're trying to network throughout the state. Obviously, we're going down to Esperance to Jalyaruck and those people as well, the Noongar people down there. But we'd like you to be our storytellers, to create those messages out there, so that we can create a value system that can go for the next 60,000 years. How about that? That'd be a good journey. I'd be on that. Right now we're building a program. We've got a training program as well. We're teaching our young. We've had 3 trainees come through our system. 2 of them is right here right now. Unfortunately, Zach didn't bring his mullet with him this time, but he's here to tell you a little bit about what we do in the Bushfire Centre of Excellence.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Zach Merritt, as Clifton introduced me. About myself, so I'm a Tinmar man from Upper Gascoyne. So if you were to go Gascoyne Junction, go another 5, 6 or so hours inland from there, that's where I'm from. Middle of nowhere. I was up there recently, there's still nothing. So that's about me. About my language is actually classed as a critically endangered language. There's only probably 1 or 2 elders that can actually speak my language. So for me personally, being with the Bushfire Centre of Excellence and Clifton in the Cultural Fire Program, that's really encouraged me and wanted me to start getting back on country a bit more, start learning the language. I don't want to lose the language. I don't want to let it die. So that's really motivated me to do that. Also, just working alongside Clifton, just not even about culture, about myself. He's really taught me a lot. And then on the cultural side, going out with Clifton, meeting a lot of Indigenous groups, being on country, a lot of different countries, and meeting the elders and traditional owners out there, and being a part of cultural burns and things like that. That's really given me a wealth of knowledge now, and knowledge that now I can take back up onto my country up north, and not only teach the younger generation on how to look after country, but also my elders as well, on ways we can look after country. So for me personally, that's been a really big enjoyment for me, being at the Bushfire Centre of Excellence. And also the training we've gotten. My first ever emergency response was to Wirraloo. I assisted there. For me personally, that was a real big eye-opener, being my first time. And seeing what goes on there and all the work that gets put in was a real big eye-opener for me. So it's been really great for me. That's about it for me. I'll pass you on to Jeremy, the other trainee, and he'll tell you about himself. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeremy Wright and I'm a Binjarab Noongar from the Peel region. I previously lived in Perth, but I moved down to Aruna about a couple of years before the Aruna and Yarloop fires happened. But having the opportunity to work with the Bushfire Centre of Excellence, and which is one of the outcomes of the fires, it's been a great privilege, and it's been a great experience, which has awarded us with a cert free in government, which is always great. I'm currently working in the training team at the BSOE, but recently I've been given the opportunity to go out and work on some prescribed burns and get out and get some real good hands-on experience. But right now, I've also been given the opportunity to go work with Zach and Cliff in the Cultural Fire team. It's been really good. I'm really excited to see what they can offer in the future, and see if I can bring back some knowledge into my local community, especially the Indigenous. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Zach and Jeremy. Although songs, and all of that kind of thing are very, very important. And for traditional people in Wallumaderi, anyway, in my country, there's always a traditional song for the area. And I'd like to maybe sing that song to you today. But before I do that, just for fun of it, I want to do a selfie with you guys. Put your hands up. Come on. Hey! There you go. Just to let people know that I actually spoke to you guys. I'll show it to the boss when I go back. But traditional fire song. I performed with Hugh Jackman for many years, for like 15 years, and I went on tour with him. And this song was based around coming back to the fireplace and not losing your way. Although you may journey too far off, but you could always find your back to the fire where the story is true, where your true north is. And yeah. I know, Jangamau wangada jalinya yang tahu rakate nyunduk around they get down they get down they get down Thank you all for having us. Cheers.
Here, please.
Oh, questions.
Are there any questions, please?
Forgot about that.
How do you follow that?
Everybody just want to go to the pub and get it over and done with. They just want beers. Yes, sir. Oh, you first. Oh, and then just a second, yeah. You first, sir. Absolutely, sir. Well, yeah. Look, we can't. We certainly cannot have the traditional sort of purist, traditional burns anymore. It's just impossible. There's been 200 years of growth now, and it's just hard to maintain it. Like I said, we took care of it the first 1,000 years, and then the other, 64,000 years or whatever, we just kept it down. And maintained it. So, doing that, I guess, across the landscape right now, it's going to be really difficult to do a traditional, cultural burn. But, we've got some cool stuff as well now, like helicopters, up north. They're doing some good stuff out there. That's not traditional torching because they're using good tech now to do those things. Although they've been maintaining that traditional sense, they're just using, blowtorch, not blowtorches, the drip torches now. And she's no blowtorch. I didn't say it. Anyway, yeah, and that kind of thing, which is awesome. So, yeah. But the key right now to maintain some form of cultural protocol, that kinship system, that communication and engagement protocol, that's the thing that we need to use now in order to start being, having those cultural advices from those elders and people like that to give us some understanding of, and giving them at least some. Empowering them with the fact that they're now being included in those decision making, because that gives them empowerment as well to be able to make those be involved in those decision making, maybe be a part of it, maybe help you along. I mean, Zach Webb and Oral Maguire are doing that right now. You know, it's brilliant. Thank you. Yes, sir. Kaya. Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah. My fault. Sorry.
Kaya.
I'm well with so, but I'm learning Noongar as well, so it's all good.
With we heard a lot today about the impacts of climate change and the sort of severity and frequency of fires. How has that impacted the use of cultural fire techniques with sort of like those changes?
Well, there's many stories across the country, you know, and I grew up in a very traditional Aboriginal family, obviously, and growing up and having those things. When we talk about changes environmentally, we're talking about we're including cows, sheep, we're including fences, we're including laws that apply now within the legislation so when we're talking about, from my context, you know, when we're talking about traditional culture and trying to bring that back because of climate change, well, there's an environmental change that happened with that brought that about as well. So, and those things make it difficult to do traditional burning. So we now have to, you know, meet with local government, Craig, you know, and people like that to now have these conversations within these areas so that we can develop some networks and build a team. You know, I think it's LEMP, is it? Sorry, LEMP meetings. You know, involve them in those LEMC meetings. Invite your local traditional elders into those meetings and talk about emergency management of country. And you know, generally in those meetings you have your representatives who do care about the environment as well. So have those conversations. We need to be doing that. And I think what's very important is that we need to include Aboriginal people in those conversations, because we just don't. And we try. I mean, we're doing it with Bushfire Centre of Excellence, but by and large, I think across the state, not just in emergency, we just don't include them. So I think, and I urge everyone to go out there, find your local elder, get to know that person, get to know them, get to know her, get to know him, figure out who he is. But like I was telling Craig, and up there, there'll be some crazies who think that they're the elders, you know. But you know, you've got to really do your research. You've got to find out who they are, you know. I know, I've had them come to me, so yeah, do due diligence. Cheers, sir. Thank you. Anybody else?
Are there any online questions, Melissa? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for these gentlemen. Thank you. That brings to conclusion today's conference. I would like to thank you guys for being prompt at the breaks and for your attention. The Shire of Dardanup and the conference team, thank you all sincerely also for coming along physically and virtually and making today what it has been. I think you'd all agree it's been a very interesting day. Please remember that any unanswered questions or any questions that come up to you on reflection from today's conference would be welcome on the live chat on the emergency@dardanup.wa.gov.au. That way we can all share each other's questions and the answers that come from those. Special thanks today also to the speakers who shared their wisdom and experience with us today, remembering that the focus of today's conference was being an era of unprecedented disasters. Let's build capacity together, because clearly we can't solve all the problems alone. Thank you for your assistance in doing just that today, because there's been some collaborative learning and that's been very important. The event organisers advise that there are refreshments available, not upstairs, downstairs, my spelling's wrong, as soon as I shut up. Please use this opportunity to begin the shared journey of disaster resilience by catching up with your peers over a drink and something to eat, but please drive carefully on the way home, and thank you. The bar is open, my job is done. Thank you very much.
Sorry, just before everyone leaves, we just want to say a few thank yous, if that's okay. So we do hope that everyone has enjoyed today. We would like to take this opportunity to thank a few people who have made this day possible. The State Emergency Management Committee and their Aware funding, the Honourable Rhys Whitby and his staff, our Shire President, Councillor Mick Bennett, all of our wonderful speakers, both here in person and over East. Special thanks for the support from our CEO, Andre, and Director Susan, and all of our colleagues at the Shire of Dardanup that have contributed and volunteered to make today the success that it has been. Our friend and MC Chris Widmar for bringing the day together, and most importantly, today would not have been possible without all of you supporting the conference, so thank you. Enjoy.